People who noped right out of a friendship. What was your breaking point with that friend? I had a friend who I was beginning to realize was a bit toxic. She'd call me up and never really have anything to say, so I'd do the talking, which I found hard going. When we were in company, she'd publicly ridicule me for the littlest of things. I stayed friends with her, I think, because we'd been friends for so long rather than because I liked her or that she even liked me. It was a friendship of convenience. One day she asked me to be her +1 to a homeless show after she won a free entry to a competition. I'd given up my day to go to this thing on the other side of town, even though I didn't really want to go, but my friend didn't want to be alone, so I went for her. We watched the show. It was kinda boring and not my style, but it was an interesting diversion. Every audience member had been given a lucky door ticket. The prize was $1,000 voucher at a department store. As we took our seats, my friend turns to me and says, "You'd better give me your ticket if they call your number." Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. I thought she was joking, and so I sniggered a little. Then I thought to myself, this is a moot point because I never win anything. At the end of the show they draw the ticket. They called my number. I go up and they ask for my details and say they'll be in touch once they've made the voucher up in my name. I go back to my friend and she says, "I'd split it with you 50/50, but I can't afford that, so how about I give you $250? I couldn't believe it. She was serious. It was dumb luck that she won a ticket to the show at all, and then dumb luck that I won the door prize. How could she say she couldn't afford it? It cost her nothing. It was all gain. Anyway, it took a week or two for the department store to contact me to say they had my voucher. I quietly traveled back to the other side of town and collected my prize and never spoke to my friend again. Toxic friendship over. I have never missed her. Long post, but I had 3 roommates my freshman year of college. Me, Emily, Hannah, and Danielle. Names changed here. Danielle and I automatically clicked, and it was great, and I got along really well with Hannah, but there was quickly tension between Emily and I. Emily was super neat and clean, I'm a bit of a clutter bug. Regardless, I respected the fact that we had shared space, and I kept such spaces clean. Except every now and then there would be trash left out, or dirty dishes. Small things at first that then became larger and more frequent. Emily blamed me, since I was the messy one. She would flat out yell at me about it. I wasn't the one doing it, but I didn't know who was. I was really struggling with my anxiety disorder at the time, and I would literally sit in my room and cry because I didn't know what to do. The living situation became so toxic and full of anger. Danielle would always comfort me and talk about how much of a bitch Emily was. I was very shy and never had many friends, so I clung to Danielle as my one confidant and support system. Things escalated all year. One day Emily's entire bottle of expensive shampoo was emptied out in the shower. Another day, someone had deliberately swept handfuls of crumbs underneath her door. It was fucking ridiculous. She and I ended up having a screaming match at each other during finals week before we all moved out for the summer. Neither of us could come to terms with one another. Anyway, it was like July, and I was texting Danielle, and she tells me she has something really funny to tell me, and she tells me that it was her the whole time. She told me she hated Emily, and she wanted to play a prank on her, so she was the one causing all the issues. She honestly thought it was funny, even though she'd watched me have anxiety attacks all year over all of it. She also said wanted to make sure I was close friends with her, and not our other roommates, because she didn't want to lose me. Yeah, I basically dropped the friendship real quick after that. I still think about the entire situation and how fucking crazy and childish it was. I'm also a bit ashamed that it took me until that moment to really step back and see how horribly she treated people. She still sometimes messages me and asks why we grew so far apart. Yep, it's because you're insane. Emily and I are pretty good friends now, by the way. She and I are going to be bridesmaids in Hannah's wedding Saturday. When I entered university, I ended up going to the same school as my best friend from high school. We were both kinda nerdy learners at a small high school, pushed together more by a shared lack in common with anyone else than any real common interest or meshing of personalities. It was, thus, unsurprising when I entered a problem filled with 100 plus other dorky math people that I found some people I liked and got along with well. As it happened, one of the people from my new class lived on the same floor as this high school bestie of mine. Happily, his room became the spot to congregate and be dorks. I had the very great pleasure of being able to hang out with my old friend and my new friends at the same time. And she seemed to get along with them all so well. It was the best. Over the course of the semester, however, she withdrew. People from my class and the dorm floor would gather to hang out, and she stopped showing up. I'd go down the hall to knock on her door and invite her along, and she'd tell me she was busy with homework and maybe she'd come by later. A couple of times I suggested she was working too hard, but she responded pretty badly to that, so I left it alone, always with a smile and promise that she was welcome to come by whenever she was finished. I basically never saw her after the beginning of November that first semester. Being rebuffed literally every time I went to see her led to me no longer stopping by. It wasn't even that I didn't want to see her, it was just very obvious, or so I thought, that I was disturbing her. Christmas holidays came and went, and around New Year's Day, I got a long-winded email from her, my first contact with her in months. It was a rant about how terrible a friend I was, abandoning her the way I had in a new and scary place to go hang out with my new friends. She complained about how I obviously didn't care about her and how it hurt her that I would abandon her so readily, like I was just waiting for an excuse to leave her behind. Yeah, no, that's not what happened, and she fucking knew it. I responded with a short, pointed reminder that I'd gone to see her every time I was in that building for the entire month of October, and she told me to leave her alone. Every time. The response I got was, and I quote, "You should have known that I wanted you to stay when I asked you to leave me alone. I only told you to leave because I was hurting. I guess I'm supposed to be psychic." I've spoken to her a grand total of a half dozen times in the decade since. TLDR, you should know when I mean the exact opposite of what I'm saying. Edit. To be clear, I also asked her to hang out one-on-one as well, which I know I didn't express very clearly. I should also point out that the majority of the people in this group were her friends first. With the exception of a few people from my class, she was the one who introduced me to this group. I wasn't just asking her to come spend time with a bunch of random she didn't know or like. She got angry at me and demanded an apology. I didn't know what I'd done, plus she had raging crazy pregnancy hormones. I asked what it was for, and she told me I knew what I'd done, and she wouldn't speak to me again until I apologized. At the time I was crushed, but as the days and weeks passed, I began to see how toxic she was. I found new hobbies. Life moved on. In hindsight, I'm glad she ended our friendship. Life is a lot better without her. By the way, I'm pretty she was angry because I didn't get excited enough over a $6,000 crib she was thinking about buying for the baby. I just couldn't get excited about a $6,000 piece of furniture that would be used for 2 or 3 years at most. Edit. The crib was just a crib. It didn't convert into a toddler bed or daybed. It wasn't even handmade by an Amish carpenter who bathed in water from a Tibetan spring or some crap like that. It was made in China, and it was sold in a store that specialized in overpriced crap for people who have no financial skills. She called my then boyfriend and I over for her cultural holiday and then again for her husband's birthday. I usually have people over for Christmas, but my mum was on bed rest and I was running the house and taking care of my mum for 3 months. But this so-called friend kept asking when I was having them over, so despite it all that was going on with my mum, I called them over Christmas week. I couldn't cook, but did order in. During the evening she actually says, "This is a lovely evening, but don't forget you still owe us one more dinner since you came over to ours twice." A month later, I get her a jumper for her birthday. She calls to say it's too big. I say okay, we'll return it for another size, but will take time because of my mum. She says she will go and return it. I said well, with no invoice wouldn't work. She goes anyway with a bunch of other birthday presents she wanted to return. Then calls to say the store said the jumper I got her was showing a lower price. The store was on sale by then and needed the invoice. She kept calling me to check when I was going to collect the jumper and replace it, and at one point said she would keep it and that she would one day wear it when she put on weight. I got too tired of the whole thing. I went and got a gift card from a totally different store for the amount she had approximately spent on my birthday gift. She clearly wouldn't rest till I'd spent as much as she had, or she believed I'd spent that much. I collected the jumper and gave her the gift card and basically ghosted her till she stopped calling. I had a broke friend and a rich boyfriend. We went to a 3-day music festival and I fronted the money for the group and they both agreed to pay me back. My poor friend helps his parents pay their bills by working at a grocery store, while the rich friend gets everything from mom and dad free, car paid up front, college paid up front, etc. My poor friend literally cashed his next 2 paychecks to pay me back as soon as he possibly could and worked 70-hour weeks to do it. The rich friend, who had a job by the way, started giving me half-used gift cards as payment over a month or 2. It was so bad I had to create a spreadsheet to track his money owed to me. Eventually I put my foot down and said no more bullshit and to just pay me back all at once. 9 months later, I got my money. I cut him off and I'm still good friends with my poor friend. 2 years later, the rich ex-friend visits me at work and asks me if I wanted to hang out after my shift. I decided I would try to give him another chance, so I said okay. After work, I showed up at his place and him and his mother were outside gardening. He rushed me into his house and brought me upstairs to his room and handed me a screwdriver saying that he needed my help to dismantle and rebuild his desk downstairs in his new room before his mom was done gardening. I was visibly angry with him, but he promised me he would buy me a beer and food later. Well, it turns out he's even more of a douchebag than I thought, because at dinner he asked me, did you want me to pay for this? I stood up and walked out of the restaurant and left him at the table. I drove him there. Best feeling ever. When I was going through my breakup, 8 years gone. My friend who has constant girl troubles, he has no car, no license, and his mother pays his rent, food, and utilities. Go figure, he has trouble. Called me because he was having troubles with a girl he liked. This was a constant thing. I would always listen and try to put in my 2 cents when asked. I couldn't do it that day, so I was like, dude, and I just broke up. I need a little bit of space to myself to sort through my thoughts and how I can move through having to pay double everything. The dude went ballistic. I'm never there for him. I always make things about myself. I'm not a good friend. I do not care about how he feels. Things I did: put 200 hours into Destiny 1 on his account to get him the 2 years of special emblems, one of which was a physical shirt. Dealt with all of his ADHD and bipolar issues that came up over that last 11 years of our friendship. When I got my car, we went to a number of places. He was the first person I had as my passenger. I supported him when he needed encouragement, or I tried to help him with his girl issues, even if it was just listening. I hung out with him to be his only real friend when everyone else abandoned him over the years. He told me to either listen to his issues now or never call him again. I hung up on him because I just couldn't deal with it. This interaction was what almost pushed me towards suicide. Between the issues I already had, paired with losing my ex after 8 years, and then my best friend of 12 years, it was a lot to deal with. I obviously got myself sorted, thanks to my Destiny friends on PS4 and some people here on Reddit. 8 months later, after I finally started to recover, I went to deliver his laundry, pillowcases, blankets, towels, sheets that had been in my trunk since the day before the sheet hit the fan. I was going to see if he wanted to move past this, so I brought everything back. He asked if that was all and if I was going to apologize for being a prick to him. I said no, I did nothing wrong. I was going through a lot at the time and you really didn't help it. I started to walk away. He said, no wonder X left you. I got in my car, sped away and never looked back. That was 9 months ago, and I have moved on and have not yet found a friend I can replace him with, but my Destiny friends are all still cool and supportive. So we had this project together back in high school for our law class project. Ours was on criminal law. The project was worth 30% of our grade. so I was heavily involved in musical theater, so I told her, give me all of the work you want me to do. I'll do it for you by Thursday. But after that, I have commitments to theater. It's tech week, so I can't do any work. So she agreed. She gave me 3 sections to complete. She had 3 sections, and so did our other friend. Thursday came and I submitted all of my work and uploaded it to the PowerPoint. I was done. I get a text on Sunday, the project is due Tuesday, and she tells me that she needs me to do another part. When I asked why, she said the other girl just didn't want to do it, so I had to. I got mad and said, I already told you I can't after Thursday, and she says the stupidest thing. When life throws you lemons, you have to be wearing your protective gear so it doesn't knock you onto the ground. I got even more mad and was like, fine, I'll have it done for tomorrow. So I stayed up really late during tech week doing this other girl's work. I sent the lemon excuse girl my work and then uploaded it to the PowerPoint. The day of the presentation comes and we get to the part with the work I did on Sunday. I noticed everything was spelled wrong. She edited my work and misspelled everything that I had. So, for example, I put when the lawyer meets the judge, she replaced it with when the lawyer meets the judge. People started laughing at her spelling mistakes, and it lowered our mark. She also moved my work and gave it a different heading. I did a part on the Criminal Code of Canada and she changed the heading to how to become a judge. I was so mad. I confronted her about it, and her excuse was, well, you had to get ready with that lemon gear, and you weren't. We weren't friends after that. TLDR, my friend screwed me over big time in a group project and blamed it on me with a stupid lemon analogy. I told this recently, but when I saw my friend chase after someone with a knife in his hand, I had known Juan ever since I was in kindergarten and we were really close growing up. We had sleepovers pretty much every weekend and he always joined me for my family camping trips every summer. I was an only child and he was like a brother to me. Then a bunch of us were transferred out of our grade school by our parents in the 6th grade because they were unhappy with the administration and felt we could learn better elsewhere. Even though I lived on the south side of Chicago, I ended up in a school on the north side with another friend of mine, Manny, while Juan ended up going to a school closer to his house. Juan and I still hung out sometimes, but we started drifting apart more and more. I could tell his new school was changing him, and by 8th grade he was part of a local crew. At the time I was really into graffiti and rap, so even though things were changing, we still found things we had in common. The last time I saw him, I was at his graduation party. After the whole family thing was over, we were hanging out with some of his friends from the neighborhood to smoke some weed. Then Juan and I decided to go for a walk. I had a backpack full of spray paint, so we went to the train tracks by his house to hit up some trains and walls. I put up my name, and he put up his gang's tags. As we are bombing this one wall, we hear a voice from below. There is some guy yelling up at us. I don't remember what he said, but it really pissed Juan off. I had never seen him like this before. He was like a completely different person. He started running after this guy and out of instinct, I just followed him. The other guy bolted, and he chased after him, and I chased after him. After a few minutes, he lost him, and stopped and I was finally able to catch up to him. He still had that crazy, angry look in his eye, but then I also noticed he had a knife in his hand. It was then I realized that this wasn't the Juan I grew up with. He started talking about getting a couple of other people to find him. Apparently they had some beef with the guy, which is why he was so angry. I convinced him to let it go for now and go back and smoke some more weed to chill out. We did, and I crashed at his house, just as I had done for so many years. But after that night I wanted nothing to do with the lifestyle he was getting involved in, and even though we still talked on the phone sometimes, we never hung out again after that. After we started high school, we lost touch completely. I still thought of him a lot and wondered whatever happened to him, so I would Google him sometimes, but never had any results. It wasn't until last year I finally found him, when I used his middle name in a search. There were about 6 or 7 different mugshots from his various visits to county jail, mostly on possession charges. It made me sad, but at the same time I was glad I didn't go down the same path. My best friend, Kay, from kindergarten, the first person I fraternally loved outside my family. K got sick when we started 6th grade, causing her to miss classes for the first 2 weeks of school. I started hanging out with a group of girls known as the popular ones in the meantime. At the end of the 2 weeks they invited me to join their group permanently with a caveat: this is for you only, you cannot longer hang out with K. I did not hesitate to decline the offer. I had been visiting K frequently, and of course, since her sickness was contagious, I ended up sick, hence missing 2 weeks too. When I came back to school, I found out K was hanging out with the popular ones, which initially made me happy. Yeah, now we can all be friends. Until K took me to the side and told me we could not be best friends anymore because the popular girls had invited her to hang out, but I was not included. I loved her and just tried to survive the rest of my school days on my own. I kept bringing her gifts every year for her birthday, even when we moved, and money was a very limited commodity at home, until she was almost 20. The last time I arrived at K's house, she was getting drunk with her popular friends and I could hear them laughing when I was waiting outside the door. SHHH, don't let that geek in. She picked the gift and then said she was busy. The wound she caused never healed. I have not been able to get close to any other girl since then, always being afraid of being replaced. She contacted me a couple of years ago, seemingly trying to rebuild our friendship, at a time in which I was successful geek living an awesome life in a different country, but that boat had sailed. She freaked out on me after I cancelled our hangout last minute. I was supposed to hang out with her and her sister and a couple other friends. My mom hadn't been feeling well for a long time, and this particular day she was feeling very ill, like shortness of breath and nausea. So I decided to stay home with her. All my friends were aware of my mom's situation, but this one friend decided to freak out, saying that she'd no longer invite me out and that I was a piece of shit cunt. So I went ahead and blocked her on my social media and didn't reply to her anymore that day. I decided that I would cut her off. So she kept sending me texts that she was enjoying her time with her sister's friend, that she had told me she hated, and that she was having fun without me, and basically kept swearing at me. Weeks went by, and she texted me an apology, and that she wanted to be friends still. I didn't bother replying. Months or a year later she sent another text swearing at me again, and saying she didn't need me for a friend, that I was a lazy bitch that was still in college, to quit college and get on welfare, get pregnant and be poor. Talking about how she was going to university and having a high GPA, LMFAO. So I just texted her back, letting her know how pathetic she was to text me a year later about this bullshit that she started, and if she kept texting me, that I would make a report for harassment. She made things super awkward between her sister and I. Still talk sometimes to her sister, but never hang out cause I don't want to be around this girl. She's toxic as fuck and has major anger issues. She even carries around knives in her bags and has taken them out when people annoy her. Oh, and the irony of this chick. She's a psychology major. Sheet. Okay, here's one instance. I had this guy who I saw as a brother for many years, and to this day, I'm still great friends with all his family. But here's the rundown, the best I can lay out over, let's say, 2 decades. Let's call the guy Dave. Me and Dave and his brother, who is still one of my best mates. The family has written him off for the last few years, however, were mates from early high school years, around the 12 to 13-year-old time. A little while back, me and Dave were inseparable for many years. His brother was a touch younger, but in our 20s we became great mates as well. We traveled our home country, built cars back to roadworthy, and did everything around the same time. From experimenting with drugs and learning the whole how to understand girls moment of our lives. We had some great times and I'll always look back at them as great memories. Unfortunately, I didn't see it properly for a long time like everyone else did. He had a very addictive personality, especially with drugs, and at the same time royally faking other people over. Yeah, I can say I heard it, but I used to think, nah, this ain't right. I know the guy pretty damned well. Let's fast forward to a good mates of the group's wedding. Let's call him Jay. Jay was closer mates with me and another guy, and on the wedding day we kept in contact with a few people including Dave via text and let everyone know that Jay, our mate, was nervous as fuck. In my opinion, that's totally fair. They tied the knot and all went swimmingly for the day. However, back home Dave was losing his shit. He had lost it back home and got super destructive and started some pretty shitty rumors which I won't go in, but let's say it cold ruined the new marriage. It was that nasty type of shit rumor that was supposed to hurt others, including a call to Jay on the day with a voicemail message stating by not inviting him to the wedding he would end it. Nasty faking shit, right? For I think was 2 to 3 years I kept my distance. This is when his brother and I became great mates. Paths crossed a few times, but we never really hung out like besties again. Then came the day when my younger brother was selling his car and told me Dave was going to buy it and pick it up. I headed back to the family house for the exchange of dollars to car, and my mother, who is an absolute legend, kinda gave us a word and we shook hands and rekindled the friendship. I should mention poor old Jay was no longer married. Not for the rumors or whatnot, but it was a touch ironic. For a couple years things were almost the same, except the money thing. Now I've never been the best at grabbing the high paying jobs, but I love what I do. So lending a bit of extra coin here and there never bothered me. The old man taught me never lend more than you can afford to never see again. Thank fuck for that, cause every time Dave said he would pay back he would literally disappear. When we caught up again a few days later he would have 100+ reasons as why, but always had what he needed. We all know the type, right? So easy to say I started to tighten my belt whenever he was in need. Too many bills, I used to say every weekend. So after a while he stopped asking. No worries, right? However, he started borrowing things a bit more substantial off our group mates. We're talking power tools and whatnot, and never returning. Turns out Dave had progressed from smoking a bit of Mary Jane every weekend to hitting the glass pipe pretty hard. I was never one for the broken light bulb, so when this became apparent, we had many bro moments. I offered to pay for a hab and doctors if he would at least try to quit. I bailed pretty fucking hard. I became too busy and lost time for the guy. Let's fast forward about 5 years ahead, and we are both in our mid to late 20s. I moved countries, and I'm still great mates with some of his family who have moved over as well. We Kiwis are all pretty tight, so it was no biggie. They knew Dave had problems with the pipe, so there was no awkward talk over dinner or beers. And guess who's coming to visit? Old Dave has saved up enough to come on over. It had been many years, and I thought, fuck it, we are older and I've been here 4 years. Things kick off like they always did. Best mates again. No more heavy drugs or glass pipes. We went out drinking on his trip, and one night he said, bro, I wanna move here. I don't wanna be there anymore. I want a new start. So I helped the guy out. I literally moved home and helped him get the fuck out. Helped him sell up everything he had left in his rented house, packed his bags and literally dropped him at the airport. He arrived, and for months it was sweet as fuck. So we got a house together and had a great time. Things went great to shit after about a year. I will say we had a great house, we both had decent jobs, and we were defiantly not struggling. Then his mindset went dark, like real dark. I know he was smoking a huge amount of pot with his workmates. I was happy to enjoy a joint here and there, but I've never been a smoke all everyday kinda guy. Then he gave up his job, faked an injury, and claimed they would have to pay him out. I knew with my role and plenty of staff he was abandoning his job, giving up everything he was owed. He cold just quit. I pushed for it. We argued huge amounts cause of it, and he got so fucking aggressive I was convinced if he did throw a punch I'll take it, just to cause a reason for us to break lease. I'll be honest and say fuck yes, I would have called the cops. I wanted it by this point. As expected, he got no payout. He got an official abandonment of role and forfeited everything owed to him. He never got another job. I took on a second to pay the rent and bills, and on rent day he would disappear for a couple days. Here's where I faked up. I never checked his room. I expected the best of him, and this is where it all ended. As I was working 70-hour weeks and paying the bills and running my savings into the ground, he became a cook. Not a faking great one either, guys. We had a real estate inspection due, and on the day myself and Dave were home. Myself cause I was great mates with my real estate agent. He was buying wine through my company every few weeks, and the commission was worth a glass with the guy to say thanks as always for looking after me. It was a common thing every inspection, and he would make us the last of the day for the same reason. Dave was a bit more intense about it. He said, I'm staying to make sure I get my bond back. After 14 weeks of not paying rent and bills, I had already been to a lawyer and had a small claims court date sorted and waiting on the papers to come through for about 4k he already owed. It wasn't huge, but the plan was to have him sign his bond over to me and we would be almost square. Real estate buddy shows up. House is spotless. Remember how I didn't check Dave's room? Well, he was quite aggressive about it when getting checked, but he finally let him in to a small, and might I say a faking terrible site. Here was Dave's faking lab. Long story short, he bailed pretty quick after that. The room had to be fully redone, and the bond wasn't even close to the cost. All up he cost me 11k, not including our joint bond, 16k in total. I finished paying it off this time last year. In that time his brother named me the godfather to his child and asked me to be celebrant to his wedding, sitting my license for next year. His family is still great mates and they still haven't spoken to him. They know some of what happened, but I haven't talked too much of it. I trusted him and he not only faked me but put me in cuffs and had to state my case to a judge who would have slammed me if I hadn't have had a lawyer already working on pushing him out. I faked up in the long run, but got rid of someone who could have ruined my life. Sorry for the long story. She started doing heroin and meth, stole money from me, left rehab without saying anything etc. Finally cut off all contact. She's my mom. Edit to at. The breaking point was her leaving rehab. After paying her bills, taking her BFS emotional abuse, handling all of her nonsense, we got her into rehab. She was evicted, fired from her job, got her car repoed, etc. When she went into rehab, we bought her all new clothes. A friend rented a U-Haul and moved all her shit. Another friend drove her 2 hours away to the rehab. She went in on Sunday, called me on a Thursday, and asked me to call her back. Was gone Friday night. All day Saturday was spent with me calling the rehab, begging them to tell me if she left or if she was okay. I left her voicemails of me crying, telling her if she left rehab I'm not mad, but please just let me know she's okay. Finally I checked her phone records and seen that she had been out of rehab for 24 hours. Called her 5 times back to back before she finally answered. I found out she was alive. 3 minutes later she sends me a text saying none of us are on the same page about her getting clean and we haven't done or anything to help her. So that was my nope moment. T was around the 10th time she tried to pick a fight with me for no reason. She was seriously one of the worst people I have ever met. She criticized me constantly and made fun of me openly. If I liked something that she didn't like, then whatever I liked was stupid and grounds to openly mock me in front of others. If I liked something that she also liked, then she would get angry and say I was copying her, even if it was something I liked before I even met her. Every time after I hung out with her, she would overanalyze my every word and action. She would decide that the worst possible interpretation of my actions was obviously the truth, and then get mad at me about it. Usually she would start by ignoring me for a week and making me try to figure out why she was even angry. If it wasn't me she was angry at, it would be one of our other friends, and she would constantly bitch about them to me. It was like she had a list of all of her friends and would take turns picking fights with us just to entertain and amuse herself. After many times of her doing this to me, we were on the phone and she was yelling at me for speaking to someone at a party or something, and I was just listening to her and saying okay and stuff. Then she got mad at me because I wouldn't fight with her right. I wasn't yelling back at her or arguing with her, and she couldn't stand it. That was the last time I talked to her. It just became so obvious that these fights were all for her own amusement, and she didn't actually want to be a friend to me at all. There was no big falling out or specific event. It really was just a death by 1,000 cuts. She had always been an eternal pessimist, but we had met in university and created some great memories together, so I always had a soft spot in my heart for her. She did in the last 2 years start having specific rules her friends had to follow. She had a total of 2 friends last year, including myself, such as we had to text her back right away. Saturday nights were for hanging out with her, and she refused to do anything where she may sweat, so forget ever going for a bike ride, trying a new gym, etc. At first I thought nothing of it, because everyone has their quirks, right? But then her behavior really started to highlight negatives. If we got her a gift for Christmas expecting nothing in return, the response wouldn't be thank you. It was I hate gifts because it might not be what I like. If we introduced her to a new friend of ours, she would become jealous. If a man asked her for the time, you bet I would get a text about how disgusting men are and how his hidden intention was obviously to ask her out. It would never cross her mind that he might just honestly want the time. The final straw was when she texted me at 10 AM on a weekday to demand details about an ex-boyfriend and our breakup from 8 years ago because she thought she might have saw him at work. I'm engaged to the man I have been dating for 6 years. Why would she think I would want to drop what I'm doing at work to give her those details or rehash those memories? I never responded, which had her go on to rant about me to her one remaining friend. I realized she has so little going on with her life that all she ever does is badmouth people and bring up the past because she really has nothing else. Not even once in the entire decade I've known her can I recall her saying anything positive, even something as simple as "isn't it nice out today?" Why would anyone want someone like that in their lives? She's not depressed. She is a chronically single 30-year-old who acts 18, has the personality of white bread, with no social life or interesting skills/hobbies that holds the people in her life to a standard she herself is nowhere close to. I don't regret for a single second ghosting this toxic person. Unfortunately, we live in the same building and she's directly across the hall from me. She has no friends left though, so she never leaves her condo, which spares me the awkwardness of running into her. This happened April this year. Little bit of backstory about me. I'm disabled and I live in a state of constant pain. My best friend was arranging her wedding. I arranged the hen party, bachelorette party for Americans. I was the maid of honor, so it was my job. So she becomes kind of a Bridezilla, but I can deal. I know it's stressful. The night before the hen party, she is saying how we should leave at 9 AM to get to the place an hour away. Me and another friend had both been working 8 AM till 6:30 PM all week, so we both wanted to leave at 10. So we had rested enough for the night. This wasn't acceptable. She used the term "it's my hen party" multiple times and said we were selfish and generally tried to control us. She eventually compromises and we leave at 10 the next day. Now being disabled and in pain, I had to grab a suitcase of stuff with me just for one night. She laughed at the fact I took stuff to help me. When we got to the place, we were walking a lot. There is a hill called Steep Hill in the city we were in. We walked up and down it multiple times. I was left on my own struggling to get anywhere because despite taking pain meds I was in agony. My pain was at a 9. I felt like I was going to pass out because of it. My other friend who was there made sure to slow down with me when she realized I was struggling. So we come to the night time. The club we had booked activities at was at the bottom of Steep Hill. The hotel was at the top. Note, I hadn't booked the hotel myself because I tried to book something more fun, but everyone backed out and I lost £90 on it. So we had to walk down Steep Hill again. We spent the entire night in one club with lots of stairs. I was already in a lot of pain at this point. She didn't even sit with us most of the night and we were back at the hotel by 12. I ended up going home because I was in so much pain. The next 3 days were spent by me asleep and in agony. When she eventually spoke to me and the other friend again, she said that I had a face like thunder all night and that I should have painted on a smile and pretended to be okay to make the event fun for her, and that I should be used to being in pain by now, so it should be easy for me. She even used the line "I get pain too, but I always just ignore it and make the event for the person fun." Even after that, I gave her another chance. We met up for coffee and had a talk. I thought we were all okay again. Then I found out she had told one of the bridesmaids that we fell out because on the hen party my feet hurt. I had been walking with a walking stick, taken more codeine than I should have, and was still in agony with my back, legs, arms, and neck. I realized she has no respect for anyone but herself, and that it would be better for myself if I just cut off our friendship there and then. I told her I wasn't going to her wedding and that I can't have someone in my life that tries to dismiss the pain I'm in on a daily basis. TLDR, so-called friend said mild occasional pain is the same as chronic pain. Thought she could control me, but ultimately lost a friendship. Her and I were friends, and her friend, let's call her Spoon because I'm unoriginal, Spoon bullied lots of other girls, including me. I was her favorite target. And it wasn't to your face either. Her tactic was to be nice to your face and pretend that you're friends, and then either randomly suddenly act like you don't exist, or you'd hear about the shit she'd say behind your back, and then she'd be all sorry and act like she was trying to better herself and would be nice to you again. And since I was a shy 7th grader with few friends, I bought her apology more than once. Anyway, it all came to a head when I realized something. My friend, let's call her Giant. Anyway, whenever I said anything negative about Spoon, Giant would automatically be all no, it's not like that, or you're being over dramatic about it, or that's not how it was, or you're making that all up. Made me super self-conscious for a while, since here I was getting bullied and humiliated, and then the person I thought was a friend and confidant was telling me it was all in my head, and I started to wonder if it really was. And then one day it hit me, it's not all in my head. My feelings are valid. If I feel like I'm being attacked, it's not up to someone else to determine if I really am. And I dropped her like a sack of potatoes off the side of a cliff. This just happened in November with a girl I've been friends with since middle school, so I'm still sort of processing the loss. I had to have multiple surgeries this past year because of cancer, and she just couldn't deal with it. I was there for her when her mother died. I was there for her the year she was in and out of the hospital all summer. And when I said to her, I felt neglected and unsupported after my first surgery. When I have my next surgery, I'd really like it if you could visit me in the hospital and at home while I'm recovering. What did she do? She wrote me a 700-word speech castigating me for failing to understand her problems because things are hard for her because she has depression. That wasn't the end, but it sure opened my eyes about how she expects unlimited sympathy and understanding for her problems without offering any in return. The real end came this November. I bought tickets for her, me, and her roommate to see a musical. She and I got in an argument a few weeks before the show, however, and she started giving me the silent treatment. About a week into the silent treatment, I texted the roommate saying, look, it's pretty clear this isn't going to be resolved in time for the musical. I have 2 tickets for the same show on a different day. I'd still like for you guys to see the show, since I know you were looking forward to it. So would you be interested in those 2 tickets instead? She said yes, they would be interested, and I stuck the tickets for the different show in their mailbox. The day they were supposed to see the show came and went, and my friend still wasn't talking to me. I texted the roommate asking how they had liked the show, and she said, sorry, we ended up not going because friend was in the emergency room throwing up all night. I texted back, I'm sorry to hear about that. I know you were looking forward to the show, and I feel bad you didn't get to go. Would you tell friend? I hope she feels better soon. Like a week after that, I logged into Skype and found a message my friend had written me saying that I needed to apologize for pressuring them into accepting those tickets, apologize for giving her an anxiety attack bad enough that she wound up in the emergency room, and also apologize for saying I felt bad that they missed the show because that was me guilting them. I'd already known by then that the relationship was probably unsalvageable, but that was when I was sure and ended things. Every now and then I feel sad over how much history we had together and how much of a presence she was in my life, but I know I'm better off when I think about how twisted and unhealthy her perception of reality was. So, I copied this from another time I've posted it. Short version. Friend decided a famous singer was her new soulmate instead of her husband of 1 year. She flew to his concert to meet him, dragging me along because she saw him in her dreams and ruined her life fully believing he would return her love. And every time a normal person would give up, she tried harder. Long version. I had a friend who decided to leave her husband of 1 year to fly to another state and profess her love to the lead singer of a band because she dreamed he was the one for her and he liked her comment on his Twitter post. By the way, she is, not great looking. She flew to his concert to declare her love through a letter that she handed to him. She dragged me on this trip, not telling me what was up until we were on the plane. I didn't go to the concert with her, so I stayed at the hotel and went to bed early. I had earplugs in because I'm a light sleeper. At this point the whole day had been me realizing how crazy she is and how I'm trapped with her. I've been trying to be supportive because she is acting in a way that I wouldn't put it past her to do something crazy to me. The whole day she was non-stop like our relationship will be so hard with him in a different state and being so nervous and excited she won't focus on anything else. Anyway, I'm asleep when she gets back. I wake up and hear sobbing. I try and sleep through it because I'm tired of dealing with this crazy. She continues in this way that is meant to wake me up, nor considerate of me sleeping or going into the bathroom to muffle the sound or even a pillow. I wake up and she's all, "Oh, did I wake you?" And it turns out she's just looking for attention. Nothing happened bad or good. She handed him the letter, backstage pass, and he said he would read it later, which excited her. It was more of the same all day of her being nervous and excited, talking crazy. She didn't sleep that night waiting for him to text her. When he didn't call the next day by the time of her flight, she delayed her flight a whole day to wait in the airport in case he does call, so she can run to him like in the movies. Then when he still doesn't call, she decides she should move out of the apartment she had with her husband while having no job and no place to go, when her husband is perfectly willing to let her stay until she had somewhere to go and her divorce is civil, so she is living on the street. Then when the band guy still doesn't call, she stalked him at his next concert because she has the money at this point to fly to another state and go to a concert with no job and being homeless, right? Because he obviously didn't understand how urgent it was that he declare his love. I tried to get her to see reason through all of this after the trip, so she couldn't do anything bad like not give me my flight ticket, and suggested that maybe this wasn't a good idea, so she told me I wasn't a true friend and cut off ties to the last friend she had. Okay hun. Because none of this could ruin your life and none of this would be 100% your fault. It wouldn't be like you woke up one day and decided to destroy your life over a dream and decided a famous singer you never met will fall in love with you. Yikes. Yeah, don't use friend finding websites. She was perfectly normal for a year before this. Friend was somebody I started getting close to due to my mental illness. We met randomly through friends, and one day I experienced a mixed manic episode, and she happened to be my neighbor. I just needed somebody to help me get through it, and she was one who came through. Next day she went through a bad breakup, and I comforted her. I went through my shit and got stronger. She stayed in her mess, and didn't make an effort to get better. I stayed with her through so much, because she was there at my lowest point, which led my diagnosis of bipolar. I stayed when she was having anxiety attacks daily, when she was broken up by my best friend, through her diagnosis of herpes, etc. But then she started doing shit that became harmful not only to herself but others. She faked my roommate, I don't care about that, but didn't tell him about the herpes and she took advantage of him while he was a full-blown alcoholic. I tried my best to get her to take control of her life and not endanger others. The more we hung out the more it became a chore to do so. It was draining, and she was only contributing to my negative habits when manic. Eventually I did it out of feeling like I owed her for saving me from having a full psychotic break. Then one night we went out drinking. I let her crash at my place because she drove there and I didn't want her to drink and drive. Well, I was letting her sleep on my bed while I slept on the futon, but I ended up just passing out on the other side of the bed. Then I woke up to her kissing my neck. Mind you, I still hadn't had my first kiss. She then said in the most drunken way _those_line going to be your first kiss, and which I immediately covered my mouth with my hands. I told her that nothing was going to happen that night and to go back to sleep. So I went back to sleep and woke up with her unbuttoning my pants. At that point I pushed her the fuck off of me and noped the fuck out of there and locked myself in the bathroom where I went to sleep. Woke up and kicked her out of my house and never saw her again. I never once showed any romantic nor sexual interest in her. Then she went on to essentially sexually assault me. Had I not been my usual really aware of my surroundings drunk, that situation cold ended badly seeing as A, I didn't want it and B, she had herpes and no intention of wearing protection. That cold been worse. She was really clingy and had way too many issues, and I was barely starting to get professional help. The next morning I knew I had to cut her from my life, and I have. Life's been better since. I've made much better friends, and I'm now no longer on any medication for my bipolar, and am doing amazing mentally, in compared to how I was. Emotionally healthy friends are so much better than destructive ones, and I'm thankful I made the right choice back then. He was one of my best friends at university. We shared a student house, we smoked a lot of weed together. A few years later he was my best man at my wedding. He stuffed that up, but that was forgivable. Then he met a nice Malaysian woman. They seemed very happy together, she got pregnant, they got married, and that's when it all started to fall apart for me. She was brought up Muslim, but wasn't practicing when they met. She pulled him into Islam. He starts making the long slow slide towards hyper-conservative Islam. Our shared friends all tried to get him to be a bit more 21st century about things, but eventually he gets to the same religious fundamentalism that exists in all faiths, including things like women should cover up if they don't want to be raped, and complete rejecting science despite his education in physics and his wife being a doctor. I wrote to him on paper late last year and said, dude, really anytime you want to rejoin the 21st century let me know, but as things are I can't be friends with someone who steers every conversation to religion and treats women as second class citizens, etc. I've not heard a word from him since, and I won't be making any more effort with him. Sad, but there is a line. She was unaccountable, manipulative, and cried wolf a lot. We were the best of friends through high school and beginning of college, but something happened my junior year. She kept making bad choices and would blame others. Like, she would complain how she was fat, do a crash/fat diet she did and quit so many, and then she'd ask for advice. I would give her advice based on what I read/advice that I had gotten, and then she'd get mad at me. We'd get into a fight and she'd say I can't believe I'm friends with you or something along those lines. And then a few days later she'd just text me out of the blue with a casual text like, hey, want to hang out? Basically the pattern was bad life choice, ask for advice, get mad, fight, threaten friendship, forget, repeat. After a while I felt insane. It wasn't until she contradicted herself in writing, and I took screenshots proving she did for me to realize how crazy she was. I sent her the screenshots, and she denied her statement, even though there was written proof. Ultimately the final straw was when she cheated on her boyfriend, and tried to blame me for it. She asked for advice as usual, and I kept saying, if you care about your boyfriend, you need to stop with the other guy and come clean. And then she kept saying things like, well, if you just hung out with me, I wouldn't have to go to the new guy's place. Like, what the fuck? So next time she went into her we shouldn't be friends rant I agreed, and told her to go fuck herself. Felt good getting rid of that dumb bitch. My best friend from elementary school through my late teens/early 20s. We bonded over horses, since we both rode competitively, and spent pretty much every day together for at least 10 years, went on family vacations together, and the whole 9 yards. She was always flaky and selfish, always expected her friends to drop what they were doing to accommodate her, straight up expected the guys in our friend group to buy her food/movie tickets/etc. whenever we all went out. That kind of person. When she got into meth, when we were in high school I kept an eye on her, making sure she didn't do stupid shit like fuck random guys for drugs. Anyway, long story short, my truck broke down on a sweltering summer day when I was hauling a horse trailer about 5 minutes drive from her house. I called in a panic begging her to drive down and meet me her truck so she could hook up my trailer and get the horses back to the barn. All told it's something that would have taken between 30 to 45 minutes, since my barn was only 3 or 4 miles away. Her response? Sorry, I have an ale appointment in 20 minutes. Maybe call her neighbor who I'd never spoken to in my life and see if she can help. Click. I was faking done at that point. It wasn't the first time she'd pulled shit like that, but it was the last time she did it to me. I cut her off completely. She tried calling me a few times a year for the first few years, until she got the point I'd had enough of her shit. From everything I've heard that's pretty much how she still is. She treated me like shit. Constantly. She made fun of me while I was in an abusive relationship as a teen. said that I liked the conflict during a sleepover discussion about relationships and arguments because I openly encouraged debate with my friends. I was also on the debate team in high school, the master debaters. She would lie about random things, make up events, and rag me in for backup, and act surprised when I'd tell her I had no idea what she was talking about. She had serious narcissistic tendencies that I'm sure are certifiable. I also suffered major depression in high school and became homebound because of a heart murmur. Homebound, still part of public school, but homeschooled through the state because of medical problems, which only amplified my depression and isolation. So when I would finally meet someone I could connect with, and if we were around her, later I'd hear about how she'd talk me to that same person. It'd be shit like how I loved attention and was using them. Like, what the fuck? Again. Was homeschooled, had like 2 friends the whole time. No clue how to even use someone after one faking conversation, or in general for that matter. But the strange part was that the motivation to do that was to keep me to herself. She was weirdly jealous of any other friends I had or met. Now, that was just some of the issues we had as kids. We lost contact for a while and started hanging out again around maybe 19 or 20. She'd gotten more narcissistic, shallow, and had become absurdly racist. When we were kids, she was just drenched in the stink of it, but was ignorant about racism for the most part. It wasn't until she started dating this racist guy that suddenly she was proud of the racist family she had. She would smile when she'd talk about how racist her mom is, like it was a big joke. I remember the times I'd try to talk to her about offhanded comments she'd make, or other friends would point out how she needed to change, and she'd laugh it off, while everyone side-eyed each other and quietly made excuses to leave the conversation. The friendship was naturally dying after the brief reunion, but the breaking point for no contact was when she went full racist, not just microaggressions, poor education, or weird shit from her family, but full let's call random people the N-word racist. She hadn't done anything like this around me before, but it was like her, so was this magnifying source of racism she drew her beliefs from. The last time we hung out, they both started pointing at black people on the street and called them orangutans and the N-word. I cannot convey just how random and unnerving it was. It was just disgusting and deeply embarrassing to witness, or even be near. Absolutely abhorrent. I couldn't leave fast enough. Her boyfriend almost started yelling at me about how it was his right to say whatever the fuck he wants. And it just got worse and more awkward from there. Looking back, I probably should have been more afraid of him than I was. I found out she also made 5 blackface photos. When someone pointed out how faked up that was, she called her boyfriend to validate her comedy. After a bit of time had passed with no contact, she made a Facebook post about me, to which I responded explaining how racist she was and that's why we weren't talking. I'd her about her behavior. After she deleted my post, she did the usual "I don't see myself as a racist." Like that's how it works. So you can imagine how that convo went. It basically turned into one where I just kinda vented my frustrations with her toxicity towards me and the world, and even though we'd been friends since we were like 9 years old, and as much as I had loved her when we were both dumb teenagers, ignorant to the evils of toxic relationships, I couldn't be her friend anymore, because I'd grown to hate the person she became, the pathetic sponge of a human. She still is. They also ran a haircutting business and claimed to be so diverse in our local newspaper, with a picture of 10ish only white people in a majority black city. Their business crashed to the ground twice, and I still out them as racists to anyone who brings them up. Last I heard, she's working at the corporate haircutting place for men by my grocery store. Lol. TLDR, she lied a lot, treated me terribly, would sabotage my friendships and become jealous, and became mega racist after growing up in a racist family and dating a racist guy because she is incapable of individual thought. She let me borrow $200 to pay rent on a Tuesday. I was going to work 2 days later and would have it back to her by the end of that day, Thursday. She called me at 4 AM Wednesday morning screaming about how I needed to give her that $200 back immediately because she didn't have enough money in her account to buy something she really wanted off of Amazon, and since I was a stripper, it wasn't like I needed the money anyway. This happened on the same week that I had just moved and broke up with my boyfriend at the time, who was slightly more abusive than she was. I had no money left since I had to pay for everything out of my savings, while my ex was demanding that I pay him $1,200 for a birthday present that he bought himself. She said that if she had known that she didn't have enough for her purchase, she would have never loaned me the money in the first place. I hung up the phone while she was in mid-scream and paid her back her $200 on Thursday like I planned, in pennies, all over and under her bed covers. Left a note telling her that her $200 was on her bed. Laughed myself to sleep that night when her roommate told me how pissed she was. I normally would not say anything more about this wretched woman, but she was a great friend until she lost 150 pounds via a stomach sleeve because she was too lazy to exercise and diet. I shit you not. I offered to go walking or weightlifting or any kind of exercise-like activity, and she told me that she had already found the perfect way to lose her weight. Before this, she would pick me up from work on the weekends and demand that we go clubbing, then demand that I pay for all if it because she didn't make enough to pay for anything, as she shows off her stack of 100s to the bartender. When I told her no because she was racking up a bill of over $300 in alcohol despite being the DD, she yells at me for being a jealous hoe who can't deal with being the fat friend. This is also the same woman who took my keys to my apartment because she wanted to crash there while I went to a concert because I didn't spend enough time with her on her 3-hour shopping trip to find rave clothes. We spent the entire time at one store, all because she wasn't comfortable with her new body. She then ends up going to a restaurant a few miles away to eat, still with my keys, and demands that I meet her there immediately after the concert, which ended at 10 PM. Oh, and I don't drive, by the way, so I had to walk 2 miles in pouring down rain to get there. And then she demands that we go back to my apartment, which was 2 blocks away from the concert hall, because she's tired and doesn't want to drive home, and she wants to sleep on the new bed that I had just set up the day before, while I slept on the floor because my bed is more comfortable than hers. Good riddance to her. I've been much happier and healthier since I kicked her to the curb. Met through work, different stores. Hung out a few times in her room watching movies. Texted each other pretty much all day, non-stop. Lots in common, same sense of humor. Opened up to her more than anyone else in the last 15 years. She was separated, but not yet divorced. I was really interested in a relationship. She didn't know what she wanted, but kept me on the hook for a while. She finally told me we should just be friends. My friendship means the world to her. Also, the feelings hadn't all been one-sided. As usual, I'd already fallen hard by this stage. Her replies to my texting slowly faded until I was basically having to initiate every conversation. She would get angry at the smallest comments. Wouldn't reply for days. Sorry, I've been really busy at work. One day after a particularly painful text, I decided to just stop messaging her to see what would happen. That was over a month ago. Haven't heard from her. Think she's unfollowed me on Facebook. Still friends though, because she used to like all of my posts and tag me in heaps of stuff, and that stopped. That's fine. I've certainly unfollowed her. Biggest regret of the year is that we aren't speaking. She was such an amazing friend for the brief time we had. I'm not innocent in any of this either. I'm a massive introvert with fairly poor people skills. She was a rare find. I hope she's doing well. I miss our chats. There was a guy that lived across the street from me that pretty much became my best friend. He was an 8th grader and I was a freshman in high school. One day he introduced me to a close friend that went to his middle school and lived like 2 blocks from us. All 3 of us eventually became like a trio of best friends during the summer before they went on to high school. A couple months later, me and my friend from across the street were walking to the other friend's house on our way to school. Once they hit the corner of the block where our friend he stops me and says, "Hey, I don't like you talking to my friends. After today I don't want you talking to his guy anymore. It's either him or me." I was completely thrown the fuck off. I was so confused I didn't know what to say, and I thought to myself like, does guy think I'm his boyfriend or some shit? After that day I completely cut him off and never spoke to him again. I guess he was jealous, So he started spreading rumors and talking shit about me to his other friends in school. And I could care less. Eventually it got to the point where we ended up fighting after school. He apologized the following day, accepted his apology, but I told him I could no longer be his friend. Later he went to my house when I wasn't him, and he begged my parents to force me to be his friend again. They told him they couldn't force that on me. Him and his family ended up moving a year or so after we fought. I've ran into him a couple times. Since then it's been like 13 years or so, and I can tell by his face that he's still bitter about the entire situation. Probably going to get buried, but here goes. She was my best friend, but it was not a healthy friendship at all. She often tried to guilt me and turned everything into a competition of who has it worst. Basically, I was expecting to listen to her complain about everything, but as soon as I tried to confide in her, she would get pissed at me and say I shouldn't feel bad because her life was worse. She also had a ton of mental health issues, and so do I, but she would occasionally get suicidal and often self-harm, and I felt responsible for taking care of her. So when she moved away, I was secretly happy. She made new friends and stopped relying on me, but I tried to keep in touch. Then, about 3 years later, I was texting her and asking very innocent questions, but she twisted it around to make me a shitty person. Everything from high school flooded back, and I couldn't bring myself to respond. I just noped out and haven't talked to her since. It's been almost 2 years, and the most communication we've had was liking each other's posts on Facebook once or twice a year. I miss her, but I know I'm happier and healthier now. Blatant racism. I'll mention this first. There's two types of people who post on 4chan/poll/board. People who take it seriously, and people egging them on. I'm the latter, he's the former. When we met, I knew him as a glorious sheet poster who understood the 4chan culture as one that can do some cool shit, but also don't take it seriously. Once we became roommates, that's when the racism started to seep out much more from him. He was openly listening to podcasts such as The Daily Show and Fash the Nation. He at one point made a comment about Mexicans, while one of my best friends, who is Mexican, was next to him, and at one point was sitting with me trying to explain why we should take away incentive for non-whites to move in and give incentive for them to leave. My ideals and views are very liberal, but even without them, I can look at everything he's displaying as his values and say that none of this is okay without any hesitation and second thought. He bought into a lot of bullshit and pseudoscience. Race realism is so fucking dumb. I'm a sheet poster, not a racist. My wife and I offered a home to a married couple we were good friends with at the time. They were moving in from out of state and needed to get on their feet financially, while the husband found a solid paying job in the area. It was meant to be a temporary stay and they'd move out as soon as they were making enough to either rent or buy. In the meantime, we agreed on the first couple of months would be free of charge, then a small rent to offset their expenses while under our roof. 6 months later, and we've gotten zero rent. The guy both started then quit a nice commission job because he didn't like the commute, and we are out several $1,000s because we were naive and generous with our aid, including paying for the guy's license exam fees for that job he quit less than 3 weeks later. We drew the line and gave them 60 days to find a place and move out because we'd be moving out too. We rented. The apartment gave us their blessing for subtenants. They ended up going to live with wife's parents several states away. Funnily enough, wife blamed us for their misfortune and was mad that we limited contact after that bridge burned. Tried to gaslight the whole situation and made it about our inability to finance properly in accommodating for them. We cut off all contact after that. Side note, she claimed we turned all of our mutual friends against them with our skewed versions of the story. There's nothing skewed out of screwing us out of rent, never cleaning up after yourselves, and dragging us into debt to keep all of us afloat. TLDR, never, ever room with friends. It will destroy anything between you. TLDR, to be able to make up a story, rationalize it in her head, and then convince herself she is correct. She was new to the school. This was a second year of law school and she just transferred in. It can be tough to make friends, especially when transferring into a hyper-competitive environment full of type of personalities. I took it upon myself to become friends with her and introduce her to people. We quickly became friends, and she asked to hang just about every day. She was a cool girl and had an interesting insight into life, so I enjoyed her company and spent portions of almost every day with her. Her first mistake was driving drunk. She was never a big drinker in undergrad, so drinking was new to her. Being the lawyer in training she refused any sobriety tests and got an attorney. The attorney got the charge dropped to a reckless operation of a vehicle. This entailed getting her license suspended for 6 months. She was able to get driving privileges which allowed her to drive to school and doctor's appointments only. The day before her suspension was up, she was busted for driving outside her privileges. I got a frantic call at 10 p.m, hysterical, claiming the cops are out to get her. In between the sobbing, I was able to figure out where she was. I went to pick her up. I asked her where she was coming from. She said the gym. But the gym is not part of your privileges? I know, but I didn't think it was a big deal. And that statement, I know, but I didn't think it was a big deal, opened my eyes like Moses parting the Red Sea. This is a woman who wants to be a criminal defense attorney, the type of attorney where clients put their lives in your hands. I realized she was not just reckless, but stupid. How can you keep a criminal out of death row if you can't even learn the full scope of your driving privileges? Now the night she got busted for violating her privileges, my sisters and I were at a concert for a band that has not toured or released an album in 12 years. This was their first show back. I waited all summer for this, and she knew how excited I was for this concert. The band didn't even make it halfway through their set when she demanded I come get her. For some reason, she decided an Uber couldn't pick her up. The next 4 months showed a pattern of behavior similar to a sociopath, but a stupid one. Since her reckless op charge and her privileges violation, she blamed everyone, from the other drivers on the road, to the cops, to the prosecutors, to her attorney not knowing what they were doing for what happened. She never once accepted blame that maybe she was at fault. I realized she had an inability to be incorrect, no matter how far-fetched her arguments got. She told me she was a loser in high school that bloomed into the hot girl in college. It became clear to me that she still carried this resentment around with her, this need to always be defensive to protect herself. She clearly developed this in high school. I should have seen the warning signs. She never spoke about any of her friends from high school, undergrad, or her previous law school. The only time she ever spoke about it was when she told me her undergrad roommate stopped being friends with her because she, my friend, was too difficult. Whenever she would fly back home, she never hung out with any friends, only her boyfriend and her 2 younger brothers. When we would go out on the town, she started dabbling in drugs. She was causing problems, breaking up relationships, causing drama, being a problem to be around. Others started noticing. I sat her down, explained all this to her, and told her she needs to cut out the drugs. You're going down a bad path, is what I told her. She flipped, absolutely lost her mind. She found every way in the book to say she wasn't the problem, I was. Her inability to be wrong cut so deep into her personality, she made up that my girlfriend told me I couldn't be friends with her, put words in my girlfriend's mouth, and started spreading rumors about me. The funny part is that my girlfriend was friends with her and never once said anything negative about this girl. To be able to make up a story, rationalize it in her head, and then convince herself she is correct was something I never experienced before. I cut that off, lost her never-ending problem she would put on me, and feel so much better and relaxed. She still runs her mouth, but I have a killer reputation, and all her new friends cut her off and thanked me for trying to help her. I never once spoke about her or the conversation we had to anyone. That's not my style. She pissed on her own name by trying to drag mine through the mud. I'm not here to stroke my ego or dangle my cork, but I'm a genuinely good person and treat everyone I know with the respect they deserve. Everyone I go to school with knows this about me. Her sheer stupidity to try to take me down turned everyone we go to school with against her. Moral of the story, you just can't help stupid. I tried, and it was way more headache than it was worth. From what I know, she got the partying thing in control and is somewhat successful. I had a best friend who is bipolar. Last spring she was living with me and I told her she had to be on her meds, keep in contact with her mom, and get her car's insurance renewed. She didn't do any of those things. Her mom would call me to check up. I kicked her out. She was furious with me and started harassing me and bullying me through social media. I thought I had her blocked on everything, but forgot about Snapchat. She messaged me on there simply to tell me she was sleeping with my ex-boyfriend, who I was still in love with. A couple days ago she shows up at my boyfriend's to drop off a gift for me, but I wasn't there. Today my friend messaged me to tell me she odd and was back in the hospital. She told me friend that my ex apparently knocked her up, but she had an abortion. I assume this is a lie, since a couple years ago she lied to me about being pregnant, and I believed her. I think she even believed it. She wasn't. Not to mention, she told my boyfriend that she's pregnant when she dropped off the gift and ran away from the guy and his mom she was living with because they were mean to her. So I don't know what to believe. I'm afraid to be her friend again. This cry for attention isn't going to help her get to me. I know this is never going to be read by anyone, but it still feels good to get it off my chest. My heart feels torn, and I feel angry at her for hurting me, not to mention her poor mother. Once again, I'm sending out a lot of love for anyone having a bipolar person in their life who isn't trying to live healthily. Happy New Year's. Made music with a friend for 10 years. He was broke most of the time. I was not. So I bought the equipment and paid most of the rent. Then things changed for the both of us. I got broke, he got into money, but he still couldn't pay his full share, so I struggled with keeping the studio. Then it burned down to the ground. My insurance was shit. His was good. Although he didn't have any equipment, he got back about 15k with my receipts. I got 7k. Lost 15 to 20k in 5 years of work. So there we are. Me with my 7k, him with his undeserved 15k. I asked him, when are we going to start looking for a new place for our studio? He answers, I'm quitting the band. Me, okay. But we can still share a studio space. It's cheaper. If we pool our money we can buy one set of awesome equipment instead of 2 half-assed ones. Him, nah, I'm gonna buy my own and set it up in my kitchen. Me, to myself, fuck you asshole. He actually to this day, 10 years later, still message me sometime to ask to hang out. Even though I don't answer. Fuck him. And I'm not going to tell him. Because he's such an as that I'm not going to help him change that by telling him how much of an ass he is. He can think that what he did is cool so that he treats others the same way and never get any real friends. Fuck, I'm apparently still not over that betrayal. Edit a word edit to correcting grammar and adding a sentence for clarity. Not nearly as bad as some others, but I finally hit a breaking point with a friend a week or two ago. I always knew she was self-centered and that she really didn't care about me. She just liked me because I usually shared my drugs and alcohol with anyone who would let me spend the night. She also liked to use me to make herself look better by calling herself my mom and saying that she helped guide me to do adult things. I was 18 when we met. She was something like 24. I'm 20 now, and I went home for Christmas. My original plans didn't involve me going home for Christmas because I need to work to make money and stay in school, but my chronically ill mom had a stroke. So I ended up going home. I saw this friend while I was home. She never asks how I'm doing, so this time around I just kind of brought up the fact my mom had a stroke. She didn't even react. It was like, the minute I stopped talking, she turned the conversation around and talked about her ex-boyfriend. That gave me such a bad taste in my mouth. Like, I've always known she only really cared about herself, but damn. To not even ask is she okay, or even look worried at all, really hurt. So I have now noped out of our friendship. I need to have friends who can support me as my mom's health deteriorates. Not friends who only care about their own lives. So is highly pregnant, and we were away for the Christmas holidays. Asked him to look after our house and dog. I specifically asked him if he had plans for New Year's, because I don't want to leave our dog alone over New Year fireworks. He said no, he's going to stay in on the 31st. I don't have to worry. At this point I must mention I could have made other plans with the dog. New Year's Eve comes. Phone calls from the security company every hour on the hour. Our alarm is going off, but I cannot get hold of him. So freaks out. Eventually get hold of him. He went to a party 60+ km away and slept over. Get hold of another friend who I gave keys to just in case. Finds our dog going mental. We get back, and he pretends nothing happened. I make it clear I'm upset with him, and he faked up, turns into the victim, as usual. So goes into labor a day or two after. He keeps on pestering me with passive aggressive texts. Tell him to, but out until after everything settled with so and baby. Gets worse. Eventually invite him, and previously mentioned friend for a beer, to celebrate my firstborn. Declines on citing we have things to discuss on our own, not with other people. Fuck you. Where is he now? He's back with his ex he bad-mouthed and swore to never take back. Bought her a car. Heard from another mutual friend he's texting other girls behind her back. Left his band because of said girlfriend. TLDR friend lied. Got passive aggressive and played victim as he always when I get upset. Didn't give me a chance to experience my son's birth because he demanded we discuss things one-on-one. I realized that I felt depressed every time I hung out with him. Friends are supposed to make you feel relaxed and recharged. He was always finding something to complain about or criticize. For background, he's a short guy from a French background, and I guess he felt that he'd been dealt some bad cards in life. I only mention the French thing because it's a stereotype that French people are negative. Stereotypes come from somewhere, right? Every time we hung out he would somehow tangent the conversation into how horrible his dating life was and how crappy it was being a short guy, or he was complaining about work, or this, or that. It was always about him, and he wouldn't ask about anyone else. Sure, people need to vent, but I need you to at least tell me something positive, or ask how I'm doing. Over the course of our friendship he would complain about other people, to how other people had ditched him, how he wasn't invited to a wedding with good friends, etc. At some point you have to realize that you are the problem. Despite this he has a great career and is way above average looking, so I'm not really sure why he's complaining so much. Anyway, I had some other drinking friends who I didn't like that much and pawned him off on those guys. Now I don't hang with any of them. T's not as dramatic as some of these, but she used to do pretty terrible stuff to other people. Hack into her best friend's Facebook and read her messages from her estranged relatives, sometimes out loud to people for a joke. Found another friend's nudes on a fetish site and shared them. Stole from another friend. I stayed friends with her because I thought I could change her, and she was weirdly charismatic. You just wanted to spend time with her because you always had fun. She also had a genuine air of danger about her. You got the feeling that if you didn't play along, you'd be next. She was the most manipulative person I've ever met. Even when I discovered that she'd done similar stuff to me, I didn't know about. I'm really not a doormat, but she was so persuasive. When I confronted her, she apologized and said she knew she was wrong and she was going to change. The next day, she sent me gossip about another friend, and it was the final straw. I knew that she was an absolutely terrible person, and no amount of abuse from her, if I ended the friendship, would be worth the abuse we were already putting up without her fear. I blocked her on every platform and told other people what she'd done. As far as I know, she's still friends with some of the people she mistreated, but all our mutual friends dumped her after I did. We just needed someone to stand up to her. I think we'd all been afraid of the reprisals. Which, by the way, were pretty horrible. She led a smear campaign against me for several months, and even a year later, she was still sending abusive messages to my blog. I'm glad I got out of it, and it's really opened my eyes to emotional abuse outside of romantic relationships. I'm a lot more wary of who I befriend now. I wasn't allowed to name my child what I wanted to name her because that was the name she wanted to give her own child. I had been married for 3 years by that point and my husband and I were thinking about having a kid. She had a boyfriend, but she wasn't even pregnant or ever talked about wanting a kid. Name is ruined now for me because I just think of her bratty attitude. I'm the one who said, well, they can have the same name and they'll be best friends. How cool is that? And her response was that I was being very selfish. What the fuck? Also, she didn't like when other people wore too much purple because purple was her color. She would also emotionally vomit her problems at me and I'd listen, and then she'd complain that no one listens to her. To my face. When the friendship was over, she wrote a Vagabook post starting with I don't normally Vagabook, but, and proceeds to a sappy, self-vitamizing rant about how some friends just leave you and you gotta move on. She got a lot of sympathy comments to stroke her ego. She had a history of overall being emotionally manipulative, but dictating what I could and could not name my own child was icing on the cake. Fuck you, Shayna. For several years I would enjoy being with my best friend after work and weekends. We would go to bars, party, go to dinner and lunch, as well as vacations or just hang out. My best friend could comfort me when I was sad, stressed, lonely, frustrated or depressed. When I was happy and celebrating something great, my friend would join in and we would often dance with joy. One time when I was at one of the lowest points in my life and really needed help, my friend only made things worse, mocked and blamed me for my failures, and left me sick and crying on the ground, barely able to move. That's when I realized that so-called friend was really taking advantage of me, taking a lot of my money and time, messing up my marriage, other friendships, my job and even my physical and mental health. I finally resolved to totally end all my dealing with my former best friend and constant companion, and haven't had a drink in 8 years. I'm doing so much better with my wife, family, other friends, work and health, and get so much more love and respect from everyone, and I love and respect myself more than ever. I occasionally come across my former friend being with others I know. I just avoid getting involved again, but I sometimes warn people about what might happen, and often have a laugh with people like me who had similar experiences and drop this friend like poison. I didn't nope out of a friendship, but ended up noping out of basically my entire family. When I was young, my mother and father decided when I was in my teens they no longer or were willing to care for me. This all happened after an incident where my abusive father struck my mother and I finally retaliated, and he decided since he wasn't going to victimize anyone anymore I had to go. Long and short, they sent me off to live with a family friend who screwed me up for a long time. I don't talk much about it to this day and few people know or understand what all went on and what it did to me and made me for a number of years. Years and years later our relationship was always strained and we were very disconnected but still family. The final straw came when they lost their home and needed a place to stay for a while. Mind you, they lost the home because one of my siblings had a drug problem for years that they enabled, and I warned them would cause them to lose everything one day, and it did. I had a new life with an amazing fiance and a just barely 1 year old, so I agreed to let them stay with us. Even though my fiance and we are exactly in agreement, but she went along with it. We were against helping them, but for the sake of the kid having grandma and grandpa we decided to let them stay with us. Needless to say, things never change, and users will always be users. They never offered to help with anything, and were making no attempt to find a permanent place. They disrespected us and every rule we had about not smoking in the house etc. and would flat out lie when the house stunk of smoke. We had one last epic fight/argument and I made them leave. Of course now I'm the bad guy who threw mom and dad out. I don't talk to them or any of my siblings and haven't in about a year. Me, I don't feel bad and honestly have no connection to them and don't want or need one. I feel bad for my daughter since she will never get to know that side of her extended family, but at the same time I don't feel like not having them is a loss. Part of me wants to reconcile with my siblings and see my nephew again, but the whole situation is so poisoned and toxic I've just decided it's not worth it. They'd probably end up disappointing, manipulating or using her like everyone else they've ever known. I've made no attempt to contact them or my siblings and they've done the same. It's better this way, I think. I had a very close friend who I called my sister. She seemed like a very sweet person at first and always had time to check in and see how you were doing and was a really thoughtful person in general. But she had a dark side I didn't see until she got married after getting pregnant. She had a very sweet husband, really nice guy, but she started cheating on him. She would disappear to random towns and leave their less than a year-old baby with him, or sometimes she'd disappear in the middle of the night and take their kid with her. She wouldn't even tell me where she was. Then while I went to visit her one weekend, since I had moved a few hours away during all this, she blew me off completely, so I ended up staying in the house with her husband and baby. She reappeared with her ex-boyfriend, whom she had almost married a few years ago, until she cheated on him, lol, and asked her husband if it was okay if she and her ex stayed the night and slept in her husband's bed. Huge fight broke out. I tried to talk to her and get her to see that what she was doing wasn't cool. Lots more stuff happened, and she ended up telling me I was a terrible friend for not supporting her decisions. I tried over and over to talk to her, but at one point, she blocked my number. Haven't talked to her since. I have 3. The first, when I split with my ex, due to him having inappropriate convictions against children. I didn't know. I'll point out before I'm asked. He used to babysit our mutual friend's children. I told them from the start exactly what the police and solicitors said, had showed them proof as well due to it being of sexual nature and them having girls of his age preference. Her husband, being friends with my ex for years, said ex wouldn't do anything of the sort, he would tell the truth to him. The wife spoke to me years ago telling me all about the jobs they have, incomings and holidays. We haven't spoken since. Ex still babysits for them. Second, same issue as above, except she was reporting everything I've said and done back to him. As far as I'm aware they still slag me off to this day, but I have no contact with her, so I'm not sure what information she is using. Apparently I'm an alcoholic that falls out of pubs with random men. I was single for 7 years. Had one date where I drank lemonade as I drove myself home. Third, I used to pick his children up from school with my own on a Friday and he would pick them up from mine on his way home from work. One day in the summer, kids are having a water fight in the garden while I cook dinner. He walks into the kitchen with his trousers around his ankles, tells me he knows I want him, not my type and happily single. I swing the pan in my hand at him, hitting his business. Haven't seen / spoken to him since. Who needs enemies when our so-called friends act like utter knobs? My family has stopped talking to / allowing the presence of my sister's boyfriend while maintaining a relationship with her. It's all sorts of awkward and faked up. He got real drunk Christmas Eve 2016 and tried to start a fight with my brother. The police were called by my brother's terrified girlfriend. This was unacceptable, apparently, because the asshole had just gotten off probation for assault. The police leave, since there were no actual fisticuffs, and everyone goes back inside. He then spends the rest of the night berating my brother and his girlfriend. Sister, meanwhile, just cries and tells him to stop. He and sister don't come around much for a few months, then we kind of decide to let it go. Things are kind of okay for a while, until we have a party for my uncle who is visiting from overseas. Sister's boyfriend gets drunk again, and wants to relitigate Christmas. Around 2 AM he stumbles into my mom's bedroom insisting that she talk to him about it, and asks her to admit that the whole thing was my brother and brother's girlfriend's fault. Mom tells him to go away, she has to work in the morning. He starts yelling at her. She yells back. He pushes her out of her bed. All hell breaks loose. Sister dumped him. That lasted about 5 days. Mom made it clear he's not welcome in her house anymore. We just got through a very awkward Christmas. Sister was there, we all had a good time, but it was so weird just deciding not to discuss this huge elephant in the room. The build-up was realizing that she would only ever make plans with me alone. She had a group of friends, but I wasn't invited to do anything with them. That didn't bother me so much, because I like my own space. Then other things started happening. I asked if she wanted to go to the summer ball. She said no and tickets were sold out. She somehow got a ticket and went without me. End of year ball. She insists that she's going abroad, so she's not going. Her trip was cancelled, so she's going now. Oh, I haven't got a ticket? That's a shame. We'd get ready for a night out together, only for her to bail in the queue for the club or to use a queue jump to leave me in the queue by myself, and then disappear inside the club. We went to a party with a friend of hers once, only it turns out she doesn't like this friend very much. So she arrived at the party with us and then disappeared, leaving me with a girl she didn't want to spend the night out with. She went to a different party. We moved to the same city after university. We made plans a few times to get dinner or drinks or whatever. We were out for drinks. She says she's tired and wants to go home, so off she goes. And I go home. 3 hours later she accidentally Snapchats me from a nightclub. She whinges about not having friends here but then bails on plans with me and my friends who wanted to meet her. We make dinner plans. She's too busy with work, but then in a pub having dinner with someone else. I think there were 2 breaking points. The first part, where I thought I should probably bail, is when I was out for drinks with my friends and said I had to leave because I promised to go to her housewarming, and their response was, why? She bails on you all the time and you don't even want to go to her party. Realizing other people saw something I was overlooking was a real turning point. But like an idiot, I went to her party. She ignored me the whole time. The final part that shattered it though was when she laughed at something incredibly humiliating for me. Our university screwed up my degree at the actual graduation ceremony after previously faking up all my results. I had tears in my eyes walking the stage because they'd set me apart from all my peers with no specialism for something I worked really hard for purely because of their fuck up, and she was in front of me finding it funny that they'd screwed me over again. That was the moment where I just thought, fuck this. Fuck this to hell and back. I'm out. Friend accused me of internet drama by yelling at me online instead of just talking rationally. Actually didn't plan on noping out forever, but when I said I needed space, their response was to inform me everyone was talking about me behind my back and didn't like who I was becoming. I actually feel quite bad about the decision, even now. The person was doing a bit of coke here and there and already had severe anxiety and depression. Could tell they were struggling worse than before, but even a hint from me turned into them claiming I'm trying and it isn't easy over and over. I know losing friends is a fear of theirs, that they won't ever be loved. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy though. Act paranoid and distrustful long enough and even the most loyal people will get sick of being mistreated. Spent months trying to figure out if it was worth ending a lengthy friendship. In the meantime, made new friends. Realized hanging on to people who aren't kind is pointless when there are plenty of wonderful people who love me as I am. The truth is we just changed. Well, I changed. When we met, we were both very unstable. I was throat deep in a severe eating disorder. For the past 10 years I've worked so hard to fix myself, accept myself, and be happy. For about a year before our falling out, felt like I was walking on eggshells around this person, but had hoped that if I could do it, they could too. The truth was they just kept fighting every change, every boundary I made, like it was a perennial offense. I told them stuff first, and was honestly too stressed to share with others after the poor reaction I received. Turns out no one else freaked on me. Even those who didn't understand just asked a lot of questions trying to understand. The whole experience was really hard. I don't take relationships lightly, but I know I can't do the work for someone else who won't. What really hurts is I was willing to sacrifice for them from the start. When we met, we had a crush on the same person, who was crazy for me. I let my friend have them, and even told the person I was disgusted when they ended up using my friend for sex, strung them along. I was willing to let a new friend have what I wanted for them to be happy, even at my expense. But almost a decade later, and they couldn't be supportive of my positive life choices that, at worst, presented very mild, first world inconveniences to them on rare occasion. It has really shaped me for the better now. I've learned that, while it's wonderful I forgive, and I'm very loyal, that shouldn't have to come at the expense of my happiness. People who care are supportive and loving, even when they don't get it. It makes me sad that their personal fears and pain spilled over, and things ended, but that's life I suppose. This experience also gave me the courage to end things with a guy who was stringing me along, and to be more honest in communicating my needs. I feel secure that I can let go of those who just don't get that love is action. It's how we choose to treat people. This all happened on my birthday. First he starts criticizing my alcohol and drug use, when just 5 minutes ago he was showing off his new dab rig and standing there with a beer in his hand. Then he starts going off on how I spent too much money on my car. It's not the right car for me. I made a mistake. Meanwhile he's got a brand new Porsche and Audi in his garage and a faking Subaru in his driveway. Then he starts going off on a tirade about how being German has been so hard. I'll never understand the racial issues he's had to endure. Dude, I'm faking half Chinese, half Irish. Don't faking talk to me about being the subject of racism. And finally he starts going on about the war and his ancestors, completely forgetting the fact that I'm the one with a faking minor in 20th century world history. I know more about the faking war than you ever will. How dare you try to lecture me? Remembrance Day had just passed. I walked out on him at my own birthday gathering and have never spoken to him since. I've got two for this. So I went to an all guys high school growing up, and we had this group of friends that we always hung out with. I ended up getting a girlfriend senior year and she ended up hanging out with us a few times to the point where she became friends with a few other guys even after we graduated. One day we are all hanging out in a group talking with each other, and my girlfriend is right next to me. Out of nowhere one of my friends turns to her and says, "You're a dirty faking hoe." It caught everyone off guard and was a total non sequitur from anything we were talking about and completely unfounded. Around the same time he made a blatantly racist statement toward one of our Hispanic friends and didn't even attempt to take it back until the dean got involved. Looking back, I'm not sure why we didn't drop him sooner. Currently in my last year of college, I made this friend early on freshman year that was not the best mannered nor a good person. A big portion of his time at college he was in a rocky relationship with this girl. First time he was trying to hook up with her, they both got too smashed and were both sick. Later realized he was intentionally trying to get her drunk to sleep with her, and had I too not been sheet-faced, I would have smacked his ass down and told her to go back to her room earlier on that evening. Since then I've more or less just stopped hanging out with him. Also recently learned that he was physically abusive to her. The relationship was beyond toxic, and only hearing his side of the story definitely prevented me from seeing what a shit person they were. We were best friends since age 7. At age 10 she moved away. At 13 she moved back. At 14 she was living with me because her family was abusive, lie after lie after lie. Her mom finally broke down and confessed she only let her stay with me because she hoped my parents would be better influences, and she was just at her wits' end with trying to parent my friend. My then friend was using MySpace and Facebook to send nude videos and pictures of herself to 30-plus-year-old men. It started when she was 12 and still hasn't ended. Her Facebook still has her underage born on it. The girl was crazy. I started waking up to her staring at me or touching me. I'm a guy. She wanted to turn me straight. I started waking up to her trying to carve shit into my arms and legs. I walked in on her faking herself in my bed, giving her panties and bras to my younger brothers. She was batshit. So much of her crazy behavior building up. Overly sexual advances to anyone and anything she could get near. She was worse than a cat in heat. She was a pathological liar and thrived on being a victim. The final straw was her trying to seduce my significantly younger brother. I packed her sheet and kicked her out. She was 16, I was 18. Something happened to make her faking insane. She lied about the abuse she said her family put her through. She was smiling and laughing as she admitted it. She thought it was cute. She said the same rumors about my family. She bounced house to house for a while and is now shacked up with some 30-year-old creep downtown. She models online. She's addicted to several drugs and just generally going downhill fast. When we were kids she was my best friend. At 21 I still have scars from that nut job trying to carve her name into me. She's beyond help, beyond therapy, she tried it all. She was institutionalized at various points in time. She's just truly broken upstairs. I hope one day she gets proper help and medication. If I typed out everything wrong she ever did we would be here for hours. She was the true embodiment of a psychopath. Lacked empathy and control. TLDR at the end. Long story from the other side of a friendship sever, but it really messed me up, and I haven't told anybody other than my therapist and my 2 remaining best friends, and I feel like I need to share it. About 6 years ago, I was hanging out with my best friend who at that point I had known for 10 years. We'll call him Matt, though that's not his real name, and his female childhood friend, henceforth known as Sally, and her mother, Sandy. He has a couple of rare medical conditions and Sandy is a home health nurse that has been with him since before I met him, and he grew up thinking of her like a second mother, and Sally as a sister. They're the same age. So anyways, we were gonna play some Super Smash Brothers, and he went to the bathroom while I set up the game. When I stood up to pick up the controller that was on the couch next to Sally, I lost my balance, and when I put my hand down to steady myself on the couch, it landed on Sally's knee. I grabbed the controller, regained my balance and stood up. I hadn't thought anything of it, because I still thought of her as the slightly chubby little 8-year-old girl we used to play Legos with. As soon as I stand up she says, "Did you just grope me?" I was bewildered. What? No, I just lost my balance and was trying to steady myself. She decides she doesn't believe me. I don't know why. She'd known me for years by that time. I've never shown an interest in her, and I had a girlfriend at the time, and says no, you totally just groped me, and was convinced that it was an intentional malicious act of a sexual nature. So Matt comes out of the bathroom and was like, "What's going on?" And we both tell him our side of the story. He looks over to Sandy, his nurse, and she says she hadn't seen anything and won't take sides. Matt also decides not to take sides because he knows that I'm not that kind of person, but he doesn't want to hurt Sally. So I go home for the day, upset that Sally apparently had such a low opinion of me, but thinking that was the end of it. Fast forward to about 8 months ago. Matt was off his anti-anxiety meds for a couple days while changing to a new treatment strategy for his medical stuff, and was frustrated with me. He's venting to Sally via text message, and she just casually throws out, "Yeah, that's how I felt when he groped me 6 years ago," without giving any context or anything. Matt and I had both forgotten about that incident/misunderstanding. I only remembered it a month later, and he freaked out and had a panic attack over the fact that his best friend had apparently molested his sister. The next morning his parents contacted my parents and told them the situation and to ask me not to have any further contact with Matt. I don't know why they didn't come to me directly, or why he didn't confront me himself after having a few days to calm down, or why Sally decided to bring that up, knowing that Matt was in a vulnerable state being off his anti-anxiety meds, or why he believed her so unquestioningly. To be clear, I don't think she's lying. Exactly. I think she legitimately, albeit mistakenly, believes that I groped her, because even though she's got some issues, I don't think she's a bad person. We had been best friends for 16 years. I just want my friend back, you guys. T.TTLD, our best friend of 16 years abruptly severed all ties with me because his childhood friend falsely accused me of having groped her when we were teenagers. Edits. Formatting. He kicked me out of a D&D game and threatened me to pay me a visit to harm me. Didn't GVE2 flying facts until he said he would make my brother miserable, that he would harm him. FTR, my brother is autistic and I'm highly defensive of him. Snapped and replied him back that I knew where he works, where he lives, as well as his brother, where he studies, as well as his brother, where her girlfriend lives and studies, where they frequent geek stores near where I crash. I ended the sentence that if he ever set a foot 5 miles away of my home, I would call first my lawyer, the police and an ambulance for the sheet face. Pack my stuff, and with a dead on grim face I slammed my friend's door. This happened in a mutual friend's house who I also burned out for allowing this to happen, not doing the right thing, and taking his stance, and his expression was of between fear and shock. Surprised to say that excuse of a human filth hasn't dare to come to my home, lest to where I frequent. This was about 3 years ago. That killed my mood into playing RPG board games. Fuck that guy. So I had this friend who's from this rich family. She's my age and working, but still asks money from her parents if she wanted to buy anything, but her parents give her anyways because she's an only child and they spoil her to bits. Anyways, when we were hanging out she always wanted to go to these expensive, high-end fancy restaurants where one meal would cost a bomb. It's fine if you can afford it, but she doesn't really think about other people who actually need money for their daily lives. I guess she doesn't understand what bills are since her parents pay for everything. And everything has to be about her because she loves being the center of attention. Whenever she makes any plans, I must go through with it. If not, I'm a bad person who doesn't care about our friendship. But if I make plans and she doesn't like it, she'll just mire or show up late because she spent too much time doing her mac-up and conveniently forgot. Once we went to a bar and it was just supposed to be two of us drinking and having a good time, but somehow she invited some of her foreign friends and ended up dirty dancing with one of them and leaving me all alone in the bar while she disappeared to God knows where and didn't come back until closing. And somehow it was my fault because I didn't take the initiative to talk to the other guys and they also left because they thought I was too boring. I've lost count on how many times I've had to do something I didn't want just to please her. She always made me feel like trash and I guess enough is enough. I stopped talking to her and she didn't even cared. Why, I guess it's for the best though. TLDR, a good friend from middle/high school became a severe alcoholic, extremely manipulative, an aggressive liar, and an abusive boyfriend. Broke into my house, scared the family. So, we all knew he drank. He'd get up to stretch his legs or go to the bathroom every 10 to 15 minutes. When he came back he would always be off balance and smell like cheap vodka. He'd consistently lie to your face about it, even when you directly called him out on it. He did this for actual legitimate years. It's extremely obvious you've been drinking when I'm picking you up from the hospital after you blew a .32 and got kicked out of your house. His excuse was that he was only drinking beer and not the hard stuff. But, come on man, I've got eyes. I can tell you aren't fitting a 12-pack in your sling backpack when you've also got work clothes and other shit in there. It doesn't help that, while walking down the hallway you've knocked over every possible item on the walls, on shelves, in a closet. To make matters worse, he believes himself to be superior in every way to everyone around him, even me, his oldest and most trusted friend, to the point of outright and immediately assuming anything you've said is wrong. He's too lost in his own stupor to accept or even consider outside viewpoints. He thinks he's the intellectual king sheet while claiming him and I together could create a particle smasher. His words. His favorite scientist is Michio Kaku. If anyone's actually reading this, give that some thought. So, why is he no longer my friend? The last time I allowed him into my house I had picked him up from work because he was having girlfriend issues. We hang out in my room, I play videos, and show him cool shit on the internet he'd be interested in. Talked about the problems he was having, gave him food. Ick now, friendly sheet. Meant to say hey, I don't not care about you as a friend through actions. I don't usually buy or have much food, so it's kinda a big deal to share what I already have so little of. I should probably mention that he didn't ask, and I didn't offer. He just opened my fridge and started filling his hands with beef sticks, my only snack food at the time. For some faking reason this dipshit decides he's going to throw the food I had just given him literally into my face. Of course I didn't like that. Who would? You go out of your way to help someone and they literally throw it in your face. Usually it's figurative and a little easier to deal with. So, I of course get a little pissed off. I ask him if he ever thinks before he acts, or if he acts purely on impulse. I explain why I'm angry, and he starts to apologize. I accept it, and try to move on, but he is absolutely drunken rage and adamant that he must explain how sorry he is, that he hurt me, that I'm his only friend left, and his oldest friend. I mention that it takes him 6 months to reply to any messages I ever send him, 3 to even look at it. What kind of friend is that? So, Beach Fest continues. He's so wrapped up in his own stupid internal bullshit that he doesn't even notice how disgusted I'm in him. He nearly cries while attempting to manipulate me into forgiving him, even though I already had. At this point I'm totally done being in this guy's presence. I'm an introvert, and it takes a lot of effort to even go out and do things sometimes. Even hanging around old friends can be difficult because of intense anxiety. I went out on a limb for this student. He literally throws it in my face. Before we leave he runs to the bathroom for 20 minutes. Again. When he finally comes out he hands me his phone so I can read the texts he had just sent while chugging vodka to his now ex-girlfriend about how she's so evil, how she drives everyone near her to suicide. Some really nasty shit that, to be honest, reeked of more than just booze. It reeked of projection. I finally get him to get in the faking car and start driving him home. I've been there once and have a general idea of the area, but can't 100% remember how to get there. This dumb motherfucker won't tell me where he lives. Nothing. Not a single word came out of his mouth the whole faking time, while I'm saying stuff like maybe you could try saying a little more than nothing. Where do you live? Do you recognize X street? Nothing. He starts talking. He doesn't give me the right directions and tries to take me a few miles north of where he actually lived. He asks if I could clear off a bed at my house so he can have a place to sleep/stay for a while. I just say it kinda seems like you've already made your bed. Of course I won't let him stay in my house. Is he faking insane? I drop him off after finding the right place purely based on memory. He gets out and just stands there. I close the door for him and just leave him standing there. Maybe a shitty thing to do, but I didn't fuck your life up, dude. I didn't ask you to lie to everyone close to you. I didn't force you to drink so heavily. I would still maybe given him a chance if he wised up and made serious effort to stop drinking and lying. Unfortunately, and to cap off this gigantic 6,000 character story, he made the worst possible decision. I had absolutely no idea he was this stupid and arrogant. A couple days ago this dumb fuck beats the shit out of his girlfriend and is picked up by the cops. He's drunk. She won't tell them he had been hitting her. So the cops throw him in the back and ask him where he can go. He gives them my faking address and shows up while I'm not here. The door wasn't locked so this dumb fuck just walks in like he owns the place, walks upstairs and slams open my brother's door scaring the shit out of him. Eventually my brother managed to get him out of the house, but not before he attempted to manipulate my brother into letting him stay, saying he was a horrible person and that I had said it was okay. I hadn't. He walked out into the night. No one knows where he went, and I don't care to ask. As a person with general anxiety and an introvert, sullying the security, safety, and sanctity of my own home is absolutely unbearable. My one safe place was ruined. He's lucky I wasn't here. He would have fallen down the stairs a few times before the cops showed up to haul him off. I sent him one last message on Facebook and blocked him. He hasn't seen it. I expect it to have been read by mid-2018. This girl had been gaslighting me for months at this point. I was journaling every detail every time it happened because I genuinely thought I was going insane. Eventually, I realized I was not the problem, but that she was the catalyst. What drew the absolute final straw for me was when she almost got my sister killed. My sister and I were attending college in the mountains. She has asthma. One night we were going to see a movie with a group of friends. I get a call from said ex-friend and she tells me my sister isn't feeling too well and they'll both be staying in. This wasn't uncommon with the mixture of thin air from the mountains and stress of school. I thought she just genuinely needed rest. I didn't think anything of it until I look at my phone 3 minutes later and see over 10 missed calls from my other family members who were hours away and 3 voicemails. I immediately get scared. They don't do this unless it's an emergency. I tried calling back, but for some reason they didn't phone. So I listen to the voicemail and hear a panicked older sister telling me to get my other sister to the hospital. Apparently, this wasn't just an asthma attack. She could not breathe. When my family called her, they could not hear her speak because of the lack of oxygen in her airway. And despite using her inhaler several times, it was not working. I could feel my face turn white. I tell my friends I need to run to get to my sister, that she's in trouble. My incredible friends run with me across campus to my sister's dorm. I get in and get a look at my sister, who is on the phone with our older sister trying to convince her desperately needed to get to the hospital immediately. I didn't have time to even think about this other girl. My sister with the asthma was not thinking straight. She thought everyone was overreacting. At the time, I was trying to be a nursing major and could really comprehend what was happening. This ex-friend kept saying she was fine and that a trip to the hospital was not necessary despite my sister not really being able to speak. When I was not near my sister, this ex-friend would always be whispering into my sister's ear. I could imagine what was being said. Everything turned out okay. Eventually, we convinced my sister that she needed to go to the hospital. However, for good measure, this ex-friend made sure my sister sat in the front seat of the car exactly opposite of me and she sat next to me. I watched my sister's chest rising and falling and never took my eyes off her. I watched her struggle and her chest barely, quickly lift and lower. I was so scared something would happen and shut her airway for good before we got to the hospital. The ex-friend had done some major shit to me, but what drew the line was when she almost got my sister killed and lied to me about how bad it was. She knew better. She was just one of those people that wanted to start controversy. After this incident, I stopped being around her and kept my distance from my sister. She wasn't exactly innocent in this mess either. My sister knew better and said some very nasty things to me when I tried to call an ambulance. Asthma sister never apologized for the things she said, but I did not care. That night really messed me up. One of those breaking points where you learn a lesson, I guess. Me and my fiance made really good friends with a couple. We loved them so much that I made the girl my maid of honor and my fiance made the guy a groomsman. My fiance is pretty introverted, and the guy of the couple was the only guy my fiance has opened up to in the almost 4 years that I've known him. The guy was one of the doormen in our building, overnights, so the first 3 times he met me I was drunk, and my fiance would go downstairs and talk to him for 2 hours at a time. Since he was the doorman in our building, when we took a vacation for a week, we had him watch the apartment, looking at it as a win-win. Since we would be out of cell service for the majority of our trip, we left a credit card that we never use in case of emergencies. We also didn't know this for the vast majority of the friendship, but the reason that he would specifically work overnights is because he was homeless. He would work during the night and then sleep places during the day because it's not quite as weird here in New York City. We would often let him stay on our futon, but one time he came in without letting either of us know. Our neighborhood and building are incredibly safe, and my fiance forgot to lock the door after taking out the garbage. We asked him to leave before I had class. I go to school online, and our classes are video conference calls, but he wouldn't. He slept on the couch until 6 in the evening, when I could have been doing other things like vacuuming. One day, the couple was fighting, so I put everything I was doing on hold. I'm in grad school, so outside of my internship and classes, a lot of my schedule is pretty flexible. We opened a bottle of wine and just kind of talked, where I pointed out a running joke that we had that, since we knew the guy first, he would get us in the divorce and watched TV. While watching TV, he starts rubbing my thigh. It was really awkward, and I'm not good with boundaries, so I didn't say anything, and it went on for like a solid 45 or so minutes. I told my fiance about it, and when I was hanging out with a girl of the couple about a week later, they, of course, made up within hours, so I don't know what I was doing trying to console him, and I told her he started rubbing my leg, and it was really weird. She told him, and he starts flipping out saying that I was going around saying he molested me. Not true. Always the awkward leg rubbing. And then the girl starts flipping out because of me saying that he would get me in the divorce when I was trying to console him, which most women, I don't know about guys, tend to do to support their friend. Ultimately, me and my fiance decided just to block them. My fiance was hesitant because I found out that before we discovered that the guy was homeless, he loaned him $1,000. I pointed out that the ongoing craziness was not worth it and that he was an idiot because you don't go lending people $1K. Flash forward to about 3 months later, the card that we left for emergencies keeps being used on things that are incredibly suspicious. That is train tickets from New York City, cab rides for a little known cab company that me and my fiance use. The way that the purchases are, my fiance thinks it was me until I pointed out that it wasn't. Some of the charges are food delivery orders to the same neighborhood that the girl of the couple lives in. We cancel all our cards, but then it happens again. The second time, we reported him to the credit card company, not necessarily to the police, because we aren't 100% sure, only like 99%. Also, one of our doormen kicked the guy out of our building because he came to the building, even though he got fired. After that, we changed the locks on our apartment. Our guess is that he made a copy of the key when he was watching our apartment, which also explains how he got in without us knowing, and none of our card information has been taken since. TLDR, me and my fiance get really close to a couple, end it because they started out of drama. Find out later that they stole our credit card information and most likely were breaking into our apartment. He was a drug dealer and addict who kept using my car to deal drugs. I kept asking him to keep me and my car out of that, but he kept doing it. This led up to a huge con he planned out where he led me to believe he wanted to go check out a college with me in Florida. Turns out he was connecting contacts between his drug dealer in our state to another drug dealer he knew in Florida and to bring home a huge stash of cocaine in, you guessed it, my car. This ended in him getting arrested and my car being impounded. He was also a chronic liar. It would usually be little things, like about the number of women he was banging. These women would always conveniently have left right before I arrived, or would be coming over right after I left. He also makes money on the side by disposing of bodies for the mob. And every famous celebrity would apparently be in his vicinity whenever he goes out alone, because he supposedly met Megan Fox in the shitty bar around the corner from his house and just so happened to pass Anthony Hopkins on the street, who invited him to dinner. Oh, and Jackie Chan taught him martial arts in one afternoon. He also starred in a shaving commercial that aired during the Super Bowl and knows karate and kung fu. His lying got so bad that when he told me he had lung cancer, I didn't believe him. And of course, he soon started asking me for money for his treatments. I never really found out if it was true because I stopped hanging out with him after that. It sucks because that was a 10-year friendship. I guess I just ignored most of it when I was younger because I didn't have many friends. But as I matured and one of our mutual friends, who had already cut him off, kept pointing out his bullshit, I finally got sick of it. During the recession my ex's wages plummeted and he lost jobs a lot due to restaurants suddenly closing. He'd show up for his shift to find the doors locked and a paper note. Because of this I worked 2 jobs. I managed a boarding kennel at a vet's office full-time and pet sit in people's homes mornings, lunch breaks and evenings. I would often work 16-hour days to just keep us from foreclosure, so if I blocked time out of my schedule to hang out with a friend I was missing out on money we needed, and most of my friends took this very seriously and made sure their plans were firm before asking me to join them, and they understood if I just couldn't take off work. Except one. She would expect me to drop what I was doing at a moment's notice, to hang out then get mad when I couldn't. I would schedule off to do things with her, and half the time she'd cancel on me. She teased me for owning a house when her rent was $200 cheaper every month. The final straw was when she cancelled plans on me 10 minutes before I was leaving my house to meet her to go drinking with some people she worked with. She just couldn't understand why I would be hurt by this behavior, even though she knew we ate ramen all week so that I could afford a night out. I hope she enjoyed those years. According to her Facebook she got priced out of renting her own place and had to move back home, can currently only keep a part-time retail job, and is a serial creep dater. I refinanced peak recession due to the HARP program and pay $500 less each month than the average rent in my area, have a wonderful boyfriend and I don't spend all my time insulting people who eat beef. I'm being petty here, but I still feel annoyed when I remember how just sad and exhausted I felt that evening when she bailed on me. Every single thing we talked about, it all turned around to be about her. She would tell really blatant lies, some of which I questioned her about. If I did that, she would turn it around and somehow make me feel bad. One in question. I told her I had donated blood on the weekend. I'm also a pretty in-demand blood group. For those who don't know, that particular blood group is called the universal blood group. Anyone in the world can accept so it's quite wanted. She then proceeds to tell me that she and her grandmother has a really rare blood group. One day while in hospital, her grandmother needed a blood transfusion. She then said that the nurses did a transfusion straight from her into her grandmother. It came out of her arm and straight into her grandmother's arm. Another time, I was on the other side of town at a 2-day training seminar for work. I was put up in a hotel for 2 nights. It was easily a 1.5 hour drive back to my side of the city. On the first night at the hotel, Monday, my father was taken to hospital. So I drove to the hospital to see him and make sure everything was okay. I got back to the hotel at about 2 am. At 9 am I was at the training seminar and my phone was off. That night, Tuesday, we all went out to dinner at a Japanese restaurant, 30 of us having a really lovely night. I could not hear my phone. We got back to the hotel at about 11 pm. I went straight to sleep. Wednesday morning back for the last day of training. Again had my phone, but it was on silent. At about 10 am I got a text from my brother. I was an auntie again for the 3rd time. Finished the training and drove straight to the hospital to see my new nephew. I didn't make any calls to my friend as she was at work. She works until 9 pm each weekday. I got home, went to bed. Next day I'm at work. I'm busy. I don't use my phone at work. I'm kind of old school like that. At about 3 pm I get a text from her, so you couldn't be bothered calling me or texting me, huh? I'd really had enough. I called her straight away and she forwarded my call to voicemail. I left a message and hung up. I've not heard from her since that day, and this was in August. I don't miss the drama. In our friendship, I was always the one who called. And that was alright for me, because usually I was the busier one. Even after I moved cities to study, we would still meet every time I visited home, which was practically every weekend, walk my mother's dog and talk. After some months, I got into a hard life situation. My boyfriend got very sick, and I really needed someone to talk to. Turned out she didn't want to be that person, because after I started talking about my troubles, she would cut me off as soon as possible and start ranting about irrelevant stuff, mostly her annoying colleagues at work. After I realized that I contacted her less frequently, but because we had a long history, I didn't have the courage to cut her off completely. Until this happened. After we hadn't met for about 6 weeks, I hadn't called her because my boyfriend had surgery in that time, plus I had to cram for the hardest exams of my study course. She called me. For the first time in 10 years of friendship, she didn't have enough cream at home to bake a cake for her family, who would drop by her house later. So I let her come over and gave her some cream. She started talking about the vacation she enjoyed with her boyfriend 3 weeks ago, gave me a souvenir from there. I didn't even know she had intended to travel, and finally she told me that they were engaged now. That actually hurt, because I knew that this was a very big deal to her. Still, she hadn't thought of telling me about it until she needed cream from me. When I asked her why she hadn't told me sooner, she stated that sending a text from a foreign country was too expensive. This is a long one, but one of my favorite stories. Friend of 15 years, whom I mostly got to know because we lived close to each other, invited me over to his parents' house the day before Christmas for some drinks. I accepted and he came to pick me up, even though he lived 1/4 mile down the road. I could tell something was off, and just as I asked him what was wrong, he stopped the car in the middle of the road in front on his parents' house and did a burnout, completely silent, with his middle finger out the window, until one of the tires popped. He then pulled into the driveway and got out to face his screaming dad, while I sat in the car in shock. After a while they seemed to have made up, so I dared to enter the house. It was my friend and his girlfriend, his dad and his girlfriend and my friend's uncle. They were all completely smashed, and it didn't take long for my friend to start arguing with his dad again. My friend said barely a word to me all night. He just alternated between having a screaming match with his dad in the kitchen and doing shots in silence in the living room while staring maliciously at everyone. Finally, after punching a hole in the bathroom door, he went to bed. During this time, as I was chatting with my friend's girlfriend and uncle, the uncle suddenly started chuckling and looking at me, threatening to beat the shit out of me for looking at him wrong. I didn't know if it was a bad joke or serious, but luckily my friend's dad came into the living room before anything happened and told us to join him in the kitchen for a coffee. I thought finally they are getting ready to go to bed and I can leave. No more than 5 minutes pass, and now my friend's dad and uncle was arguing in the living room while I was in the kitchen with the women. As in getting ready to leave, they suddenly turned to me with tears in their eyes, saying they are afraid that the uncle will try to rape my friend's girlfriend in the night, and they want me to stay and protect her. The uncle is twice my weight and a convicted, violent felon and has already threatened to beat me. But what can I say in this situation? So I agree and wait for everyone to tire themselves out from screaming and go to bed. After sitting in the dark living room for some minutes, watching the uncle, waiting for the house to go quiet, I silently leave and go home. The next day my friend calls me again and asks me to come over so he can wish me a Merry Christmas. I go, and when I get there, first of all everyone is drinking again at 11 AM, looking strangely at me for refusing a beer. Second of all, I get no excuse for their behavior whatsoever, and lastly, the uncle is mad at me because I didn't put a blanket over him before I left and he got cold in the night. But that wasn't the last time I saw my friend. Sometime later he calls me again to go have a few drinks. I wasn't really in the mood, but he promised I would be home before dinner. So he picks me up again and we drive to the local corner store to pick up some beer. But as we leave, he doesn't drive towards his house. What's up? I ask him. He tell me we are going to one of his friends, whom I have only met once. It's his birthday. I do not want to go, but I say nothing. As we get there, a bunch of our other mutual friends are there, and it turns out to be a pretty good time. Then, someone asks my friend what we are doing later. Fruitcake Ronin and I are going to this spot where illegal street racing happens, he says. I was also not aware of this plan of his, but again, I say nothing. At this point I have given up all hope of making it home today. I spend the night around people I don't know, watching illegal drag racing. I don't even have a license. I spend the night at his place in his grandma's basement. The next day, I'm once again offered a beer at 11 AM but refuse, to much dismay. His grandma asks us to go to the store and pick something up for her. Sure, no problem. On the way back from the store my friend gets a call. As I listen to the conversation he suddenly starts talking about him and I having a barbecue this evening. This is the last straw. I tell him no way, I'm going home. I realize that he doesn't respect me in any way and feels like he can treat me and do with me as he pleases. And that was the last time I spoke to him. A little late, and I've told this story before, but it needs to be reiterated every goddamn time. My ex-best friend was a good guy. Always had things going on at his parents' house, always had a decent amount of friends, and always seemed to have the right words for any situation. A few years ago I started to notice that he speaks in different tones with different people. I started seeing patterns when he would not care for the situation, or wanted to be seen as someone who is being truthful. When my wife and I were dating for a while and he started dating someone, I started to get the tone. We invited them out to our summer house and everything seemed fine. They seemed to enjoy themselves, and we invited them out again. He told me how they had a horrible time and that our home was dirty and disgusting. Warning sign number 1. I should have nipped it there, but I'll let it go. Wife and I got married, and he was my best man. We had a guys' night out, and he completely trashed my wife and said how his fiancée didn't like my wife at all. We were both supposed to be in their wedding. He tore me apart after inquiring about a New Year's party that I was going to throw. He usually throws it, but decided not to that year, so I said I would do it. He was fine with it, and I invite his friends as well as mine and so on. When I asked him if he was coming, he said he was going to wait to see if any of his other friends were going to throw a party before deciding to go to mine. Told him that we had already agreed I'd throw the party instead this year, and I had already invited his friends, and he says he never agreed to that, and that his friends won't come because they either live far away or they are too poor to come. Went on to say how much he pitied me and that I needed him and his fiancée in our lives. Ended up tearing into him in defense and kicked him out of the apartment. That should have been the end, but it wasn't. Few weeks later, my wife tries to get us to sit down and talk about everything. He claims he cannot recall anything about that night. Bullshit. A month or so later, the bridal shower happens, and his fiancée asks for my help in bringing back their gifts. I have no problem, so I bring my car around and start helping load up. While bringing stuff out, the guy says to me, "Oh, well, I guess you can come over." Like I brought my car around and just started loading their stuff up into my car on my own doing. I tell my wife in the car what happened. We get to their place. I drop off their sheet and leave. Dropped out of their wedding and their lives the next day. My wife had a gut feeling that something was off from the beginning. She swears she felt jealousy whenever they hung around us, and who knows, I had a feeling after our wedding and the first fight that it was heading to an end, and I guess my gut feeling was true. Lost a few mutual friends over it, but if they knew what he said about all of them that first night when he was raving why none of them would come to my place for the New Year's party, he'd be left with nothing but his thumb up his ass. This guy had always been the type of friend to insult you, bring you down, etc. We are quite different people. He's into sports. He's a party animal. He flirts with every girl he sees. I'm a little overweight, kinda quiet, and shy around women. Basically, he's pretty cool and I'm not. Previous comments or shutdowns were kind of forgiven or brushed off as a joke, and maybe they were, but eventually I just got tired of it. One night we were at a party. I'd tagged along with another friend, so neither of us knew most of the people there. But of course my cocky friend just goes right in and starts mingling, flirting, etc. Whatever, I just relax and join in some drinking games. There's this other guy playing drinking games who neither of us had met before. My friend strikes up a conversation with him, they get along, and wander off into the party. At some point, I join in the conversation with those two, and my friend pulls his usual sheet on ultimato spiel. The whole night his jokes had been pretty mean. Actually, I can't remember exactly what was said, but it was probably about my weight, my social skills, etc. So I just tried to roll my eyes and get to know this other dude, but it was too late. I don't know if this guy was just a straight up asshole, but he decided at that point that he was going to talk down to me for the whole night. Could have just been my manner, could have been how my friend was treating me. Suddenly I was some underfoot freak who had no right to even talk to these two alpha jackasses. So this other guy shoots me dirty looks every time I say something, smirks over me whenever my shortcomings come up in conversation, tries to get away from my as soon as he can, etc. It was actually the shittiest way I remember being treated since high school. It was subtle, but the guy obviously thought I was a waste of space and wanted to spend the night chilling with my oh so cool friend. My problem is that my friend did not notice. In fact, he played to the other guy's disdain to me with more jokes and gossip aimed in my direction. Being shat on so hard quickly ruined my night and made me a very depressed drunk, and naturally my friend was too busy mingling to care. Because he was staying at my place, I didn't want to leave and stuck it out for 2 hours, but eventually I just went home. To my friend's credit, he did join me when I said I was leaving, apparently suddenly realizing how depressed I was. But my mind was already made up. I wasn't going to speak to him again. You don't stay friends with people who make you feel like that. So the events leading up to it was that he had become gay. I don't have a problem with homosexuals at all. Then he became a liberal on the extreme side. I'm an independent with liberal leanings, so know the worst. He became an atheist. Perfectly fine, I have issues with organized religion myself. Then he became a pretentious prick. Anything except his viewpoint was incorrect. Logical discussion was out the door. So it wasn't a discussion, more of a being told how I'm wrong. No matters logic or reasoning. That's what killed a friendship of over 10 years. Once civil discourse and discussion ended, we spread further apart and had less and less alike. He posted a dubious article on atheism spread in a prominently Catholic area. I'm not Catholic, but work with a Catholic company and know the numbers. I pointed at Snopes' article and the Catholic registry numbers, and he went off the rails on how I should check sources, and Snopes isn't always right. I'm well aware of it. After that I stopped contact and I removed him from Facebook and my phone. It pains me from time to time. I wonder if it wasn't for social media and the invincibility of not having face-to-face discussion, if our friendship would have continued. But then I remember, I don't need that shit in my life, and I've got a ton of other things in my life that don't involve him, that I'm perfectly happy in. There was a lot of things leading up to it, but essentially I figured out that he didn't give a shit about me as a person, and only kept me around as a way to feel better about himself. He was better than me at a lot of things. He came from more money than I did, and those were two things he loved to flaunt at me. He was extremely competitive, and I wasn't. I always felt inadequate and jealous around him, and that was very toxic for both of us. We stopped hanging out as much toward the end, maybe seeing each other once every few months. The final straw that broke the camel's back was when I was trying to make plans for my wife's birthday and invited him and his wife to come tubing down a local river with a group of friends. I messaged him on Hangouts, laid out the plans, the date, time, everything. I even sent him the link to the website for the tube rentals that included a map on how to get there. He said sounds good, we'll confirm closer to the date. I didn't hear anything else for a week and I decided to check in with him and get a final head count for who was going. Conversation went like this. Hey, are you guys ready for the tubing trip? What? Tubing trip? I thought you were going out to dinner or something. I'll have to ask the wife if she can get the day off from work. Motherfucker didn't even read anything I sent him. He didn't give a shit about our plans at all. Spoke volumes about how he felt about me or our friendship. That was the moment I noped out. Friends for over 15 years, good friends. We had gone through good and bad times, but always made it out the other end laughing. A few years ago I became depressed, suicidal. It was a very tough time for me, and I didn't really tell anyone except my friend. He was supportive, but of the attitude, get over it. I moved away from my home country to hit the reset button on life. We stayed in touch on a daily basis. I started working on myself, counseling, meditation, mindfulness, etc. It all helped me, and now I'm in a far better place in my life. While I was working to improve my situation, I began to see that my friend was also depressed and had been for some time. I had stepped outside the misery and could see he was where I was. While my messages were of encouragement, support, and positivity, his were the opposite. For the past few years, the same thing has been happening. He complains about how toxic his relationship is with his girlfriend, hates his job, hates his life, hates everything, and how he needs to make big changes, which he will do in the new year. He has been saying the same thing every year. So it came to a point where I had to sit him down and tell him some hard truths. Things like, only you can make these changes, you need to want to change, etc. He wants to break up with his girlfriend, but told me that he wants her to do the breaking up because he doesn't want to look like the bad guy. This really boiled my blood. He just changes the subject when it gets too real. Then he started to say that we had very similar lives and that I would be doing the same if I was in his position. It was at this point I realized that he had never understood what I had gone through. I had been in his position. I even went to the point of trying to figure out which form of suicide would be the least traumatic for those who found me. I just felt that no matter how much I tried to help him, I was falling back into the misery that I was trying so hard to stay away from. In the end, I just cut ties. For my own good. I don't regret it. We were roommates and best friends up until this incident. She was going back home to Europe for the summer, and I was also going back home, 2 hours away. The last night before all of our stuff has to be out of the apartment, she decides to go out without any of her things packed or taken care of. The next day, she packs in the morning, gets on a flight to Europe, and asks me to take the rest of her things to another friend's house. I agreed, thinking it would be one box. Not only did I have to pack my things into my car, but she also left kitchen appliances, shower stuff, pictures on the wall, books, radios, you name it. And most of it was not packed. I was livid. I had to have this dorm empty and keys returned in 3 hours without any help. In the end, I could only fit my things in my car and one box of her things. Her friend that was supposed to take her things couldn't come and help, so I had no choice but to throw most of her things out. In the end, she harassed me for months about throwing away her important family pictures, books and even some clothes. I tried to prioritize the more expensive items. Eventually I had to cut off all contact with her. Clearly if it was so important, she would have taken care of it before leaving, or at least pack it together. Never again will I overextend myself like that, just for someone to cheat on me due to their own negligence. Still makes me sad, because we still share so many close friends, and were like sisters before this. This is a story about my best friend noping on me. TLDR at end. We met first day of 6th grade at 12 years old. Became instant best friends. She's the only best friend I've ever had. She even told me she'd seen me the year before on the bus and wanted to be my friend, but didn't have the nerve to talk to me. Some background on her: she didn't have the best home life as her mom and stepdad were kinda creepy. Mom had an easy temper and would get verbally abusive. One time I did witness her slap my BFF's little brother so hard he slid across the aisle at the store we were in. It was because he was playing with his wallet and it slid under the shelves and had like $5 in it. And yes, some people did call her out on it, but I don't believe anything official happened, and that's the only time I witnessed her getting physical. My BFF would have some emotional outbursts at times as a result of her home life, I'm sure. Like, I'd be staying the night and she suddenly would get angry out of the blue and not want me around. One time during a sleepover she was so adamant during her anger that her mom had to take me home in the middle of the night because she was throwing a fit. Another time I slept over and she just didn't want me in her room anymore, so I slept on the couch. Woke up in the middle of the night to her blind stepdad kneeling next to me. He then leaned over, kissed my forehead, and went back upstairs. He was naked too. So yeah, she had a messed up home life, but I wasn't going to stop being her friend because of it. I felt she needed me more because of it. After just a year they moved back to PA from where we lived in TN. Our friendship stayed strong. I went to visit them the summer I turned 14 for like a month. It's hard enough for adults to maintain friendships at that distance, but two kids did it. That's how close we were. We of course wrote letters all the time. This was the 90s, and I didn't have a computer. My mom didn't believe people needed them at home. She did have a PC though, and at 16 she's the one that helped me track down my dad I'd never met using her computer and phone calls between us. She even came to visit me for my high school graduation at 17. I then went to visit her again at 18. After she had a steady decent job and no longer lived at home. So we were pretty frequent on our communication and maintenance of our friendship. Then I was 20 and engaged to be married. She was of course going to be my maid of honor. We had this plan that I would come to PA and live with her for the whole summer I turned 21. It was like a last call before being married, where I'd be her roommate, get a job, and help her pay half the bills. Plus we'd get to party together for my 21st. But her boyfriend, we'll call him Blave, suddenly got kicked out of his apartment supposedly because of his roommates. So he temporarily moved in with my BFF right before I got there for the summer. She really liked Blave and confided in me that she wasn't being herself with him because she was afraid it would scare him off. She still had a lot of emotional problems from her family and hadn't worked through them. So two things happened after I got there that I blame for her noping out. One, Blave and I got into a heated argument. Like I was surprised how vehemently he was arguing with me, like he was angry about it, and it was over the dumbest thing, and he was so upset. We started talking about Quidditch, and he said it was so stupid as a game because whoever caught the snitch always won. I pointed out that he was wrong, in that the team who caught the snitch in the World Cup actually lost the game, because you just had to score more goals before they caught it. He refused to see reason and just kept arguing angrily about it, so I kept telling him he was wrong and pointing out how he was wrong. This upset my BFF to see us fighting like that over something trivial too. Then another day, she threw one of her tantrums she was prone to, but had been careful to hide from Blave. She was working on her computer and couldn't get a part to fit. So she threw it across the room and curled up in her chair and pouted. He looked straight at me and said, "What did you do to her? She wasn't like his before you got here." The next day, after being there for less than 2 weeks into our summer of fun and independence, and having a couple job interviews already, she asked me to leave. I cried because she told me she got to where her and Blave were avoiding coming home because I was there. Maybe I reminded her too much of her crappy home life, and she felt I brought out those tantrums, but I know she was afraid she would lose Blave because of her issues she was hiding. So she hosed him over me, who had been in her life for literally half her existence. All our communication just suddenly ceased on her end. She made no effort, wrote me no letters. She would respond to me at first, but once social media got popular and I found her on Facebook, she would accept my friend request, only to quietly delete me later. Every now and then, when I think of her, I'll send her a friend request, maybe once every few years, and she just ignores it. I think about and wonder if she's happy and okay, but it still hurts, and I still don't know what I did wrong. TLDR. Best friend for half my life chose boyfriend over me and stopped contact. It was a long time coming, but we'd been practically best friends for over 10 years. She was going through a divorce and understandably started to go a little wild. For about 2 years I dealt a new set of trays from her, hoping it was just a phase. Spending all her time with me messaging other guys, carrying on with another woman's man, and making fun of her looks. By the way, she'd been cheated on and certainly didn't think the other woman's behavior was excusable then. Drinking constantly, showing up at my place drunk, sometimes with her kids, getting a DUI, and always making me drive so she could still get hammered. She became an extremely selfish, reckless person who I didn't recognize. She just started to seem so ugly on the inside. When my dad was in the hospital, and I was there by his side for weeks, no matter how I begged for space, didn't even bother asking for support or compassion, she would guilt me about not hanging out, or calling her enough, like every day or two, that she needed me. Last straw, I was in a friend's wedding, and she wanted me to drive her to the bachelorette party, obviously so she could get tanked, while I played mom. But she didn't want to go to the first stop, and tried to get me to skip it. I told her I would be going to the whole thing BC I was in the wedding and she should take an Uber and go separately. She blew up my phone for the remaining 2 hours beforehand. I went, and when I saw her at dinner, she, drunk already, burst out, "I've been calling you all night." I said I know it. And, though I had asked to not drive her, guess what? She had her mom drop her off, so I could take her home, lol. So I'd just been to a beer tasting, and now I'm her faking DD again. So I stopped drinking while we went to a club, watched her make an ass of herself, in a couple hours said we had to go. She gave me a hard time about it. I'm walking out, she's nowhere to be found. I figure she's in the bathroom, waiting, calling her phone, no answer, for a half hour. Finally I faking left, and have never talked to her since. Not only has she never apologized, she seems to have no idea why I stopped being her friend. We were roommates and he didn't really give a shit about the apartment or my seemingly simple requests. Asked if I had my share of rent early on multiple occasions, so he could go drinking. He had already drank his share of the rent. I called him out on it, and he said he'd take care of rent. I was sick, think stomach bug, and missed work that day. I texted him that, if he went to the bar that night, not bring a lot of people back to the apartment, because I was sick. He brought almost the entire bar back for a party. I had a big project and presentation I had to give at work the next day, so I texted him please to not be loud, because of the reason above. Brought the whole bar back, go our house again. Had a super loud party in the middle of the week. At some point in the early hours of the morning I ended up driving to my parents' house just to get sleep. Also, he was a shitty pet owner, not like abusive, just lazy. His cat would cheat on everything because the litter box never got cleaned unless I did it. I told him that is be moving out at the end of the month. Gave him my share of rent and little more in case he had to break the lease or couldn't find a roommate to replace me. Haven't talked to him in 6 years. A friend in boarding school, maybe. I'm Danish and don't know the exact word for that kind of school, which was already kinda toxic to me and other friends. She would talk shit behind our backs and never seemed to realize it. Then she started dating one of my friends, which to me was just a bad idea to begin with, but I didn't want to spoil it at the time. Then when they broke up, she asked me to talk to him, which I did, but not much progress was made. Then when I said I couldn't do much about the situation, she insisted that I was beside them when they would talk to each other, like every time. Many of the times I tried to help, she just wouldn't listen to me and said I should stop picking his side and be supportive of her. Then when the year finished and we all went home back to our hometowns, I started to become better friends with the dude she dated. She of course got pissed about it and began to talk more smack behind my back. Then when we haven't talked for like a year, she writes all nice to me and how much she missed me. Looking at this, like she realized some of the mistakes she have made, I wrote nicely back. But after just short 10 minutes of texts, she asked for about $40. It was a good month for me, so I gave it to her, but with the deal that I would get them back ASAP. After 1 week of no money in sight, I asked her where my money was, since I thought 1 week was enough time for her to give me some sort of answer. Turned out she had me blocked and only responded after 3 months with the excuse that she forgot about it. My final message to her was something like, okay, bad excuse. I'm done here. Keep the money, which she still haven't responded to, and it's now been 1 year since that message and goddamn it felt good to get rid of her. I'm in the middle of breaking up with my best friend of 7 years. It faking sucks. We've been through so much together, but she's going down this stupid path right now, and despite every effort to help her, she just won't listen. She's married and doesn't want to get divorced, mostly because that means half of her sheet would be his, and that is very much not the way they do things in their household right now. She makes 3x what he does, and while she does help him out with some of his family's expenses, pretty much what's hers is hers. In a hoe, the money thing is not my problem. Thing is, she met this other guy, and she is seeing him. Now, she did tell her husband, because they promised up front, to always be honest with the other person should either develop feelings for someone else. But he did not take it well, as can be expected, and instead of her dealing with it like an adult, she's seeing dude in secret. Thing is, her husband isn't dumb, so he knows on some level, and so their house has been super tense the past year. Like, I'm willing to listen and offer advice, but if you choose to stay in a shitty situation for over a year and have no plan to change the situation and just want to complain about said situation all the time, you're just not a good person. Or at least the person I thought you were. Nothing worse than getting worried calls from him asking if she stayed at my house overnight, and I haven't even seen her for a few weeks because she's pissed at me for not dropping everything and fixing her problem, which has been going on for 18 months now, actually. Weens for close to 10 years. I asked to buy her old broken iPhone 6 Plus as a Christmas gift to my 13-year-old brother. She offered to sell it to me for $200. I agreed to purchasing it on the condition that I can try and fix it first. I repair iPhones in my spare time. She agreed. I got the phone, replaced the battery, and long behold it worked. She asked for the phone back so he could import her old photos, to which I understood. The day before Christmas I asked if I could come pick it up and pay for the phone, as Christmas was the next day and he was expecting that gift from me. She said she's been really busy and had not gotten around to it, but should finish that night. I asked again the next morning and she started to make excuses and finally told me she did not want to sell the phone anymore, or not for the original price of $200. Tried to tell me the phone was now worth upwards of $300 and that I pressured her into selling me the phone for such a low price, when in reality I asked how much she wanted to sell me her phone for and she said $200. She denied telling me that she offered me $200 for the phone, so I screenshot the texts of her asking me $200 for the phone, at which point she accused me of photoshopping the texts and demanded a timestamp, which I provided shortly after. She continued to deny that we had agreed to that price and said that she did not sign any contract with me or anything, so there was no agreement of sale. She also said that I fixed her phone for fun because I enjoy doing that kind of stuff and that she did not have to pay me. She also went on to say that the work I did on the phone was 15 minutes of uncertified sheet work that she could have done herself. She offered to pay me $30 for the repair job and went on to say that even $30 was too much for probably such a shitty repair job. I stopped responding to her texts and she became enraged in a fit of anger and starts badmouthing me about still living with my parents and driving a shitty car, accuses me of trying to profit off of her. The conversation ends with me not responding and her final text being something along the lines of "when the fuck you gonna respond to me, you queer scam artist," to which I respond, "I don't care anymore, I got him another gift. Merry Christmas, enjoy your phone," to which she responds with "watch out, we got a big man over here, sorry about spelling and grammar errors." I met a friend at a party when we were 21. We are 17 days apart in age. We got along really great and ended up being good friends for several years. I was single a good majority of our friendship and he dated around a lot. His relationships eventually got to be too much for me to deal with. He would talk down about whatever girl he was dating to me, but say at least the sex is good. We were about 28 by this point. I had a serious boyfriend and I was moving on with my life while he just seemed to cause all this self-inflicted turmoil. I would always try to highlight the positive qualities in his relationships, but he was already planning on failure. He would get really depressed about work, social life, family, etc. I decided that he wasn't bringing any sort of happiness into my life. Conversations with him became draining and frustrating. Several months ago he randomly texted me a picture of him holding a young child. He said being a fill-in dad is actually kind of fun. I already didn't want to know, but I asked, "Oh, who's that?" He explained it's his girlfriend's son and so on. I didn't reply. A couple months later, he messages me saying we should all go on a double date. It was with a new girlfriend though, naturally. He then went and messaged my fiance on Facebook saying we should all hang out. Not cool, since they met each other maybe once a couple of years ago. Anyway, I really don't want anything to do with him. I feel bad, since he might not understand why I've completely pulled away from the friendship. I don't plan on wishing him a upcoming happy birthday. I don't plan on inviting him to my wedding. It will be like we are strangers for the most part. Sometimes you just know when there is no longer space in your life for someone. I had been best friends with a girl for over 10 years. Throughout that time, she repeatedly made the relationship one-sided, basically only needed me when she didn't have anyone else. I supported her through miscarriages, failed relationships, passing of pets, etc. but never received any support when I was dealing with PPD, having a rough patch adjusting to marriage, or during the stress of nursing school with 2 kids and a husband. I would always answer her texts or calls pretty much any time of day or night, but it would take days for a response to a text from me asking how she was. Well, a year ago, she met a man, and within 2 months was engaged. She looked me in the face and said I was in her wedding planned for October 2018, didn't want to do it without her best friend blah blah. I asked, since her engagement, if she needed help planning or needed me to do anything. Nope. She had it under control. Okay. So I waited and waited for official word I was in the wedding. Things became even more distant over the past 3 months and finally she posted on social media a list of her wedding party without me on it. I was crushed not due to the wedding, but when I called and it was forwarded, she said she had no time to talk to me, but I should get over being hurt about the wedding. So I wrote a long letter detailing my feelings of lack of support from her and how I felt hurt and upset. No response. No text. No call. Simply an Insta post about how I was shitty. Now she is deleted and cut off. It broke my heart to lose such a long time friend, but clear she was never in the friendship mutually. She was an insufferable Bridezilla. We were really just acquaintances that went out to bars occasionally to catch up here and there, and I thought it strange she asked me to be in her wedding. But whatever, okay. I got the feeling that nobody in her wedding party were close friends at all. Maybe one person. But she was already on my last faking nerve close to go day, and the day of, she was just horrible to her mom, other bridesmaids, little kids, old men needing to go to the bathroom right before the ceremony, etc. Your wedding is no excuse whatsoever to be a cunt to anybody. Karma got her though. A huge storm rolled through during the ceremony and knocked the power out completely. 80% of the reception was in the dark. By the time it came back on, everyone had left. Her cuntiness had come out long before the power incident, but that just put her over the edge. We rallied and improvised, and went above and beyond for her undeserving us, and I stayed to the very end to clean up and help her pack without so much as a thank you. Being so stressed out with her, I had booked myself a honeymoon trip to leave the day after for Mexico. I decompressed in the tropics, while she wallowed in her own miserable self-pity, and I haven't spoken to her for nearly 2 years since that wretched day. She became more and more selfish, manipulative, and insecure as time went on. She suffered from depression and would often date scumbag guys as a way to boost her ego. She was very attractive, but dated scum because she knew they would find her a catch and not leave her. She was often jealous if another one of our friends had something good in their lives that would take attention off of herself. When our friend got engaged, she made her then boyfriend propose to her as well. It quickly dissolved. When that same friend got married a year later, she again made her new boyfriend propose to her, then got mad at him because his proposal wasn't good enough. She made one of her ex-BFFs worry over her because she was telling him cryptic things about killing herself and stopped texting anyone. When one of our friends finally got a hold of her, she told them she was just faking it to make him worry about her. She would often complain about her circumstances in life and feel jealous about everyone in our friend group who had moved away from her hometown and was building their careers. But anytime we told her she needed to work hard and plan to make her dreams reality, like moving out of our hometown, she would say that we had connections and it wasn't as easy for her. I literally drove to a new state alone and started at a temp agency, but okay, it's somehow difficult for you. She would criticize us for not giving her enough time and attention, saying we were neglecting her. But whenever anyone would text her to hang out or do something, she would either not respond or decline. Once our mutual friend asked her if she wanted to hang out, and she claimed she wasn't feeling well and was staying home, only for our friend to see her out and about with someone else. She started to get overly sensitive to any joke made at her expense. We all would make jokes about each other, and if anyone disagreed with one of her Facebook rants, she would take that as a betrayal. The final straw was when she deleted me and another friend. She had ranted about how people who post workout selfies were full of themselves, and when one of her Facebook friends commented that she posted workout selfies because it made her feel good and liked seeing the progress, me and another friend liked that comment. She took this as total betrayal and that we liked it to spite her. She deleted us and ignored me for a month before texting me, "I'm ready to talk now." At that point I told her that I wasn't interested in maintaining the friendship. She called me a few things and I blocked her. It's been over a year and I'm so glad I'm done with her. I hear from a mutual friend that she's still the same old person and got engaged for a third time to a man from another country who she met on chat roulette. I doubt she will make it to 30. When I was 16, 20 years ago, my parents took in one of my unfortunate friends. He had a bad relationship with his stepfather. At first it was great. Then slowly the real freeloading started. Taking cigarettes from my parents, asking for money too often, not getting a job and keeping it. He eventually joined the army, got discharged and moved back to our state. He had his sheets together for a little bit, then asked to stay with me and my roommates. At this point I was about 20 and had been enjoying my early adulthood without his mooching. Once he moved in, it was hell for my roommates and I. Eating our food, asking for rides, smoking our weed, drinking our beer, and not once thanking us. It got to be so tiresome we all wanted him out. So I had to manipulate him into thinking surprising his ex-girlfriend in Boston was a good idea. Dropping him off at the bus station was cathartic. Cut to about 7-ish years later, I'm at a lens crafters and he plops next to me. Fuck. He had a job there. He asks if I want to go out for a smoke break with him. I agree and we walk outside. First thing he asks is for a cigarette. I never smoked cigarettes. He ends up just trying to brag about the last few years with nothing impressive to say. I end our conversation and say my goodbye. Later that week he calls me to meet up for lunch. I agree. When we meet up he immediately asks if I can drive him back and forth. I decline and we go to eat lunch. Afterwards he asks if I can pay. Shame on me. I had to cut him off right there. Now just about 3 years ago he pops up again sending me friend requests on Facebook. I block him and whatnot. Then my phone rings immediately after I blocked him. He asks if I want to go eat shrooms, what the fuck, no small talk to lead up to the question. I decline and he then asks if I want to get drunk. I had to just hang up. Blocked his number he called from, and it seems that was that. I have nothing against the occasional mushroom trip at all, or tying one on with a buddy, but this guy was a true leech. I wonder how self-aware he ever has been. I didn't blame him when we were in our late teens, but once we got out of our early 20s I was appalled at what he could take from people without ever making things right. Good riddance, Dustin. You ball of shit. My friend, my maid of honor for my wedding, was constantly talking shit about me and my fiancé behind our backs. How I didn't do dishes fast enough for her, how I was going to take forever to get my graduate degree because I'm lazy, how I never took out the dog, her dog. I didn't know about it until just before the wedding and I decided to be the bigger person and let it go because I didn't need that kind of drama. We got married, we moved out. She worked 12-hour shifts at the burn unit, so we had a calendar with her shifts marked so that she would drop off the dog with me before she went to work. Then she started calling and asking if I would watch him while she went away to do X, Y, Z. We had gotten our own dog and they were friends, so I didn't mind that much. Then she showed up one day with the dog and 2 weeks worth of stuff for him while I was at work. She was going on vacation with the new boyfriend and just assumed it would be okay. But we were going out of town that weekend, and she flipped her sheet. My husband told her never to come over again, and she responded that we did such a bad job taking care of him, that she didn't need us anymore. Note, she was a country girl, and would let the dog off leash. He was a black wiry dog, and he had a ton of ticks. I'd spend an hour pulling them off of him, before he could come in and hang with my dog. He didn't know how to walk on a leash, and I was a bad dog lady for insisting he be leashed when we lived next to the interstate. By the way, I graduated with my PhD at a reasonable time, and am now a postdoc at a world-class research institute. She did poorly on her MCATs, and couldn't get into medical school, so she became a nurse, a profession for idiots, according to her, not me. Take that, M. Buckle up because this it'll you might want to sit down for. So to start, me and this friend had known each other for quite a while, I'd say about 7 to 8 years, when I stopped talking to them. So pretty much I got this job at a call center for Bell and I ended up getting him in the place as well. After a while working there, me, him and this other d-bag go the bar that's like right near where we work. I didn't want to go in the first place, but they convinced me with a ride home as I lived pretty far. When we were done at the bar, Mr. Pointback decides it's a great idea to steal one of the glass we were using. As we're walking to the underground parking, he also had the idea to throw this glass inside of mall food court, so now there's glass faking everywhere he threw it. The 2 other guys bolt away and laugh like idiots as I slowly follow behind, shaking my head in disappointment. As we got to the underground parking, 2 security guards walk up to us and tell us they saw what we did. At that point, and already faking done with the situation as I don't handle this shit well, the 2 jackass him with decide to deny throwing it, but eventually give in and say that we will clean the mess, and of course I'm the one who ends up cleaning it, because I feel bad for the security guards just doing their job, and because these 2 assholes did the most half-assed job I've ever seen. So when we finally get out of there, I didn't want to get into the guy's car in the first place because he was drunk, but both of them talked me into going because I'm dumb. Still the thing I regret most in my life. As we're on our way to my house, this guy is faking going 30 over, driving towards parked cars and swerving out of the way at the last second. He was being a faking idiot. As we get to my place, they are trying to convince me to stay out longer with them because that's what friends do. I had work in the morning, and I was already done with everything, and just wanted to sleep. So we pull close to my house, and he decides to just keep driving right past my house, and not even drop me off. At this point, I'm getting really pissed off. We end up going to a park near my house, and hanging out there for a bit, because I was freaking out. So I'm sitting on a park bench with these two guys faking spiting in a circle around me. I hate spit. Just one of those things that gross me out. So I tell them to take me home. Or I'm walking home. I should have done that, now I realize SMH. So on the way home Mr. Pointback decides that he should drive into a parking lot with a 2-foot drop off going into it. I'm amazed he didn't damage his car, and finally when we pull up in front of my house 2 hours after I wanted to be home, just when I get out of the car without even closing the door he speeds away. At that second I realize I left my phone on my seat. Because as he speeds away it flies out the door, slides down the street right beside a sewer grate, literally like 2 centimeters away from falling in. That made my faking night because of how lucky that was, and I still haven't talked to either of them since. I was at Red Robin, yum, my first winter break in college with some new friends I had made the first term. My high school buddy called and said I had to go hang out with them. Buddy, dude, come hang out with us. Me, I'm sorry man, I already made plans. What are you guys up to? B, what are you doing? Come hang out. M, I'm hanging out with some friends. I wouldn't abandon you to hang out with them. I'm not going to abandon them to hang with you. What's happening that's so important? B, don't be a little bitch, come hang out. M, whatever man, I can't, let's do something tomorrow. B, it has to be tonight. M, why? Tell me what's happening. B, you just need to come hang out. M, sorry man, let's plan to do something tomorrow. See you later. I hung up, and they called back several times saying the same thing, but providing no reason why I had to hang out with them that night. Finally it ended on the last call, where they said I guess we have nothing else to say to each other. In this moment I realized how abusive these people were in my life, and I just responded I guess. Not to this day I have no idea what was so important. I might have gone if I knew what was happening, but they wouldn't tell me. Honestly, while they were my friends, they were dicks to me most of my life. When I had a chance to get perspective by being away from them for a bit, it just kind of clicked. TLDR, seriously faked up in the head friend ex-friend don't know about right out of, but downgraded from friend to charity case, and lastly to ex-friend, the only person to have ever won that distinction with me. The friend to charity case downgrade. The person's mental health had gone, and was going very badly. I'd done most anything and everything feasible to attempt to help, burned a whole lot of time and resources over that. Eventually just far too much of a pain in the ass, and zilch of use/benefit, to be gained by me out of the relationship/friendship, so after many months/year or years, downgraded to charity case. And that person's mental health continued to get worse and worse. When they decided I was the head of the vast powerful international conspiracy against them, said conspiracy, etc., only existing in their head, started making credible death threats against me, and filed for restraining order against me, they got downgraded to ex-friend. Of course there was nothing credible or warranted in their filing against me. It was yet one more pain in the ass thing from them to deal with, and that was just the first of multiple times they filed essentially same. Judge dismissed it with prejudice on their second go round. That person caused a whole hell of a lot of problems for a lot of people, their siblings, spouse of their sibling, their boyfriend, burnt out, scared away, or chased off any and all friends they ever had, much etc. And yeah, I didn't send the military attack helicopter that landed or hovered mere feet above their roof to threaten and intimidate them and send them a message. There was no such helicopter, only existed in their head. Learned of it later, but it was even worse than I knew. Here's body text of email that person sent to their boyfriend. I show in italics bit they'd quoted. They'd used different color and font size that was slightly earlier from their boyfriend to them. You are right. I am crazy. I need lots of help. Sometimes I see things and then they aren't there, and then I see different things. It's made me utterly confused, and I become enraged, furious, disgusted with you, because I wonder if I'm being manipulated by a cruel asshole. Or is it a couple of demons who are hiding in my computer? Maybe they are hiding in yours too? That's all in my imagination. Naturally, I've made up everything and went off the deep end at you. I don't know what possessed me. I want to say so much, but communication over the internet is futile. I did not invite you to Facebook. I know you don't have any Facebook accounts. Then I see other things, gremlins in all my email addresses. Maybe they are in your account at work and this one. I'm nuts. I can't tell what is reality. Please don't email me with this or your work email ever again. I promise to delete your information and never ever contact you again. So help me God. I'm just a lonely woman who became fixated on you. I realized I'm delusional. I just got carried away with being your fan. I need to seek help. Happy trails and don't let the bed bugs bite. We started out physical, on and off for about a year, no sex, but she never wanted to try for a relationship, so we tried building a friendship. We became best friends, but the friendship was strained at times because of our mutual and respective pasts. I developed strong feelings for her, but I was able to repress them for the sake of our friendship. She knew this. I have a habit of being 100% truthful, however unnecessary. 2 tumultuous years later, she checked in, as per usual. I told her not much has changed, feelings are still there, but I thought the friendship was going well. She decided we should take a break. I obliged, but after 2 months of not talking I had no idea what exactly we were taking a break for. She checked in again. I told her I was confused, what changes had to be made before we could be friends again. What was our goal during this break? Time alone doesn't heal. I need to be proactive. I told her I still think about it every day. She was my best friend. And I'll never forget her response, which was the breaking point for me. She told me I cared too much and that I was too intense. I totally agree. But it was at that point I realized we are fundamentally different people, through and through. We probably never would have tried being friends had we not been physically attracted to each other in the first place. The next week I told her I did not want to pursue the friendship any further. Granted, this is only my perspective, and obviously there's a lot of detail omitted. I blame myself for being emotional, for not being able to deal with my feelings in the way she wanted. In retrospect, as well as I knew her, there was still a lot she was keeping from me, and a lot she should work through on her own, before she can truly engage in meaningful friendships and/or relationships. Once she finds peace with herself, I have no doubt she will be a phenomenal best friend and also. But at some point, I had to stop rolling with the punches. So I noped right out of one of the most important friendships I've ever had. TLDR, establish a friendship first, then hook up later. Much easier to revert back to a friendship you are already familiar with, versus trying to create one out of the ashes of a failed physical relationship. On mobile, I sincerely apologize for any grammatical or formatting errors. She was my neighbor. I'll call her M. A chronic alcohol abuser. M had many health problems due to this. Problems with the law. Relationship problems. She refused to accept any personal responsibility for her actions while impaired. Nothing was ever her fault. M routinely pounded on my door at all hours of the day and night to cry on my shoulder about her many issues. I carried her up the stairs at our apartment building several times. I dragged M to the hospital several times for mental health help and alcohol related problems. These talks drained me completely. My anxiety was through the roof worrying about her. At one point I truly believed I would find her dead someday. I called out of work several times. The stress was insane. Eventually, M did go to rehab and totally kicked her addiction. She was granted a discharge for her legal issues. Her health began to improve. She began to slowly accept responsibility. She joined AA and got a sponsor. She returned to school. I thought things would improve. Soon after arriving home from rehab, shit hit the fan in my life and my marriage ended. M decided to discuss her feelings about my marriage ending with another friend before even really discussing the situation with me. She then proceeded to gaslight and outright lie about what was said. In that moment, I realized she had never been my friend. Nearly 2 years have passed since the last time I saw her. I feel quite horrible about the cruel things I said to her that day. She has liver cancer, diagnosed about a year ago. The sad part is that I miss her sometimes. Got my first girlfriend at 16. Had this friend we'll call Michael. He was a very nasty person, chronically insecure, would go and cut at his wrists with the back of his phone, and tell us he was doing so when something didn't go his way, would tell girls he'd kill himself if they didn't date him, would insult you to impress others, but also desperate for attention. I regret ever being friends with a person like that, but I was a very lonely kid desperate to keep friends, and we shared some interests and had some of my own less than pleasant traits, though thankfully none quite like that, and I thankfully recognized and got rid of them as much as I could. It's a shame, as he could be quite funny and friendly at times. Anyway, he'd had a hard time trying to find girls to pressure into going out with him. He used to wait outside the local girls' school, and I think when he was 17 or 18 he was dating a 14-year-old from there, which was creepy as fuck. And so since I finally had a girlfriend, his insecurity kicked in big time, since he seemed to base his sense of self-worth on dating and looking better than me and a few other guys. I only dated her a month, but during that month, he literally didn't talk to me for about 2 weeks because he was angry. Then when he started talking to me, he'd relentlessly take the piss. Then when he finally met her at a party, he spent most of the night crying, and then through some miracle she decided she preferred him, so they started dating instead in what I believe was an unbelievably unhappy teenage relationship. Ultimately, I'm sad that I could ever tolerate a person like that, let alone justify being friends with them and not calling out their shit, and that it took me a personal affront to break it off. I was definitely a dumb teenager, and a fairly self-centered misogynistic one at that. Met a guy, I'm female. One spring, we clicked immediately, became really good friends, hung out all the time. He lived close by, we had tons in common. By summer we were known amongst our friend groups. They thought we'd date, but we talked about it and neither of us were interested in being in a relationship. However, /W benefits were still on the table. I was pretty sure this guy was going to be my best friend for life. We clicked so well, and he was kind and thoughtful. I was doing my second year at college in the fall, and as the date got closer he started being weird, saying weird things, like he didn't want me to attend. We attended the same college, different programs though. So one day I asked him why he's making it seem like he doesn't want me to go back to school. He brushes it off, changes subjects, jumping straight to the day now. Our conversation gets heated because I didn't want to be friends with benefits anymore, just friends. He shoves me on his bed, locks his bedroom door, punches 2 holes in his wall and then jumps on me, pins my hands down, wraps his hand around my neck, headbutts me. I was in an abusive relationship in high school, and not once in the almost year I knew this guy did he show an ounce of aggression. His whole family was home, thankfully, so when I screamed his dad came down. He kicked the door open, watched his dad lay him out flat, then called the cops on his son. Yes, he was charged with assault and I never saw him again. Although it was 60 hours community service, anger management, and, I forget what it's called, he had to be on good behavior for a year, or face jail time. I got away with mostly bruises and a split lip. To this day I have no idea why he acted like that. The man that day was not the man I knew. TLDR, new best friend snapped and attacked me, left me with bruises all over my neck, arms, and split lip. Was charged. After years of her thinking she was so much cooler than me, spoiler, she wasn't and I'm not even cool. After years of her lying about her life, and then screwing me out of $250, the straw was she became incredibly stinky, and didn't take care of herself. We'd been friends for so long at this point, 7 or so years, that I totally thought it was acceptable for me to say something. I explained tactfully to her that I was concerned, and I would help her out. She took that as some sort of stab in the back or something, and got mad at me. We'd made up about it, and she asked me to come over. She proudly announced she got her apartment together enough that I could be there. Spoiler, it wasn't. I wanted to keep trying, so I said well she could always come to my house. Well, she has always known more than me, so when she told me she was hanging out at a place with bed bugs I said she needed to not do that. But everyone knows that bed bugs stay upstairs, and they know not to come down. So that was it. She doesn't ever get to come to my house again. I won't have to listen to her lies or her putting me down, or knowing more than me. I won't have to smell her stinky ass. and I just don't care anymore. That was about 2 or 3 years ago, and she was my best friend. But I can't have that in my life anymore. 100% won't be seen, but oh well. For me, I wasn't the only one to nope out of the friendship with this girl. It was me and about 10 other friends. The girl was immensely unstable and downright toxic to us, and was only getting worse as time went on. There were a few issues over the summer with her that led up to her being kicked out of our communal living situation. She would text our friend group with a problem, and people would try to help as best they could. One time a friend said that when he got upset he would listen to music and linked some songs he enjoyed. This got her pissed, and she went off on us, telling us we were bad friends and that because she didn't like the music being recommended she felt like we were trying to exclude her from the group and that we were all awful people. These sort of outbursts were considered normal at this point. Regularly she would get on the group chat and talk about how she hated us all and didn't think we were friends, would leave the chat and then would hop back on a few days later like nothing had happened. This continued all summer. When we all got back to school, I'm in college, things seemed okay for the first week, but then my best friend there decided he wanted to start playing a tabletop RPG and got some people together for it. She was not part of this group, but nor was the majority of the friend group, and she freaked out, accused us of betraying her, and even went to the hall director to complain that we were excluding her from the group. So it was building up for a while. Nobody wanted her around, but she would still try to force her presence on people and was just the worst. For me the breaking point was when she got into another argument with the group about a couple of people getting ice cream while she was away without her, and she said that one friend in particular owed her because she had tried to help after his cousin nonsense. One of his cousins he was really close to had committed suicide earlier this year. To me that was the straw that broke the camel's back, and she was kicked out a month later. One of my closest friends, we are going back about 4 years ago here, was an up and coming chef and was finally making it out of the hole that alcohol and drugs and put him in. I had just leased a new vehicle and was about to put my old one up for sale. I knew my friend was using public transit, so instead of selling my old car, I just gave it to him. It needed a little work, but nothing major. I put him in contact with my mechanic, who is a family friend and I've known since the early 90s. He would have insured the emissions and safety past without any unnecessary costs. It was known that it needed new pads in the back and a replacement of a cracked windshield, all of which would have been $400 to $500 and was mandatory for the transfer of ownership. Instead of going to my mechanic, he decides to take his mom's advice instead, keeping in mind he's 36 years old and she is a proven nutjob. She found a mechanic online, which she had good feeling about. She thinks she's clairvoyant. He asked I drop the car off there as he needed to learn to drive manual, which he planned to do while his mechanic prepped the car for the ownership transfer. The next day I get a call from him stating that his mechanic is wanting to charge somewhere in the range of $2,500 for a myriad of needless repairs. He was angry with me that I gave him a sheet box, was the term I believe he used. I told him to get the car and go to my mechanic, which he was unable as he hadn't learned to drive a standard and he couldn't afford to tow it. He asked that I do it, to which I said no. I wasn't going to take a day off of work to get this done, and I sure as hell wasn't paying for a tow. I then went 5 weeks without hearing from him. I called, I texted, nothing. When I finally got a Facebook message from him, he said he wasn't sure he was ready to speak to me personally as he felt I wasn't there for him when he really needed me. I've never spoken to him since. TLDR, I gave my great friend a car which he said wasn't to his liking, so he ain't my friend now. I had a friend who had some brilliant ideas and had a firm grasp of program architecture and programming. He came up with a winning idea for an organizational program for a specific industry, which was booming. He went to a company within the industry, which invited him to implement the program. The company loved the program and uses it to this day. He asked me, a writer, who wrote the original user manual for the program, to help him ready the project for investor presentations. I spent almost a year writing a prospectus for investors, a marketing plan and the documents that enabled him to secure the international intellectual property rights. The more interest the project attracted, the bigger my friend's head grew. He started thinking that he should control the entire company, although everyone involved knew that he had no financial, marketing or managerial skills whatsoever, and we all advised him firmly of that fact. But he was adamant. I cut all ties to him shortly after that when he slammed a colleague for talking to someone that he felt was his contact only. It was sort of sad watching what could have been ruined by the suddenly emerging faulty ego of my former friend. The last I heard was that he had gotten an investor to give him some seed money, but the investor wasn't really happy with my friend's ongoing demands for more money and the investor was thinking of cutting his losses. My ex-friend turned out to be a brilliant moron. I used to be part of a group of friends in college, me and 4 girls. This story is about one of these girls. Let's call her G. In our first year, one of the girls S had a crush on G. G had her house broken into and couldn't go back, so S let G stay at her parents' house for 2 months until she found a new place. S liked G, but G wasn't interested, but instead used those feelings to get S to let her stay for as long as she did. She got her own place and S and another friend started dating. G didn't like that. She always wanted the attention on her, so she would do anything to get in their way, never leaving their side, even asking A to not date her. Other than that, she wasn't that bad that year. Second year she dropped out of college, and 3 months into the year she visited for a week and never really left. Me and the 3 other girls were now housemates. G ended up crashing with our other friend, H, in her room. By the second semester H had to move out for a work experience semester, but landlord wouldn't let her out of the lease, so G agreed to take her room and send the rent to H monthly so she can pay the rent. We found out in March, 3 months into her living with us, that she wasn't paying rent as she couldn't afford it, and H has been paying for her. She also was refusing to pay her share of the electricity, even though she was constantly leaving things plugged in and chargings. Our bills went much higher. So one day she just left and started staying with this girl. B. She insisted they weren't dating, but just friends with benefits. B was lovely, and it became clear she wanted more, and G was using her. Then we found out G was dating a guy and told us not to tell B. Then one day she turned up at house with the boyfriend and wanted to sleep in her room, but H was back and crashed on our sitting room floor and ended up having sex with him. She dumped him almost immediately after and went back to stay with B. They had a huge falling out and G just left and went back to her parents, leaving most of her luggage behind, including an expensive guitar and violin. For months after, she kept telling B that she had to bring all the stuff down to her because G said she couldn't afford to come get it, even though her Facebook showed she was always out and traveling to see friends. She kept trying to guilt me into bringing her the stuff too. Eventually she gave up and most of the stuff got thrown out. Third year, I only heard from her once. She texted me to say that her parents kicked her out and she will be made homeless and needs a place to stay. She put something similar on Facebook. Took 20 minutes for me to notice the message, text her back, and she never responded. 2 days later her Facebook post was deleted and she was being tagged in photos by her mother with the caption, "Best daughter ever." I deleted her on Facebook that night, and 5 months later she messaged me saying that she was a bad friend and that she wants to come visit so we can make up. Never responded to her again. Me and said friend were asked to be bridesmaids for one of our mutual friends from high school. We both graciously accepted and were both so happy to be a part of our friend's special day. It was a long engagement, so there was plenty of time for the bride to plan. So of course we had all the information for our bridesmaids' dresses well in advance. The dress could be ordered online and was a total of maybe $80 with shipping. Some of the sizes weren't available at the time, but the bride kept us posted regularly on the availability of the dress. I got mine right away, no big deal. Now, when I say there was plenty of time and well in advance, I mean, when my dress arrived in the mail, it was stashed at the bottom of one of my drawers, still in the plastic wrap/bag, because there was no point in removing it so far out from the wedding. Bride checked in every now and then with us to make sure we had ordered our dresses, etc. Everyone seemed to be on schedule. Wedding shower happens, bachelorette party happens, wedding rehearsal happens, and all of us are present and excited. Seems like all is going well. Mid-rehearsal setback, quote, friend says she is feeling sick. MMMH, must be something we ate. All the other girls are feeling fine, no family members are ill. Weird. She says, oh, must not be the food then, maybe the girls I babysit for. I'm feeling sympathetic. The wedding is tomorrow. We give her our love after the rehearsal. I tell her to go home, get some rest, and hopefully she's better in the morning. Morning arrives. Most of the girls are now in the hotel suite with the bride. I wake up to a few text messages from said friend. She's really sick and doesn't know what to do. I call her. She's crying. Says she hadn't slept all night. She couldn't keep any water down. Her cousin, who is a nurse, is possibly coming to her apartment within 4th trip. I keep calm and tell her everything is going to be okay. She's telling me she doesn't think she can participate in the wedding. I tell her she needs to call and talk with the bride herself. I'm not going to be the messenger on that one. Said friend calls the bride and tells the same story. The bride has a heart of gold, so being so understanding, she told said friend to stay home and rest. Her health was more important than the wedding. They hung up, and that was that. Sometime soon after that, the bride realizes that said friend is the same dress size as another one of the bride's friends and calls her to ask her to stand in for the sick friend. Healthy friend agrees to step in. Yay. Now we just need that dress. No problem. The dress that's with the sick friend is about half an hour away. After some back and forth, the bride decided we would use an Uber to go pick up the dress from the sick friend and Uber it back to the hotel for the healthy friend. The healthy friend has her hair and makeup done already. All the other girls are dressed and looking fabulous. Just waiting on the dress for the stand-in bridesmaid. Easy peasy until the truth comes out via a long text message to the bride. This text comes through as the bride is getting her wedding gown on. Sick friend didn't even purchase the bridesmaid's dress. This bitch, who mind you, was one of my ride or die girls, lied to me, lied to my face, not to mention the bride, for over a year. This bitch showed up to the church for rehearsal knowing damn well she wouldn't be attending the wedding. She played us all. She fell off a motorcycle and ended up in the hospital. I woke up to several calls from her ex telling me to call her to make sure she was okay. I was freaking out, reached out to her, and she quickly answered. She told me the fall wasn't a big deal, that she had landed in grass and only had a few scrapes and bumps. I broke down and sobbed on the phone. I couldn't take it anymore. 5 years prior, I had gotten out of an abusive relationship. I met her a month after, and she reached out to me asking if I could go and pick her up. Her ex had been beating the shit out of her for a year straight. Barely knowing my former friend at the time, I drove over, snuck her out, while her piece of shit ex-boyfriend was asleep, and she lived with me and other friends on /off. I went through everything with her. I helped her get him expelled from our university after learning he raped her several times on site and having proof. I helped her go to the cops and start the process against him. I bought her groceries when she didn't have money. I helped her find an apartment and a job. Anything and everything, I was there for her and she was there for me. We were best friends. Then the years go by and I notice a pattern that begins to repeat itself. It was a coping mechanism. She didn't really know anything else but abuse from every relationship she had, but she started dating dirtbags again. She would date them, struggle with issues for a year, ranging from codependency to alcoholism/drug problems, then have a nasty and very public breakup, say she wasn't going to go it again. Then, lo and behold, the process repeats. I was there for her every step of the way until I noticed she was toxic herself and couldn't see it/wouldn't fix her issues. Just expect others to help her or bend to her will. I had grown depressed over the years and, in addition to many other factors, felt trapped in this friendship. She had started dating someone else who immediately had red flags, came to her home and tried to break in, would demand her to do things for him, introduced her to nothing but bad crowds, and she just didn't care. She told me she would stop seeing him, but then I woke up to a call saying she was in the hospital. I honestly thought she died. Hearing her pick up the phone and answer and brush off everything just broke something in me. If after investing so much of my own dedication, love, time and effort, my friend still couldn't see how she was basically destroying herself, I wouldn't go down with her. Cut everything immediately. She has reached out repeatedly, but it's best this way. I still miss her incredibly. Had a buddy. Went to a small house party at his place. I'm single at that point. Girl my age, early 20s, seems into me and is hanging around me, sitting on my lap on the couch and such. Clearly she has had a lot to drink. Gets more drunk, possibly blackout, and is at the pass out stage. Cuddles up next to me on the couch. Buddy, seeing this, goes into full predator mode and tells me to pick her up and bring her into the bedroom. I look him in the eyes and sternly tell him no with a look on my face that makes it clear that I will not be part of anything like that, nor will I allow anyone to do anything to her. Buddy tries over the course of an hour a few more times to get me to bring her in the bedroom, and I strongly rebuke him each time. Every time drives home that after this night I will never associate with this person ever again. Slowly she comes to, and I get her on her feet and out to my truck. I have never met this girl before that night and don't know where to go as she is still very drunk and cannot, at that point, tell me her address. I drive around in circles for a half hour until she can. She lives a good 15 miles away and I drive her home. Before she gets out she tells me a little about herself. The one thing I still remember is that her dad is a police officer. She thanks me, gives me a kiss on the cheek and gets out, and I watch her enter her home. This was over 10 years ago, and I have never had any contact with that friend ever again, considering he intended to rap her that night. Never had contact with the girl either. Bunch of us girls in high school were super close, hung out all the time. Our leader was Jay, her word was law. We hated who she said to hate, liked what TV shows she liked, the whole awful cult thing. Toward the end of our last year one of the girls had a sleepover / movie night and only 2 of us were 18 and had a car / prohibitive license. Non-Australians, this means only 2 of our group could legally drive another person around. J is one of them, T is the other. I get T's car and this sweet little innocent, would never harm a fly, would die before hurting a friend, gets in the car with J to head to T's house. To this day I've never seen anyone scream and yell and swear at someone so horridly. T and I pull up in the driveway behind them to find R a sobbing mess while J screams, hits her car hood, gets in R's face. I'd known for a while J had a temper, but none of us had ever been brave enough to cross her to see it aimed at one of us. Honestly, I'm much bigger than her and I was scared of her, but not at the sight of that. I've always been protective of my friends and R especially. T and separated them. I went with R and we went inside to calm her down. I was furious, but at that point, had no idea what had happened because Jay's yelling made no sense. R told me what happened, and it was straightforward. In the dark, R hadn't seen the street sign until it was too late and pointed it out that they'd have to take the next one and come back around, but Jay attempted the turn regardless. Jay hit a sign in the middle of an island and chipped the front of her car and blamed R for giving her shitty directions and telling her to turn too late. Eventually T and J come inside and Jay's apology is full of buts and ends, and basically it wasn't an apology. She didn't care that R was still a sobbing mess, that I was pretty sure I watched her heartbreak. Not once did Jay say sorry. R and I packed our bags and the next morning her father came and picked us up. I tried to talk to T before we left, but she was shitty we were leaving, and that R couldn't just get over it. It's been 5 years since, and R and I are best friends and neither of us have spoken to J since. Sometimes we try to talk to T, it sucks, because R and T we are friends 4 years before J or I came along. But yeah, that was the breaking point for a few friendships, and honestly I'm glad J is out of my life. She was always a shitty friend, to be honest. College friend. I guess I just felt like I didn't really matter to her. She was kinda negative and she ignored my opinions. I told her about the new BBC Sherlock show and she rolled her eyes and said she was annoyed at the idea of modern Sherlock Holmes. Refused to even watch the first episode. Later I found out she got really into it. She knew I had a major crush on a guy. She liked him too and apparently he liked her back. They Kinda but not really dated for a bit, and she would tell me about it, not even remotely considering my opinions. Was insistent on wanting to serve a mission for our church. I commented on how she might get married before she could go. She dismissed the idea with another rival. Found out later she got married and didn't go. We were part of a writing group at school where we would read each other's work out loud. Instead of critiquing the writing as we were supposed to, she criticized my reading ability. No one had ever done that before, ever, and we had people who were very bad verbal readers. Her opinion always felt more important than mine, and she was just so dismissive and negative towards me. Whenever we were on break from school, she didn't really stay in contact. So I just let the friendship die. It was a small campus, so there was one semester her class let out right before mine started, but I just ignored her. I overheard her make a comment to someone about how she used to be friends with me, and I'm apparently mad at her for no reason. Honestly surprised she noticed or cared. I grew up in a small town, and my high school best friend and I ended up going to the same college. Being friends with her was always a lot of work, because she didn't really want to meet halfway on anything, but there weren't a ton of options for a gay kid in a tiny conservative town to feel like she fit in. After a couple days of settling into my dorm, her mom calls me to ask me if I've seen her at all. She tells me that she has been completely off grid since the day she dropped her off. That day I happened to be meeting a new person for lunch because we had common interests and I wanted friends. We had a lot of fun, and after lunch I sheepishly asked her if she would want to come with me on this wellness check, and we could hang out after. She agreed. We go to my high school friend's dorm in torrential rain, end up locked out because it was a Sunday, managed to find a bro to open the door for us, and eventually track down her room. And she's fine. She lost her phone about an hour into her living alone, and she didn't think to mention this to her mother despite promising to call. It was so damn mean. Her mom was worried sick, and she just didn't care. This girl ended up staying for half a year, never going to class and completely flunking out, then lying to her mom to tell her that she was actually transferring schools, to the point where her mom physically took her to the school's orientation, and the admins had to tell her they didn't know who the fuck she was before she came clean. Yeah. Fuck that. This girl's mom tried so hard to be supportive, but she just did not give two shits. She never reached out to me to hang out, or showed any interest in how I was doing. It was exhausting, and so totally not worth it. Side note, the girl who agreed to walk through the torrential rain with me as my best friend was my roommate all through college, and still is, now that I'm in grad school, and I'm so grateful to have met her. So in high school we were really close friends, and senior year I had a boyfriend he didn't like, and after spending an entire evening complaining about him, with me politely listening and defending my boyfriend, when he got a little too over the line, wishing I could leave, he tried to kiss me. So I cut all ties with him. Flash forward 5 years with no contact. I wound up in the ICU for a week with a multiple pulmonary embolisms, blood clots in lungs, and I nearly died. My boyfriend, the same one, had been posting Facebook updates about my health for my friends and family who were concerned. The day I got out of the hospital I get a text from an unknown number, and I'd find out it was my friend from high school, who saw the updates, and was worried about me. It's been 5 years, I nearly died, and I'm still fairly well high on hospital opiates, so I give him the benefit of the doubt and we start texting. Not an hour into our conversation he offers me his parking pass at the university we both go to, since I'll have some trouble getting around for the next few months. The parking pass he had was worth nearly $1,000. I don't feel comfortable taking that kind of a thing from, at this point, a near stranger, so I politely turn it down. After that, his tone goes from kind and concerned to demanding and controlling. He calls my boyfriend some very rude things and ends his whole rant admitting that this was supposedly a long con to win you back, you cunt, as I would owe him for the parking pass and therefore pay him back with sexual favors. At this point I blocked him on all social media and haven't heard from him since, thank God. I realized that the person I considered a good friend was just using me as a personal taxi and for free shit after 10 years of friendship. A few years back, we had been hanging out regularly, even more so than my other friends. 3 times a week on average, and would simply do inane things like sit on his back porch while he smoked and cheat. But I started catching wind of the type of person he was pretty quickly. Anytime he needed to do errands, and I was there, he would say, "Hey dude, your car is so much newer than mine, and mine's been acting up, you mind driving? I drive a truck for a living, and don't really want to." We didn't speak for a few months after I told him that I wasn't a taxi service. He could either pay for gas or drive himself. Cut to him apologizing. Things did change for a few months, but then he wanted to go to the shore. He offered to drive, and I said that was awesome. So we took his car, but I ended up paying to fill the tank, for all tolls, and parking because he was broke. He then asks me to drive him to New York City to pick up something from his uncle, and I refused. Then the kicker. I taught him how to ride a motorcycle. He bought his own for $900 after I mentioned I wanted to start riding and that I was buying a bike. He went and got one so we could ride together, but had another friend trailer it down. No biggie. I was happy to teach him and did so. Cut to this September. I was crazy busy at work and didn't take his call. Eventually, he sent me a long-winded text that he was calling it off since I'd rather hang out with retards all day than him. When he was told that I was at work, he called bullshit and stopped talking to me. A few days later, he sends another text with another fake apology, but then says that he's going to be the bigger man and end it amicably rather than get mad and scream and shout. Stop talking with him completely after that, and don't plan on starting another round of BS. Met this girl through a friend who was dating her at the time. Friend broke up with her, or she broke up with him, don't remember, and I didn't talk to her for 5 or 6 years because we lived in different towns and didn't really know each other. Fast forward to when I moved to the same town as her for graduate school, who I wonder if, girl, still lives here? I think we are friends on Facebook. Sure enough she does, and I message her. We hung out a few times and she showed me some cool places in this town. We had some good conversations, and I got along well with her boyfriend and other friends. At one point I even thought I might have a new close friend if this keeps up, until one day, she posted some article to Facebook during the height of the third wave feminist movement. I thought we were close enough that we could have a simple debate. Friends shouldn't share all the same ideals, then how would we grow, right? Turns out she didn't think that way, and what I hoped would be a nice debate immediately devolved into her calling me names and saying I would lovingly embrace misogynist ideals while simultaneously touting her boyfriend as a male specimen of high caliber or something. She had previously told me she saw her boyfriend as that douchey frat boy she never thought she'd date, but here she is considering marriage. And all I did was ask a single question. I immediately confronted her with, "Why are you attacking me? I wasn't trying to make you mad, I just wanted to know X." Instead of apologizing, she deleted the entire post. I decided that was my cue to delete her. We haven't spoken since, but still live in the same town. I worry I'll randomly run into her one day and it will be awkward. We had known each other in elementary school and had been real close in middle school. She was supposedly my best friend, and in our social circle I always felt like we were equals mentally, but above everyone else. I was kind of an asshole in high school. She always kind of demeaned me. You know those oversights you get in your knowledge of something because no one ever explained it to you, because you learned it on your own. Like you mispronounce a word because you've never heard it out loud and only ever read it. She'd make fun of me for stuff like that, but was always nice to everyone else, even though we both thought we were better than them. There was a good 2 weeks when I didn't really talk to anyone because I was pretty depressed. Everyone in that social circle tried talking to me and telling me they missed me at lunch and stuff except for her, even though she was supposedly my friend. So I finally went back and started hanging out with them at lunch again, and she started telling our other friends a story from middle school which no one else knew because they hadn't gone to middle school with us. I tried chiming in and she snapped at me because I wasn't actually there when it happened, so I supposedly didn't know anything about it, even though I had talked directly to the girl who was the subject of the story back when it happened. So at first I was like, geez, but then we were talking about Lord of the Rings, specifically the actors, and we couldn't remember Dominic Monaghan's last name, and she said she thought it was Monaghan, pronounced Monaghan, and I said I thought it was Monaghan, pronounced Monaghan. We settled on not knowing, since the bell rang for our next class. I looked it up in the next class and texted her about it saying I was right, it was Monaghan, pronounced Monaghan. She responded it's pronounced Monaghan, you twit. So I never texted her again, spoke to her again, and honestly had a hard time being in the same room with her. I never understood why people would want to be her friend. Bonus to all this, after I broke up with my high school girlfriend and then tried working it out, my girlfriend had moved on to start dating this ex-friend. TLDR, my supposedly equal best friend always demeaned me for stupid oversights and trying to belong. After the friendship ended a couple years later, started dating my ex-girlfriend, who I was trying to work things out with. When she threw me under the bus while getting chastised for not doing work at the really good job I got her. We were two office admins. I got the job early in the summer, and after my boss saw that due to rapid growth, went from a company of 160 to over 225 in 2 months. I was working an average 55 hours/week and barely able to keep up with their needs. They decided to hire a second person. I recommended my friend, and they hired her. While I hustled, she spent more time on her phone than working. Somehow every time she had to bring a check to the bank it was a 2.5 hour crazy loop, when I've never seen more than 3 other people there, would nap during her lunch hour, and yet still take time out of her day to buy/make and eat her lunch, stuff like that. Because she did so little, and I can only do the work of one person, stuff fell behind. Well, as tends to happen, when a job isn't being done, we got hauled into a meeting with our higher ups to figure out what was happening. She turned to me in her seat and started repeating the questions from the higher ups to me, acting like she's so busy and I'm the one who wastes time, and said to the managers, and I quote, that I don't have a spare minute in my day to do any more work. I don't know how Sensimessible spends her days, but it doesn't matter what kind of excuses can be made up, the work just isn't being done. Luckily my managers have eyes and could see which one of us was working harder, and she was fired 3 months later. We were also roommates. Guess who found the apartment and paid the deposit? I finally got a chance to move to a new place January 1st. Guess who's trying to get out of paying me back her share of the deposit, pretending my things are hers, and getting mad at me for taking the furniture she can't pretend isn't mine. Side note, all of this happened after she started bringing my abusive ex to the house on the regular and told all my friends I was lying about him because I was jealous that they were hooking up, apparently my breaking points along after where they should be. Cut ties with a friend who grew up on the same street as me, gave me rides to school for years, and was one of my best friends right up until he wasn't. He had serious anger issues pretty much that whole time, and we had all gotten into smoking weed at about the same time, which I thought would help, but really just gave him more ammo for his irrational rages. We ended up getting an apartment together with 2 other friends, which became a daily slog of shouting matches and walking on eggshells to keep him from going off about something or another. The last night I spent in that apartment we somehow got onto the topic of, and I shit you not here, whether the inside of a strawberry could be described as squishy or not. I know, but that's how it always went. Some silly nothing discussion, and my angry friend's inability to deal with someone disagreeing about anything at all. So we are arguing about how to describe the texture of the inside of a strawberry, and my friend loses it. He starts by flipping an ottoman we were using like a coffee table, including the full ashtray on top of it. This signals the beginning of a screaming match that there is no way of diffusing. Damage control for these sorts of arguments was second nature to me at this point, but despite myself I could not stop things escalating. It ended with my angry friend throwing a knife at our mutual friend with full intent to kill him. I watched the blade fly over his shoulder, narrowly miss his head and leave a hole in the kitchen wall. Angry friend insists, probably to this day, that he fully intended to miss by exactly as little as he did. This is a guy who confidently claimed to be able to survive being hit by a car by rolling onto his back and kicking the car over him. That's not a joke. This was a very intelligent person, way better grades in school than me. Dude has a family and a nice job now, but I'm certain I would hear something absurd within 20 minutes of talking to him again. Anyway, flipping tables and attempted murder over the proper adjective to describe the inside of a strawberry. That's my answer. Don't move in with your friends, especially if you spend most of your time trying not to piss off one of them and usually fail. These two were my best friends from high school. After we finished school we started growing, and I started noticing that we weren't as compatible as before. But whatever, we were still friends and maybe some things had to change, but I loved them anyway. A couple of years go by, and I had a huge fight with them. I don't even remember why. I only know that I didn't talk to any of them for at least a year, when one of them contacted me on my birthday. I took it as a very nice gesture, so I started talking with her again, and then this friend said that maybe we all three should get together and work on things so we could all be friends again. I agreed. I had changed a lot in that last year. I was a lot more tolerant, so I thought that maybe the things that bugged me wouldn't matter anymore. So we got together for dinner and we talked a lot, and I told them all the things that I didn't like of the last couple of years, and I also told them something about our past. My dad died when we were in our last year of high school, and they didn't really help me at all. Anyway, we all apologized and became friends again. A year goes by, and although we are friends and I like to spend time with them, it's not like it was before. I don't have as much fun, and they seem really banal. But I really wanted our relationship to work because I cared about them, so I just accepted that. One day one of them, let's call her J, was really sad about a guy, and the other, let's call her V, told her that until she fixed her problem she didn't want to see her because it was too exhausting and boring. J obviously was very offended and couldn't believe V. So obviously J came to me to talk. I talked to V as well. V wasn't going to change her perspective, said she needed positive people in her life, and that J was bringing her down and making her feel depressed, and that was the last thing she needed. A couple of months go by and J and V still don't talk to each other. This situation is really stressful to me, but I took J's side and tried to be there for her, considering she was having a really difficult time. One day J and V decided to talk and they became friends again. V never apologized, and J decided that she had a right to feel that way, although she had been telling me all those months that V was a very shitty friend. Okay, that's fine. We are all friends again. V and J share a group of friends that I don't really like. It's a Harry Potter fan club, and although I love Harry Potter, and it is very important to me, and it was one of the things that brought me, V and J together in high school, I don't like them, so sometimes they go out with them, and I'm not invited. That's fine. When the new Harry Potter book, The Cursed Child, came out, I asked V and J if they were going to go to the book release. We used to do this together. V said that there was going to be a HP fan club thing, and J said she didn't know yet, but probably no. So I assumed that nothing interesting was going to happen, and so I didn't go. A couple of days later I saw some pictures in Facebook. V and J were both together at the book release, taking pictures and having a great time. This kind of things was so typical of them, but this time I wasn't going to let it go that easily. I asked them why they didn't say anything, and V never answered. J said she didn't remember that HP was so important to me. I told her that friends are supposed to know and care about each other, and that I had just asked her to go together. She said she thought she was a good friend, and if that wasn't enough for me then fine. And so I never talked to them again. Sometimes I miss them, but when I realize all the shit and drama we went through together, I know that I made the right decision. I had one of those friends, we'll call her Bailey, that's a difficult person to be around, like the love child of Squidward and Daria, but minus the humor. However, the small and ever-changing people she liked were love-bombed. She would buy me stuff just because. We exchanged presents for every holiday we celebrated, and we constantly texted and spoke on the phone, even after she moved across the country from me. To me, that meant she was willing to put effort into our relationship, so I ignored her bad attitude. She made me feel special, that she could stand me enough to be my friend, since she hated everyone. Terrible reasoning on my part. I've grown a lot since then. One day, she came to visit, and she was supposed to go to a party with me and meet my new girlfriend. She was incredibly condescending to my girlfriend and treated her like a child. There's a 4-year age difference between us, but we are all in our 20s, so I was an idiot and didn't stand up for my girlfriend. I've since stopped being so bitter. She also talked shit about everyone at the party and complained about how hot it was and how she hated everyone there the whole time. Girlfriend and I would take turns sitting with her while the other went to socialize with our friends until we finally had enough of her negativity and made an excuse to end the night early and go home. I think she knew I was pissed about her behavior because we haven't spoken since, and that was 2 years ago. She sent me a DM on Twitter not too long ago. She has my phone number, so I don't know why she went that route, apologizing for drifting apart and wanting to reconnect. I just ignored it and blocked her. I didn't have the energy to be her friend anymore, especially since she's so oblivious to her own behavior. Realizing that she was basically just using me for a free place to crash and meet up with her boyfriend and to basically be her parents because she had no idea how to be an adult and handle her responsibilities. She was working retail with really spotty hours. Her dad would send her a check every month to pay rent, but she just blew it on weed, fast food and her boyfriend. She had been living for free with my husband and I for months. We had been supplying all of her food, hygiene products, buying her clothes and shoes, taking her to occasional work because her own car was always out of gas or broken down. She would constantly leave a filthy mess of trash in my living room that I'd have to clean up every day and demanded constant attention every second she was awake, worse than a toddler. I eventually told her she needed to start finding a stable job and her own place because she couldn't live on my couch forever. I gave her 6 weeks to find something, offered to help with writing her resume, which I did, and she still uses that resume and negotiate her unpaid bills that were ruining her credit score. I used to be a debt collector and volunteer budget advisor and help her with her budget so she could find out what she could afford house-wise. Recommendation: find a friend and go halves on a 2-bed apartment or small house. She got pissed off and started bitching about me to all of our mutual acquaintances that I'd been selfish and kicked her out, making her homeless. She went to stay at another friend's house who later kicked her out too for the same reasons. Once I found out that she'd been talking shit, I washed my hands of her and broke contact. She still texts my husband on occasion trying to play the poor me card and beach when her for now ex-boyfriend is playing house with some other chick. Thankfully he wised up to her shit too. I broke up with this best friend twice. The first time was worse than the last time. The first breakup, my stepmom had passed away. She was the only mother I really had, since I'm not really close with my real mother. Right before she passed, my dad got them tickets to see Mary Poppins on Broadway. My best friend had graduated college the same weekend of the show, so I took her out that Friday and Saturday to celebrate, still mourning my mom, and my dad decided to give us the Broadway tickets and we would see the show Sunday. Saturday night, after taking her out to celebrate her graduation, I get a call from her asking to borrow my car to pick up a guy she is seeing so they can hang out. It's 12 AM, I'm tired and having my nightly miss my mom cry. Another reason I couldn't go give her my car was my dad had already told me I was to stop letting her drive my car. I told her I couldn't come back out and that I would see her in the AM when I pick her up to go into the city for the show. She gets mad and hangs up on me. Next morning, I drive over to her house. She doesn't speak a word to me. Mind you, I'm an emotional wreck. Mary Poppins was my mom's favorite book. She was still mad about me not leaving my house at 12 AM so she could borrow my car. The entire time she literally gave me the silent treatment. I was so hurt. I spent the entire weekend taking her out to celebrate her graduation, paying for everything, then take her to a Broadway show, all the while my mom passed away 2 weeks before. When we got back from the city, I was done. Fast forward 8 months later, it's January. She calls me. We start talking again. We decide to meet at a local jazz club where my friend sings at for drinks. We meet, have a blast. Coincidentally, that same night I met a hot guy that is now my husband. After that night, our friendship picks back up. I'm talking to my new guy and she has a boyfriend. Fast forward to Valentine's Day. Her boyfriend dumps her. She is upset, so I spend the entire Valentine's Day weekend with her. Mind you, my guy is looking at me really sideways because it's Valentine's and I'm not around. We went out one of the nights and she let me borrow one of her dresses. After that weekend I'm ready to give all my time to my new guy. She didn't like that. She started to get mad that I wasn't as available to her. I still had the borrowed dress in my closet. She got mad at me and told me that I have her dress and she wants it now. It was a $20 Forever 21 dress. My guy, my now husband, took the dress and put it in the mail and sent it to her through ups. He pretty much sat me down and told me she was a terrible person and she didn't deserve my friendship. I listened because she was acting so crazy about that stupid dress. I stopped talking to her as much. She got really mad and started to tell our other friends lies about me and tried to turn them against me. I guess she figured if I didn't have anyone, I'd come back to her. It didn't work cause I found my soulmate that night at that jazz club, so I definitely didn't need her. TLDR, she treated me like shit when I was mourning the pass of my mom over not being able to borrow my car. Then after meeting the guy of my dreams, I spend Valentine's Day weekend with her instead of him, and she acts like a beach over a $20 dress. Been friends since we were 3. We stopped kind of hanging out in middle school, but in high school we started hanging out again. We spent a lot of time together. Then I moved off to college and she stayed. No big deal. But she never got her license, never had money for a car, had a pretty rough childhood. So when I'd come home I'd have to go see her, and in that I would also take her places, like work or the store. She started selling pure romance stuff and she wanted me to throw a little party at school. Alright. So you found a ride to come down here, only when it benefited her. Whatever. I got over that. Well, we both got in relationships. I still live about 2 hours away because school and work at this point. She quits talking to me. I messaged her a few times, but she was always short with me. And then one day, out of the blue she texted me and was like, I miss you. Well, I miss you too. And then she was like, we should do something. So I told her that the next time I'm up, we could grab lunch. Never heard from her. Then she posts something on Facebook about how her and her boyfriend were pulled over for driving in the left lane and that she didn't know that was a thing. I, criminal justice major, commented and just said something along the lines of, yeah, sometimes they'll do that just so they can get a look into the car. Be careful. And didn't think anything else about it. Well, she posted a status the next day and said something about how she just posted that status because she was just wanting to put that out there and that she didn't want advice, and she deleted the comments that annoyed her. I didn't see it, but my boyfriend did and said, so I guess you and aren't friends anymore, and showed me that my comment was deleted. So I messaged her and asked what the issue was, and pretty much she was pissed at me because she didn't tell me she had a miscarriage and I didn't drop everything to rush up there to see her when all she said was, I miss you. I had to explain to her that I was a full-time student and working full-time and I can't just drop everything, and that we were adults now and she needed to act like one, and if she felt like she needed to tell me something she could just call like she always had. I felt like she just wanted to be mad about something. So I was just done after that. TLDR. Friends since 3, would use me for my car and would only see me when I came home from college. Got mad at me for her not telling me about her miscarriage and wanting me to make her #1 priority when all she ever said was, I miss you. Okay, this is a long story all in all, but I'll try to keep the details relevant. Best friend of 14 years was having a fight with her parents. I asked if she wanted me to go with her as support and she just said, if you want. But when I got there, her dad, who always considered me an adopted daughter, told me, hey, would you mind waiting outside? This is a family matter. So I went outside and wasted time for a couple hours, basically fuming. A few weeks later I received an accidental text message from her mom saying, even ex-best friend said she didn't have any business being there. So I asked my so-called best friend about it, and I made sure to tell her that you can tell me anything. I expect complete honesty from you, even if it's hard to say. And if you told me I could come, when you didn't want me there, that's the same as lying. She said, I swear to God, that isn't something I would say. I know from previous incidents that when she says, I swear to God, she is definitely lying. Well, I didn't push that any further. A couple weeks later I decided to move back to Az after staying with her in Wee. She didn't say anything as she dropped me off at the shuttle station. But I did hear her later telling people that she wasted her time and money. Whatever, beach. If it wasn't worth it to see your friend, I hope you faking rot. When I asked her about that, she told me, I haven't said anything since you left, which is not true because she is a notorious gossip. When I revealed my sources, she changed it to, I didn't say anything that wasn't true. Lying beach can't even keep her stories straight. Last time we had any contact, it was me telling her not to call my mom. She posted on my mom's FB, Merry Christmas Mom, as she decided to revoke that privilege herself. She is a childish, bossy, lazy beach who is teaching her children bad eating habits and therefore will be as obese as she is. My only hope is that a sweet husband can teach them some manners and to not beach at people and storm away slamming doors when they have a disagreement. She also used her bipolar disorder as an excuse to lash out at people. I understand that you can't control your moods, but you absolutely are accountable for how you treat people. It still hurts. She was my closest friend ever, but I know my life is better without that drama. It was weird. She was like an auntie-friend. She was my only friend, and I was her only friend. We met in high school and then clung to each other pretty hard for almost 8 years afterwards. I've always had a weight problem, but every time I tried to get the motivation to do something about it, she'd tell me no. Don't worry about it. You're perfect just the way you are. And stuff like that. I fell for it each time because losing weight was hard and listening to my best friend was easy. So I ballooned almost to 300 lbs. Then about 2.5 years ago, I gave up my life in a small town and moved to the city. Started making new friends, met someone I love very much, and like always, she followed me. Tried to make friends out of my friends, tried to get a job at my job. I had gotten her last 3 jobs, etc. Fast forward another year, we were all getting drinks together, her, my boyfriend, and I, and then I went to the restroom. When I got back, my boyfriend was giving me the we need to talk later eyes. When we got home, he told me that after I had gone to the restroom, she had burst out into laughter at seeing my backside and then had explained how she thought it was funny that it was so easy to keep me fat so that she would look better standing next to me. She was incredibly drunk, which was why she was able to let it slip so easily. After that, I realized that that's exactly what she had been doing. Making loud exclamations of my best friend will be in my wedding, even if we have to walk her down the aisle in a wheelbarrow, as if it was a righteous thing to be proud of, and many similar behaviors. My heart was broken that day. I confronted her about it the next morning, and she outright ignored my texts and calls, and tried to change the subject every time we did speak. Dumped her, and have also dumped almost 70 lbs. It was my fault for letting her manipulate me like that, and I don't intend to let anyone do it again. Friend was a guy I met through another friend, and we hit it off. I'll call him M. This was during my single/fun/free time of my life, where I was living in a town at which the demographics were college-aged or recent graduates. So it was more of my partying stage. While M also dabbled in the occasional bump of Buja sugar. No big deal. I participated every now and then, but coke isn't my thing. Just generally don't enjoy it. There were really no issues with M. Sure, he liked to party, but that never really became an issue or something that caused a problem. The only reservations I had about it was that it seemed like he enjoyed coke a little too much. He started using more frequently, and he said he used heavily in the past, which caused concern. It wasn't just the occasional weekend night in the city or even just strictly a weekend deal. He started using it on random weeknights when he had work the next morning. His neighbors would get it delivered to their house, so obviously he became friends with the CDX-con/ex-outlaw biker and would partake whenever he would randomly stop by. Even though his use picked up, it never became much of an issue until one day it all boiled over. There was a concert by a band we enjoyed, and we decided to get tickets to the concert. It was myself, M, one of my good friends from college, one of his good friends from college, and a lady friend M was trying to get with. Before we bought the tickets, M said he will just front the tickets and we can just pay him back the day of. No big deal. The day of rolls around, and I bring some whiskey and a little weed. He said he will buy a quarter keg and would just include it in the price for the concert tickets and to just give him the money after the concert. He said he didn't want to have that much cash on him in the concert, and he also didn't want to be confused after drinking/partying on if he spent it. Again, no big deal. We get to the concert, tailgate, and get a really solid buzz on. When it gets time, we go up to the venue and start enjoying the music. Except for M and his friend. At this point M was very intoxicated on both alcohol, coke, and some bud. He is not exactly in the most flattering light for the lady friend he is trying to hang out with. He seems to be upset that the lady friend is talking to my college friend and I more, because we weren't coked out of our minds. He gets bothered with the situation and leaves. Nowhere to be found for the remainder of the concert. After the concert, my friend, the girl, and I all start to head back for the car, wondering where M and his buddy went. There I see M at the entrance. Not so drunk, but still very high. He proceeds to tell me that his friend got so drunk that the police at the venue gave him a public intoxication ticket. Yes, he was so drunk that out of the entire crowd of country concert goers he was deemed to be so drunk that it was a public nuisance. He was also nowhere to be found. So I tell M that I will meet everyone back by the truck and we will then leave. I find M's friend and head back to M's truck to leave. We all pile in, and the girl has to sit on my lap due to the space. As we leave, M is pissed at his friend for ruining his night and is just in a bad faking mood. As we are driving out, he proceeds to rail a half a gram of coke and starts screaming for us to find the whiskey bottle. Which we lie and say it's buried in the back trunk because he is obviously driving and already took more coke. As we make the 20-minute drive back to his place, he gets continually enraged, pissed off that we can't find the whiskey bottle and like we are trying to fuck with him. He then says, "And yeah, you'll never paid me for this sheet," which just kinda pushed my buttons. I had the cash in my wallet for him. He said wait until we got back to his place. Now I'm ripping him off. We get back to his place and he says I'm going inside. Yeah, you'll get the fuck out of my face. Again, I'm now annoyed with this level of undue disdain. I wanted to be done with it, and I didn't want to hear anymore how I was ripping him off. I take the money I owe him out of my wallet, and as he is walking in I quickly walk up to him and say, "Here's what I owe you," and he looks at me and smacks the money out of my hand and says, "Get the fuck off my property," to which I told him he is acting like a child and we did nothing wrong. He challenges me as he is walking away, "You don't want to say that again. Try me." So I say, "M, you are acting like a child." As soon as I finish those words, he turns on his heel and sprints towards me. He was about 50 feet away, and as he gets close to me, he goes in to try and tackle me to the ground. When he went for the tackle, I was able to sort of grab over his back and grabbed his head and used the momentum to turn so that he was now on the ground and I was on top of him. I knelt on his shoulders so his arms couldn't punch me. I was fully free with his face fully exposed, and there was nothing he could do. In my flight or fight instinct, every essence of my body at that moment was screaming at me, hit him, hit him. But my rational brain overrode those emotions. All I could hear in my head was, "Don't do it. While he is a jackass, now hitting him will be something you regret." He is / was a friend. So I got up and quickly left as his piece of shit neighbors come out. Turns out I dislocated his shoulder pretty bad. Like surgery level bad. I felt bad about that, but I mean it could have been a lot worse. After that the relationship never recovered. Have seen each other in mixed company with no issues. I just never want to have that level of emotional volatility in my life, and I never want to be in a position where my instincts and rational brain have to fight over a split-second decision. I had a friend in middle school and high school. She was my best friend. Her and I would hang out nearly every day and had so much fun playing video games, drawing, etc. She had a pretty shitty home life. Her mom was a drug abuser and manipulated and emotionally abused my friend. Everything was going well until junior, Third year of high school. I was slightly overweight, 20 pounds if you go by BMI chart, but I definition should been 40 pounds lighter, and she would make fun of me. I started to lose weight, and went from 150 to about 90 pounds in 6 or 7 months. I'm 5 feet 2 inches by the way, so 90 pounds isn't that bad. I started eating way healthier, but didn't exercise, so I was just skinny with no tone. Anyways, she would tell our teachers that I was bulimic, so the teachers started escorting me to the restroom and making sure I ate. Blah blah blah. After I lost the weight and more guys were attracted to me, she completely flipped. She became depressed and suicidal, mainly using her mental health to manipulate me. She would blame me and her shitty life on me, saying I was the reason she wanted to die, that I wasn't giving her a right attention. We were planning on going to the same college for video game design, her as the artist and me as the programmer. I decided to go to school for something more broad, computer and electrical engineering, since it's easier to get a job and I can still learn game programming. Well, she was pissed that we weren't going to the same school anymore. I eventually told her to go fuck herself, in nicer terms. Started hanging out with my other friends more. Stopped going to my courses that had her in them. Teachers were cool with it. I just did the homework and take home tests. I knew I had to drop her as a friend once I started to become depressed. It was stressful living my life walking on eggshells and feeling bad about myself. Living a much better life now. Living across country working as an engineer. Found out she works in the bakery department at a chain grocery store. Think I made the right choice. She's a millionaire, worth around 2 to 4 million. I'm low income disabled. We had been friends since college, 30 years. Her money is from an inheritance. Even when we were in college she had money and 6 figures in the bank from an earlier inheritance. She started bragging to me about buying a 5 to 6 bedroom mansion to live in alone, and showed me housing listings. Sure, it's her money, spend it any way you want. But I realized even with her money, how shallow she was becoming. Watching someone with no imagination, with all that money drove me crazy. She only cared about stuff, and not about people. She was cold. That week, I had very little money for groceries. Our charity food co-op had hit a supply snag. We had some car repairs. I didn't want to ask for help, and avoided this with her as a general rule. She refused to help for years, even when I was in worse situations, and lived in the slums without a car, phone and even less groceries. I didn't want to be beholden to her anyhow, but I was not in the mood to hear about mansions. A couple months before, she had let it slip that she spent more than what I live on in a year on acupuncture alone at her holistic health clinic. She gets more services than that there. We never had money change hands. She bought me some shampoo and used estate sale items as gifts sometimes. She had no empathy for my poverty or what I dealt with in life. The economic chasm was too vast. On the way out she even blamed me for my husband's job layoffs. She seemed just spoiled, committed to no greater causes, only cared about shopping for her glass collection, becoming more and more judgmental. I just couldn't take it anymore. When she started defending narcissists I had gone no contact with and just a blog I write for Akans, adult children of narcissists. I realized she had the same cold effect, lack of empathy, kindness etc. of family narcissists I had escaped. I couldn't take it anymore. I had changed. There was BS I didn't want to put up with. I had nearly ended the friendship 3 times before for her coldness and lack of caring. In the 1990s I didn't talk to her for a year, but had taken her back. I knew it was depressing when she visited, able to lay down $500 for antiques, glass and jewelry, while I scrounged for money for lunch. I put up with her as long as I did because I thought she cared, coming out to visit me. I felt like she put me down constantly and like she was slumming with me. I was a disabled and poor person. She used to make herself feel superior. I enjoyed a lot of our activities, to art museums, nature centers, movies, and conversations, but to be honest, she just didn't care about me at all. I realized with years she would never be there for me in any meaningful way. She looked down on me like my upper middle class family. She had no love. Even the dead way she talked to me as I was confronting her near the end talking to me like she was a social worker, not caring the friendship was being ended, not even wasting one emotion, told me I was invested in someone for 30 years that absolutely did not give a shit about me. I believe she is a malignant narcissist now too. I befriended her used to abuse from a very narcissistic family. She shared my narcissistic mother's personality, the entitlement and air of superiority. After I walked, she didn't care. I was nothing to her. I went no contact with the abusive family several years ago, and she was next on the list. Here is the last thing I said to her. I can tell from the tone of these letters your emotional investment in me is very little. You don't want to be close, and do not see me as a person of any worth. You defend my abusers and use cold social worker language on me instead of the responses one would expect a friend of 30 years to make. Maybe my expectations were too high, and you just saw me as an activity buddy. Our expectations of friendships do not match. Right now I know I can't even talk to you about anything deep and meaningful anymore, because I'm judged as not letting go, and being too emotional and always the one in the wrong. Because you are treating me the same as my family did, as a person of no worth and someone you do not love or care about, I'm walking away for good. I doubt you will feel much pain over this as I will, but I made the decision that I would give you one last chance to give me in these MLs one kind word or degree of sympathy and empathy before I walked away, and you failed and failed miserably. I was maybe 20 or 21, just moved into my first apartment. Made friends with this kid who lived in an apartment nearby who I think was maybe 15 or 16. It was just him and his mom who lived together, and I could tell they struggled to have anything more than what they absolutely needed. I'd see him in passing, and he saw me bringing in a bag from GameStop. This was early 2000s, so like PS2 era, and he asked what I had got. I showed him my games and we talked for a bit, and he said he only had an old Dreamcast and only one game, which was NFL 2K. I happened to have gotten the new Madden game that day, and he seemed like a good kid just having a rough time, so I invited him to come play a few games if it was cool with his mom. He went in to ask her, and she came out to talk to me for a secretary, and turns out she was this cute Hispanic MILF type in her late 30s I was eyeballing hard at the complex pool days before. I showed her where my apartment was after introducing myself, and even gave her my cell number in case she needed to reach him. After a couple months of coming over periodically and hanging out, I liked the kid. I kind of took on a big brother role for him. I saw a lot of myself in him at his age, and wanted to help him enjoy some things he wouldn't have otherwise had, and be a good example. One day we were playing some games, hanging out like normal, and he went into my kitchen to get a drink. Then to the bathroom. Then he's like, "I'm heading home, sire," while acting kinda weird as he left. I start looking around a bit, and turns out he had stolen some cookie dough and some other food related items. I feel bad that he is in the position to have to steal food, but I'm kinda pissed that he couldn't just ask me for it, because I would have given it to him no problem. His mom comes over later, after she found him trying to bake cookies, to tell me about it, but I'd already figured it out. We talked for a minute and she's apologizing for it. I tell her it's okay, I just don't know if I can trust him in my home anymore, etc. She kinda got a little teary-eyed and said she understood and she would talk to him, and thanked me for being so nice to him. Fast forward about a month and a half. I'm home playing some games, smoking a bowl, when I hear a knock at the door. I look through the peephole and see the kid's mom. At this point I hadn't talked to either of them since she had last left my apartment, aside from maybe a smile and a wave as we passed each other or at the pool. I open the door and step outside to talk to her because my apartment smells like a fresh smoked bowl. She came by to ask me some questions about gaming console/games, as it was almost her son's birthday and we had been outside for a few minimums, but it's super hot out, Arizona summertime wee, and she wanted to write some things down I had told her. So we go inside my apartment and I'm hoping the smell has cleared, but nope. To my surprise, she says almost immediately, I love that smell. So I offer her some, and she's laughingly declining, saying she hadn't smoked in years, but she eventually relents, saying it might help relieve her stress. So we sit on the couch and smoke, while I write down the list of things she needed. I had a high quality smoke, not just regular old weed, so her being a lightweight she got blazed pretty hard. She asked to use my bathroom, so I pointed down the hall where it was and she went. About 10 minutes pass, and she's not back. I'm like, damn, she must be blowing up my bathroom. A few more minutes, and I'm curious, so I get up and walk down the hall a bit to see if I hear anything in the bathroom. I notice the door is open and the light is off, appearing to be vacant, so I go check. Nobody in there. I turn around and look in my bedroom and she's laying on her back sideways across my bed, just staring at the ceiling. I walk into the doorway of the room and she notices me and says, "I'm sorry, your bed just looked so comfy," then puts her arms up like for me to help her sit up. I laugh and just think, damn, she's pretty blazed, and grab her hands to help her sit up when she literally pulls me on top of her, wraps legs around my hips and starts kissing and sucking on my neck. After a brief second of "whoa, wait, what?" I return the favor and we both frantically strip off our clothes and proceed to have some of the best sex I've ever had in my life. She didn't want anyone to know due to our age difference, which was fine with me. I didn't want a relationship with her, I just wanted to plow that hot tatted lat in a bubble butt. This went on for months, at my house, her house, the pool, my car. It was amazing, and I missed it when it was over, when they eventually moved out of state. TLDR, I befriended a kid. He stole my food, so I banged his mom. My close high school buddy, Miles, and I were both asked to stand up in our friend's wedding. Miles was the best man, but couldn't get his sheet together to do any of the best man duties. Any of them. I flew in from across the country to help decorate the reception hall, plan a pre-wedding wedding party dinner, and such. I found out that Miles hadn't even rented a hotel room or figured out how he was going to get to and from wedding events, as he had no car. He just assumed the groom would take care of all of it. I was flabbergasted, so as a good friend I offered him the second bed in my hotel room. I told him that I had to fly out the morning after the wedding and would be leaving the hotel by 7:30. He got so drunk at the wedding that by the time we made it back to the hotel room I assumed he would just pass out. Wrong. He talked shit to me, called me names, and would shut the fuck up for hours. I kept asking him to be quiet since I had to leave so early, and when he decided he wasn't going to listen to me, I demanded that he shut up, and he still wouldn't listen to me, and he kept telling me he would rather kill himself, didn't ever have to talk with me again. It was awful. In the morning, I woke him up at 6 AM with a pitcher of cold water. Had a conversation about his actions the night before, told him our friendship was officially over, and told him he had to get out of my hotel room. He cried and told me he was sorry and that I shouldn't be mad at him because he told me he had a drinking problem sometimes, and now he didn't have a ride back to his hometown. I had never offered or committed to giving him a ride back to his hometown. I haven't talked or heard from him since. So, about 4 years ago. This will get buried, but oh well. I knew a girl. She was extremely competitive with me and bordering on inappropriate with my spouse during a group vacation. We kept her at arm's length after that and moved on with our lives. What finally made me end the friendship was when the Boston Marathon bombing happened a few years later. My husband's workplace was sponsoring a team. He had told me that morning he was thinking about going with a group of co-workers to cheer them on. I was home with our toddler when everything happened. In the moments that felt like hours, where I couldn't get an idea of where my husband was or if he was safe, this girl begins posting about false flag attacks and crisis actors. I told her she was a horrible person and some other not very nice words. She gave me a half-as apology saying she wasn't even thinking about us. My husband was okay. He had changed his mind just before everyone left to head to the event and hung back to finish up some work. 2 of his co-workers were severely injured. One ended up retiring early because she couldn't work anymore and the other made a near full recovery. We found out that they were injured via photos before anyone at his work could confirm it. Had a friend who turned out to be a compulsive liar. I work in a small industry where everyone knows everyone, and I became friends with a guy I met at a work event. He seemed really cool and we hit it off. Well, I found out he was lying about the number of drinks he had when he was driving, including one time when he drove me home when I was too drunk to really evaluate the situation. He was supposed to be the DD, and after I heard from a third party how wasted he'd been, it was pretty much over. Eventually he came to me saying he was getting help and working on himself, and I tentatively forgave him. We weren't as close friends after, but we hung out occasionally. He ended up stealing from his employer, small friend and family run business, and then lied about it. The guys who run the company are great. I know a lot of them, and they would have forgiven him if he'd come clean. He didn't realize he'd been caught on camera and lied to their faces multiple times when confronted about it. When they fired him for it, he went looking for other jobs in the industry. It was common knowledge that he'd worked for the previous company, and when asked why he left, he lied. He told them his previous employers overworked him and abused their employees. Needless, they inquired about it, and he didn't get the job. While all this was happening, I asked him why he left the company, and he said he'd been let go because of staffing cuts. Anyway, I stopped being friends with him because I felt like associating with someone who is that comfortable with lying, who steals and who constantly blames others for his problems was not someone I needed in my life. I feel like it also tainted me because continuing to hang out with him made it seem like I condoned that behavior. I helped my friend when he was homeless by inviting him into my home, took him to the doctor and paid for his broken arm to get fixed, took him to the dentist to get his broken tooth fixed, got him a job at my family's medical marijuana dispensary, which he was later fired from because he didn't get free sats on weekends every week, introduced him to my pretty cousin, who he is still dating. Literally fought fights for the kid in high school and have done everything in my power to assure he is successful in life. I moved to his city last year cause the cost of living is low and I wanted to be with a friend that I've treated as my brother. He introduced me to a wine vendor for a job, and the job ended up being illegal as fuck. I was paid with an apartment inside her wine warehouse, which was little more than an office and bathroom. When I got another job, so I could make money too, she fired me, accused me of trespassing, and had me arrested. When I got back, almost all my stuff was gone. Childhood photos, shoes, clothes, etc. So I ended up living in my car. I asked him if I could stay on the floor of his and my cousin's apartment, and he turned me down. I spent winter in my car with the engine running, so I didn't freeze to death. After he left me to freeze, I realized we valued the friendship differently. The final straw was when he asked me to come over and hang out with him and his friends, expecting me to smoke them down. Since I always have weed and dabs, I guess they must have found some cause. When I got there, they refused to answer the door, claiming we couldn't hear you. I was knocking on the window right behind your faking head, and if I knocked any harder I would have either bloodied my hand or broken the window. After that sheet I cut him out like a melanoma, and not surprisingly my self-esteem has been on a steady upward climb since. Edit. His mom is also a total cunt to me and has been since we met. I don't know if I was because she was sexually attracted to me or jealous of my mom, better looking, makes more money, has more friends, etc. But when I excitedly told her I got a new girlfriend, she said wow, I feel sorry for her, and was not joking. Fuck their whole family. The cousin he's dating is pretty much cut from the family because she's super unappreciative, refusing to help push the car my grandfather just bought her so he could do the manual labor to get it running. They deserve each other. Way late to the party, but the first time I went to Burning Man in 2005, I rode with a friend and his girlfriend in the RV they rented. I didn't know anyone else who attended except for one friend I knew online from audio production circles. I also had incredibly bad social anxiety, which the guy I rode with absolutely knew about. Halfway into the week, he asked me if I could find a ride home. I needed to be home by a specific day, but he and his girlfriend wanted to take a longer route home to get back a day later than we had originally planned. For someone with bad social anxiety, finding a 1,000-mile ride home from near strangers is a terrifying prospect. Thankfully, before I left for Burning Man, I'd come to a decision to finally make the necessary changes in my life to tackle my social anxiety. That week, I put myself in one uncomfortable social situation after another, fighting my anxiety all the way. By the time he'd asked me to find a ride, I had been hanging out quite a bit with my online audio friend and his friends who I'd just met for the first time that week. I was having the best time of my life up to that point and really feeling good about myself. That's when the guy I rode up with gave me a long letter he wrote telling me I have a negative attitude and people don't like me. If I wasn't already done with our friendship over the ride thing, I absolutely was over it after that letter. I did get a ride home with some of my new friends. I drove the night shift while everyone else slept. Halfway through the night, one of them woke up and we talked the rest of the trip back. I just married her a few months ago. Oh boy, I've been holding this in for a while, so here it goes. Caution, wall of text. She was a really close friend of mine for almost 10 years. We went through a lot. High school together. She was there for me when my brother passed, when I had to hospitalize my sister after a mental breakdown. She was there when I moved out of my parents' house. We even did our first year in college together. I fell in love with her by the time we were in college. She didn't know. I kept it as a secret for a while, but seeing her going from shitty boyfriend to shittier boyfriend was taking a toll on me. I opened up one day, she understood. Spent the night with me, we slept together, but nothing sexual happened. I was so scared that everything would turn to nothing. A few days later she spent the night at a really close mutual friend's house. She faked him and started dating him for a while. My worst fear was becoming a reality. Everything was turning to nothing. Our mutual friend dumped her a couple weeks later. She came by my house with one of her girlfriends. We hanged for a while. Her friend came on to me. I faked her friend that night. She, the one I thought I loved, slept in my couch. At some point during sex, her friend grabbed my face, looked straight into my eyes, and said, "Where are you?" I was nowhere near. I was thinking about my friend, the one I loved, sleeping in my couch, and the terrible decision I made to fix a heartbreak by sleeping with another woman out of spite, or WE. My friend, the one I thought I loved, actually encouraged me to keep on seeing her girlfriend, saying she liked me, that we were great together. A couple days later, my friend faked one of my childhood friends, and to put a cherry on top, the girl I slept with was due late. I didn't loved her, the girl I slept with. I wasn't going to marry or stay with a woman I barely knew, didn't love, just for a baby. I was willing to be a father and respect her decision. They both, my friend and the girl I slept with, refused my request to talk to their parents as soon as possible so we could have some help and support. My loving friend called me and accused me of trying to kill her friend, that I would love to see her die in an abortion clinic. By that time, I was sleeping 3 or 4 hours a night, with any luck. Work was hell. College became unbearable. Our friendship had capsized. A week later I get a call. The girl I had gotten pregnant had a miscarriage. She kept on smoking and living the high life, ignoring any common sense, so everything went south. I called my friend that night, told her that I never wanted to see or hear her again, that I loved her, but she had just hurt me too much by accusing me of being a murderer. All I wanted was for them to be safe, and if her friend wanted the baby, I would have supported her in every way. I was willing to be a father, but not a husband to a woman I didn't love. She cried, asked me to rethink things, that she valued my friendship. All I could think of was getting out of my life. Got a job offer. Spent the next 7 months working in a different province/state. I came back home, and a few years later I found out my former friend was married with children and living in Brazil. Hope she is happy. I dropped out of college, kept on working, decided to start therapy and work on myself. When I met her, she was a stay-at-home mom to a 2 and 5-year-old, and I had an almost 2-year-old. My first mom friend, I was 23, and she was 25 then. She was the sweetest, kindest, most giving, emotional, not just things, friend I'd ever had. I tried to keep good boundaries between us, because I was a poor student and she and her husband had fat tech money. I really just wanted to spend time with her. We took our girls to parks and cheap things a lot, and she did fancy kids things with who she called the old mommies at her daughter's private school. She had been a single mom with her first, so she remembered being poor and understood my deal. There were small red flags from the beginning. Probably too many to name, but she was extremely intelligent, so I thought her occasional odd decisions were from being a little suppressed from being at home with young children. I went through a hard divorce when my daughter was 3, and she was there for me, listening, watching my kid. I thought she was stable then. The facade was still up. Her sister-in-law told me later that, while they were in Mexico, and I was house sitting for her and looking for a place to rent post-separation, that my friend had a mental breakdown in Mexico on this family trip and cut herself up a bunch. I saw one of the scars in a dressing room later. She would not discuss these things with me. I felt like she could be my friend and support, but I could not be her support, and it broke my heart. She lost weight after stopping breastfeeding and her boobs disappeared, which happens sometimes. She told me she wanted to look proportionate and maybe get B cups. I was scared of voluntary major surgery myself, but she wasn't, so I supported her. She came back with serious bolt-on DD boobs. Seemed weird because it was not what she said she was doing, and she was kind of a hippie and would hide trashy mags like Us Weekly from her daughters. I remember they stood out from her tiny ribs, and there was no fat on her anymore. They looked almost painful the way they stood out, but she said she was happy, so okay. A few months after the boob job, she separated from her husband for a guy in her past and spent the summer living with him in another state, culminating with a crazy week at Burning Man. This bothered me a lot because I knew how much her little girls relied on her and missed her. I thought maybe she would have this summer break from her mom life and then settle down. I visited her at her boyfriend's place near the end of the summer, and she was pregnant by the boyfriend, not yet showing. She was glowing, and everywhere we went people were literally stopping her on the street and telling her how beautiful she was. She was smoking, doing drugs, and drinking like it was going out of style, but it was okay because she was going to have an abortion and a haircut when she came home in a week. I remember her boyfriend showing us this new obscure show that was so hilarious called It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and it was the abortion episode. It felt weird watching them laugh so hard at it knowing what I knew. I had seen her cry over a dead bird that smacked her picture window. She and I were both pro-choice, but there was some cognitive dissonance there I didn't understand. They stayed out late partying and stumbling in having weird sled fights. I went home after dinner because I was tired after having been at a conference all weekend before getting to her. Plus their vibe was kind of too exhaustingly Sailor and Leela, and I felt like I was watching a performance. Then, divorce proceedings. A few months after the divorce, she used me as her alibi for both her boyfriend and ex-husband, who had their kids at the moment, while she was out partying with a married guy from work. Had the boyfriend, who was crazy, banging on the door of my pitch dark house at 2 AM. My second/now husband yelled out the window that she is not here. We were not going to answer the door because the first time we had him to dinner his knuckles were scabby from bar fighting. He did a lot of drugs we found out and was massive. A few hours later, ex-husband blowing up my phone at 7 AM looking for her. I had no idea where she was or that I was the alibi until he told me she told both of them she was hanging out with me. I hadn't heard from her for days. I didn't hear from her for 48 hours after that, and she had gotten pretty much her whole back tattooed, which I hadn't heard was happening. She didn't really apologize for putting me in the middle. I told her I didn't think I could be her friend anymore, so she moved on to my sister and copied a tattoo my sister got that had personal meaning to my sister, but my friend just liked it. Then she hung out with my estranged mother, but was too much of an alcoholic even for mom. After she spent the night at her house and wet the bed in my mother's guest room. Later she married the boyfriend, but didn't tell anyone. I don't know why. My sister told me she spent most of her divorce settlement. I advised her to put a down payment on a condo, but there were trips and drugs and the back tattoo. So then she lied about her mental state/diagnosis and donated eggs. Ex-model, Eastern European, tall. Something went wrong and it almost killed her, but she was okay. A few years later the ex-husband and I were working at the same company and met for drinks and talked about her. I kind of had to pick sides in the divorce. If I'd worked with him, she'd have seen me as another caretaker and the enemy. He was there at the when I was helping her get discharged after her overdose attempt. He saw me through a window. She called and begged me to pick her up after her mandatory hold and I didn't know what else to do. He said he knew I meant well. He was so sad. He said something I never forgot, nostalgia is poison. He finished raising the girls, the oldest was his stepdaughter and she stayed. He's not perfect, but he did right by them. Last Christmas my sister showed me on Facebook my ex-friend is in the Midwest now living with a guy. Little contact with her daughters, I hear. I hope she's stable. I was working average of 1.5 hours a day 6 days a week and was staying 45-minute drive away. She was lonely and broke and found if she talked about wanting to commit suicide I'd basically drop everything after work and drive out to come see her and make sure she had food and was in a better headspace by the time I left at 1 AM and had to be up for work in several hours. I lost a childhood friend to suicide, and looking back on his last messages when he reached out to me, I feel like I could have done more to save him, so I still feel responsible for his death. The night I caught onto her I was so tired I was nearly stumbling back to my room from a long day of work on almost no sleep and she sounded over text pretty seriously considering ending her life and needed company, so she didn't do anything drastic. I broke the speed limits all the way there. My adrenaline at the thought of losing another friend to suicide I could help prevent haunted me. When I got there she hopped in my car and excitedly asked where we were going to get food that night, since there wasn't much open by the time I got off work and she wanted to show me some more drawings she did when she was high. I sat there, staring out the windshield starting to disassociate as I realized what she had trained me to do. Her voice faded out talking about this new top shelf indica she had bought and what effect on her art and memory it had. She said it made them better, but it did the opposite. When she had paused, I told her I was too tired to drive her to the Italian place she wanted that night, and if she had money for top shelf weed she had money for food, if she budgeted like I do. I went on to give her some tips on budgeting with her work, and she got offended and realized I wasn't driving her and paying for food again, so she asked why the change in heart. I was so tired I told her straight up I thought she was using me to scare me into taking care of her when I could barely do the same for myself. So she got out and started walking away. I tried to talk her down from being upset, but I realized I was so tired I needed to get back to a room before I fell asleep at the wheel. She tried to do it again a couple times, but I changed my phone number and she did not get my new one. She did not end up committing suicide, she just pretended to be. TLDR, friend used my guilt of losing another friend to feign being suicidal so I would hang out with her and buy her food so she could afford more weed. I've only ever had to cut out 3 friends and that's supremely rare for me, since I'm definitely that kind of guy that will keep you on my contact list for 20 years, even if you never speak to me. First friend, I told her that I had lost my cat since he had run out and I was searching for him for several hours. She immediately contacted my mother, whom I was withholding the info on until I was certain of the outcome, and was also on vacation at the time, and told her that our cat had died. The woman nearly had a heart attack. She was almost 60, so it's rather feasible she could have. I immediately cut her out for being faking ridiculous. Second friend, we had met when she was visiting my province. She's from Missouri and became good friends, even pen pals. Fast forward about 10 years and this was a few years ago when Americans started wising up to how faking horrible the symbolism behind the Confederate flag was. She, being an inbred hick, displayed her true colors and was posting the battle flag at every which way she could, even though she had never once mentioned being a patriot, being tied to the Confederate States historically, or even giving a shit about the flag. She would defend it saying that it's the American thing to do, so you claim you're such an American that you're defending the flag whose whole purpose was to split from America? Yeah, okay there. Anytime someone would try to converse with her she'd dismiss it with "don't bring negativity on my Facebook!" 1111. Quote. I quietly removed her after that, and I became better friends with her best friend, who isn't a gun-toting wildebeest. The final friend is, surprise, another backwards racist twat wiffle. He basically told me that it's okay to say the N-word as a white person, no matter what the circumstances are, and isn't going to tiptoe around what is just a word. This was someone who would be a social justice warrior in every other way, and police my comments when we were dating. Nope the fuck out of that. What a surprise that it was another American too. I was close to a girl I liked. We were close friends as well. But we bickered too. But we were close in public too. Naturally, people would comment on it too. One particular day, we had a nice day at a park and then at her mom's for a little gathering. One of her mom's friends was laying on the "he's so nice to you" talk real thick. No ill intent, but I knew it made my friend uncomfortable. Well, on the way taking her back home, she was very sullen and quiet. I pushed to ask why, because we had a pretty great day. Well, she starts literally screaming at me, saying I was overbearing and overstepping my boundaries. I disagreed. We were hanging out almost every day. We were close, and if she didn't like it, she should have backed off. The yelling escalates, and she starts hitting me in the face while I'm driving. Thankfully, we were on an empty neighborhood street, so I slammed on the brakes and extended my arm to keep her at bay. She then grabbed my hair and continued smacking me. Well, there's nothing like the sting of hair pulling to trigger anger. So I grabbed her hair and screamed at her to let go of me and to stop hitting me. When she didn't stop, I smacked her head on my dashboard. She let go and somehow got turned around and slid as first where your feet go in the car. Since the violence stopped, I gave her my hand and pulled her back into her seat. She got out and walked home, though I waited for her to get there and we talked it out in the car. There was no more violence, but the talk was heated. In the end, we made out peace and even hung out after that. But it forever changed how I felt about her. She is very damaged. These days, we rarely hang out, but we do chat on Facebook regularly. Overall, I feel terrible that I responded with violence, me being significantly stronger than her. Had things played out differently, one of us could have been seriously hurt. At the same time, I feel like I was a victim of assault. It was the first and only black eye I've ever had. She was seriously condescending about my level of intelligence and socioeconomic status, even though we were at the same postgraduate school. Once, when I volunteered an answer to a question in class, she patted my head afterwards and said, "I'm so proud of you." Very blatantly condescending. I only continued hanging out with her because she was in the same group of friends as me. One day, we got into a conversation about owning dogs. She said she wanted to get a pair of Yorkies, and when I agreed and said that 2 dogs are always better than 1, and I also wanted to get 2 dogs, she raised her eyebrows and asked, "But are you sure you would be able to afford it? 2 dogs can be pretty expensive." There was absolutely no reason for her to believe I wouldn't be able to afford it. Again, we were at the same school, both living in the area and living the same lifestyle. The last straw was when a different friend and I were discussing hidden racism. You know, not overt racism, but just the sort of oblivious, ignorant old world racism that some people have as an undercurrent to their existence. My friend and I both come from immigrant Asian families. She is blonde-haired, blue-eyed, white, and raised her whole life in Boston. She sat listening to our conversation for a while, and then she interrupted us angrily to say, "You guys don't know what you're talking about. There is no racism. I grew up in Boston, and there is no racism there," and angrily huffed away. This was close to graduation. The day after graduation, I promptly began ignoring her calls and avoiding her. She tried calling me once in a while for a few months. Then she left me a voicemail asking me why I was avoiding her, which I also ignored, and then we dropped contact. We were friends since freshman year in high school. I'll call him Oliver. Cool guy but a bit weird. Got weirder as the years went on. Senior year, Oliver got a girlfriend who went to our rival school and got in good with her dad when he told him he planned on joining the military. He was one of basically 3 friends, Mark, Oliver, and Kyle, I had all through high school because I was socially awkward and shy. We did everything together, and he said I was family. Well, Oliver goes off to basic. He and his girl start fighting. He tells me he's going to propose when he gets back. I say it's a bad idea. She sends him a "Dear John." He flips his sheet. The next 2 years I help him out by doing things like drive him around when he's in town, because the junker he bought that month to fix up broke down and wasn't worth it to fix. Well, he's staying at my place, but mostly sulking in my room the whole time till one night he says he wants to go play laser tag at the mini golf place the town over. I think he's finally getting over his breakup that happened 4 months prior, so I drive us out. Lo and behold, his ex just happens to be there playing mini golf with her friends. They get into a shouting match and I have to drag him away. On the way out of the parking lot he cranks my car stereo to the maximum volume out of nowhere and nearly deafens me. I never got an explanation why. He just glared at me and sulked all the way home when I turned it down and asked what the hell, man. The next morning we had plans with Kyle, but Oliver ditches us. I'm still annoyed from the night before, so I don't complain. Kyle and I meet up with Mark and Mark starts showing me social media posts and texts and tells me of these rumors being spread by old high school acquaintances about me being a backstabbing, lying, selfish person and the cause of Oliver's breakup. Apparently, all senior year, Oliver's girl had a thing for me, and we had been faking behind his back despite him treating me like family. Then when he went to basic, while I was faking her I convinced her he was no good, and that she should break up with him, then later convince her to start talking to this other guy whom I had never met, because reasons. I'm furious. I stood up for this guy, given him a place to sleep when he had nowhere to go, got in fights for him when he ran his mouth too much and couldn't back it up, helped him and his entire family move multiple times, and took a road trip to visit him at the base he was staying at. Mark and I go back to his place, and I'm fuming in his driveway when Oliver shows up. Dude doesn't even acknowledge my existence, just starts talking to Mark, asking him if he can borrow some movies to watch, and if he wants to grab some food. I explode on Oliver, ripping him a new verbal asshole, like I've never done to anyone before, and tell him, if he wants his stuff, he can find it by the dumpster in the morning, but he wasn't welcome to stay with me any longer. He stands there, stunned, as Mark and I walk inside, and leave him there, outside, alone. Last I heard, Oliver collects unemployment, while he and his fiancée, which nobody has seen aside from one picture of some random girl, live with his mother in another state, while he gets his professional live streaming and YouTube career off the ground. I'm a bit late to the party here, but I had a friend. People have often said I'm too lenient and soft when it comes to friendships. However, I never knew I could get faked over like this badly. We became good friends over the drama of this girl both leading us on and using the attention and then dumping us. We'd meet up every week despite the distance and we quickly became very good friends. Fast forward a couple of months and I've moved back home, closer to him and his friends, and I meet this girl on Tinder at roughly the same time. Ever get that feeling where you can just tell she's the one? Damn, we clicked from the first message and our chats were so passionate and full, never letting up and always interesting and fun. 7 months chatting like that, and we decide to go for it and meet up for the first time. Now I'm good looking, but I have certain issues, for example mild cerebral palsy, and have always been bullied for it etc. point. So I'm very socially insecure with new people and I guess emotionally withdrawn in some ways too. I'd met up with girls before, and I didn't want a situation where it might be awkward. So I invite my womanizer confident friend over, and it went well. So I thought. After the meet our conversations wilted quickly, and my hopes for her withered into a sea of depression. Back to the friend, we still were going strong, if not stronger, because I needed his reassurance in myself. We went parties and I became friends with all his friends. One day, a day in June this year, a moment that I will never forget, he told me to drop him off at a friend's, and that he needed to tell me something. I reassured him, I don't judge anyone, so like whatever he thought he'd done I wouldn't get angry. I have never been so unprepared in my life when he showed a picture of him and the girl. A picture because I thought he was winding me up. When he told me, it was like feeling reality collapsing. I went numb and acted normal somehow, but the scale of it dawned on me. I'd driven him to Ashford. He'd said to see his aunt countless times. He'd have her over one day at his mate's and then invite me over the next, the only one in our group of friends oblivious to their relationship. Needless to say, shock turned into anger. Anger which I punched up my stepfather who was aggressive she that night, and I lost it. Problem was he was my only friend, and so I blamed it all on her. Blocked her and didn't talk for another couple of months. I forgot about the incidents for the sake of my friendship and carried on. Until this month. He had a girl who was going on a date with another guy. He asked me to come crash it. I came and it was fun for all four of us until he kissed the guy's date in front of him. It was a long night of preventing a fight between them. Then he got piss-faced drunk. I drive him home, tell him to get out, and he doesn't. No matter what I say. So okay, I don't know, I drive towards my home, 60 miles away, and it gets worse. He gets a call from my once soulmate girl, and he starts screaming the worst shit at her, threatening to kill her friends if she meets up with them. And I'm there driving silently while she cries on the phone. And that did it. I stopped at some rural station at 1 AM, got out, threw his stuff out, dragged him from my car, and drove away, only to drive back 5 minutes later to drop his forgotten backpack out my window and drove away again. Been a month and I haven't replied to him. Don't plan to. Thanks for reading. TLDR, my bisexual ex-best's homophobic boyfriend ended our friendship. This was senior year in high school. My then best friend, Floor, who is bisexual, was starting to get close to a guy all the girls wanted. Eventually they got together. Once we started hanging out as a group, I let it slip that I was bisexual when we were talking about another girl. I said she was hot and was attracted to her. He immediately got grossed out and changed the subject. I was really annoyed with him, but forgot about it for a while. A few days before graduation we hung out again, and she had mentioned something to me about not talking about liking girls. I told her fine, if it's that big of a deal, I won't. Well, we weren't alone this time. A few more of our mutual friends came along, one who was openly gay and knew about Floor and I being bisexual. Well, he started making some jokes about sexuality and asking me who I liked, and the whole time I see Floor's boyfriend start getting uncomfortable. They ended up leaving our group and walking somewhere else. The next day, one day before we cross the stage, Floor and her boyfriend have a talk with me. They're uncomfortable with all the lesbian talk and don't want to be my friend anymore. I'm pissed at this point. When I remind Floor about her sexuality, she calls me a liar, and her boyfriend started to threaten me, saying I need to stay away from his girl and that he didn't want me trying to turn her. All the while she's standing there trying to get him to not leave her, that she doesn't like girls, and I'm a liar. Graduation day comes around, and she won't look at me. She didn't want to take pictures with me after we crossed. She flat out ignored me. I'm a mess on the inside, but I just go back to my family and put on the smile for them. It was a pretty shitty day. That night, I sent her a message basically saying that if she ever came to her senses and left him, I'd be there for her. I unfriended her and blocked that guy and haven't heard from either of them since. I'm 25 now and don't regret a thing. I still think about her and see her through mutual friends on FB, but I'm not sad about it. I think even as an 18-year I knew I didn't want that kind of drama in my life. Edit wording. I have two examples. Had a friend that I thought I was close with, but I always seemed to be the one initiating plans to do anything. She and I both got engaged about 6 months apart. I was excited to help her plan her wedding. Then at the last minute, about 3 weeks before her wedding, she uninvited my fiance and I because there were some estranged family members that decided to show up at the last minute. Okay, gave her the benefit of the doubt on that one. These things sometimes happen, I guess. Fast forward to my wedding, she tells me at the last minute that they can't come because they were throwing a party that night and their friends would be really disappointed if they had to cancel it. At that point I realized I was the only one who valued this supposed friendship and called it quits. Husband's best friend was facing losing his apartment B/C. He had to have a surgery that would incapacitate him for weeks, during which he would not be paid. Husband and I agreed to let this guy and his wife move into our 2-bedroom condo with us until he was released to go back to work and they got a new place to live. This was supposed to only be a couple of months at most. Keep in mind I was 9 months pregnant at the time, and we moved all of the baby's things out of the nursery and made plans for the baby to stay in our bedroom so that friend and his wife could have some privacy. Day before the surgery, friend has to take that medicine that totally cleans out your colon, destroys the bathroom, sheet all over the place, stays like that for over 2 weeks, before I actually have to ask them to please clean it up. Like visible sheet on the outside of the toilet. They were annoyed that I even asked instead of cleaning it myself. At this point, I was providing dinner for 4 people because I felt weird eating in front of people without sharing. The favor was never returned. We let them stay with us rent-free and just asked that they pick up the electric bill in return, since that was pretty cheap usually. We started getting notices that it wasn't being paid on time, and when confronted, they got really upset about it, saying we were overreacting. Surgery came and went, and friend was released to go back to work, but instead of fast tracking to get a new place to live, or perhaps wife taking a second job to help, they instead chose to spend money on satellite radio, car window tinting, and a new wedding ring for her B/C. They felt her original one was too small. Meanwhile, our baby was now 4 months old, and he wanted his bedroom back, and our house back. Everything turned into a fight. There was nothing done in return to help, and most of the time, they just stayed shut in the bedroom with the door closed. They would also often break the furniture we were letting them use, but not tell us. We had to give them a time limit, and told them that they had to be out by that date. Needless to say, our friendship ended at that point. Even though I'm sad it was necessary to end it, I was not surprised. This friend constantly used my husband. The only time he ever wanted to hang out with us is when he needed help with grown-up things like his car broke down, or he needed a place to crash for the night. Any other time, he'd hang out with more fun friends and party. And he would constantly hurt my husband's feelings B/C. Even though my husband considered this guy his best friend, that friend would constantly talk about another friend, who he called his brother, and how his brother was the most important friend in the world to him. Meanwhile, his brother never showed up once to help this guy when things got bad. TLDR, sometimes being nice gets you taken advantage of by toxic people. Life lessons can be rough. I was friends with a kid on the block since diapers. Grew up best friends. He went army, I went Air Force. I visited him at his base a few times, and a bit of bad racism started to leak out of him. Things that made me go HMM. He started using N********** to talk about guys he knew with a venom as he spit out the term. When he got out of army and became a local cop a few towns away, I would visit every so often. Hang out with him and his cop buddies. One Super Bowl party there were about 15 to 20 sheriffs and local cops from different jurisdictions. I was the only non-law enforcement guy there. They thought I was one of them. The group of 4 standing by the beer. The conversation was something like, so I was standing on this N******** RS neck. Ha ha ha. Noped out of that group. So go hang out with the guys by the pool. So I bashed this RS head into the door jamb of the car. Ha ha ha, nope out ta there. Third and fourth group the same. Nothing but gorilla chest thumping. Horrible vile sheet pouring out of their mouths about not just fantasizing about doing bad, but truly acting on it, destroying black lives over a dime bag. I left that party as soon as I could. The final straw was when he invited me to go shooting out in the middle of the state, in the middle of a huge grove, far, far away from anyone. The other cop that showed up was bringing the guns. Sniper rifles, MP4s, AKs, Rs, Glocks, S&W, Luger, and much more. Okay, should be a fun day. I didn't ask, they just told me straight up that this out of the way place with a 2-story shack with a Confederate flag flying and another I didn't recognize was there for a bunker. Later I learned that the flag was an RCSS type of flag. Keep my mouth shut and nod. I was shitting myself because I was stuck here all day with 2 people I was pretty sure they would have no problem killing a man. Pure evil. Never went back. Had been tolerating his entitled, obnoxious attitude for years. He would say things like, I know my memory is better than anyone else's, so we are going to assume I'm right and you're not. Tried to get something back that he had for a while. Kept swearing he didn't have it. After pushing to look at it and him saying I don't need to, I know it's not yours, there was my name on it. His reply was in my defense, I'm always right, so it had to happen eventually, and then proceeds to make me out to be the bad guy because I was so demanding. He gave me a ride to the hospital for the birth of my daughter. I wanted to run and grab something to eat as I hadn't eaten that day. I bought, and I just wanted to go through a drive-through because I wanted to be there for the birth of my kid. He talks me into going inside. I finish my food in like 10 minutes, and he takes over an hour to eat Taco Bell. Picking at his food, chit-chatting. I keep telling him that I need to get back, and he keeps saying you have plenty of time. I get a call from my mother-in-law telling me that my wife is having the baby. I finally get him to finish eating, and we rush across town. I run into the delivery room to see my wife holding my child. He actually got mad at me for bringing that up later on. Things like this went on for years, and I eventually cut ties over an altercation on Facebook. A few months passed, and I decided to try to patch things up. I text him and tell him that I'm sorry things went down the way they did. I didn't apologize for what I said. I felt like I was actually right because I was calling him on his bullshit and it escalated. That's what I felt bad about, and that's what I apologized for. He hits me with something to the effect of I forgive you. I just ended the conversation there thinking maybe I was more wrong than I had thought, and maybe I should take a long look at myself. A couple of days later my wife and daughter run into him in a store and he's laughing and talking about how I texted him and apologized to him. She mentions that I'm having a tough time because my stepfather just passed away, and he says, in front of my 8-year-old daughter, that was very close with my stepfather and much more shaken up by the loss than anyone else. Why does he care if the guy is dead? They didn't even get along that well. That was when I was done. Apologize for the formatting. I'm on mobile. Edit the part about my child being born.